The Colburn Bible 21st Century Master Edition. Janice Manning, Editor Marshall Masters, Contributor Your Own World Books YoBooks.com Colburn. Table of Contents Introduction Colburn Citation System Book of Creation, CRT, Book of Gleanings, GLN, Book of Scrolls, SCL, Book of Sons of Fire, Soph, Book of Manuscripts, Man, Book of Morals and Precepts, Morals, MPR, Book of Origins, OGS, Book of the Silver Bow, SVB. Book of Lucius, Luke, Book of Wisdom, WSD, The Britain Book, BRT, copyright. The scanning, uploading and distribution of this book via the Internet or via any other means without the permission of the publisher is illegal and punishable by law. Please purchase only authorized electronic editions, and do not participate in or encourage the electronic piracy of copyrighted materials. Your support of the publisher's rights is appreciated. The Colburn Bible, 21st Century Master Edition. Anonymous Original Authors, 2nd century B.C.E. to 1st century CE. Public Domain Manuscript Final Compilation, 19th century CE, UK. Colburn Citation System, Marshall Masters, 2005 to 2006. USA. First edition. Copyright 2005. Your Own World, Incorporated USA. Copyright Registration Number, TXU 1-262-967. Second edition. Copyright 2006. Your Own World, Inc. For additional front matter, editing and index, all rights reserved. Your Own World Books. First edition April 2005. Second edition May 2006. doi 10.1572/Colburn. Colburn.com 384,587 words. Trade paperback. ISBN 13-978-1-59772-005-2 doi 10.1572/978-159772005-2 Adobe eBook. ISBN 13-978-1-59772-006-9 doi 10.1572/978-159772006-9 Microsoft eBook. ISBN 13-978-1-59772-007-6 doi 10.1572/978-1-59772-007-6 Mobi Pocket eBook. ISBN 13-978-1-59772-008-3 doi 10.1572/978-1-59772-008-3 Palm eBook. ISBN 13-978-1-59772-009-0 doi 10.1572/978-1-59772-009-0 Your Own World Books. An imprint of Your Own World, Incorporated. Silver Springs, NV USA. San 256-1646 YoBooks.com Colburn.com. This edition is dedicated to the memory of those unknown ancients, who labored in the face of future uncertainty, to share their timeless wisdom with generations yet unborn. And to those future caretakers who chose to follow in the loving footsteps of generations past. Introduction. The Colburn Bible, 21st Century Master Edition contains faithful copies of all 11 books of the historical and prophetic anthology formerly known as the Colburn. The Colburn Bible is an ancient secular academic work. It offers alternate accounts of several stories from the Holy Bible and other wisdom texts. Previously named the Colburn, the work is now titled the Colburn Bible by the publisher. This is because the term Bible accurately defines the work and also has its roots in a civilization that played a critical role in its dissemination. In the classic sense, the term Bible comes from the Greek biblia, meaning books, which stems from biblos. Byblos was an ancient Phoenician port located in what is now the central coast of Lebanon. In their day, Phoenician traders operated the most advanced fleets of ocean-going vessels in all the world. Before their fall to the Roman Empire, their principal trade routes stretched throughout the Mediterranean area, out along the shores of Western Europe and up as far north as Britain. Of note to this body of work is that the Phoenicians imported papyrus from Egypt and sold it abroad along with ancient wisdom texts. In doing so, they distributed the earliest known variant of the Qalbrin Bible, called the Great Book, to their various ports of call. The Great Book was originally penned in hieratic by Egyptian academicians after the exodus of the Jews, ca. 1500 BCE. Its original 21 volumes were later translated using the 22-letter Phoenician alphabet, which later spawned the Greek, Roman, and English alphabets of today. The only known copy of the Great Book to survive the millennia was the one exported to Britain by the Phoenicians in the 1st century BCE. Regrettably, much of it was destroyed when the Glastonbury Abbey was set ablaze in 1184 CE. The attack on the abbey was ordered by English King Henry II, after he accused the abbey priests of being mystical heretics. Fearing for their lives, the Celtic priests of the abbey fled into hiding with what remained of the Great Book. There, they transcribed the surviving Phoenician translations to bronze sheets and stored them in copper-clad wooden boxes. This effort became known as the Bronze E-Book. In the 18th century CE, the Bronze E-Book was merged with a Celtic wisdom text called the Seal Book to become the Qalbrin Bible. For more information, visit www.qalbrin.com. Your Own World Books editions of the Qalbrin Bible. Your Own World Books first published several print and electronic editions of the Qalbrin Bible in April 2005. Each edition is a faithful copy of the 20th century major edition and uses the Qalbrin citation system developed by Marshall Masters. In May 2006, Your Own World Books published second editions of the Qalbrin Bible. Updated with over 1,600 typographical corrections based on the Chicago Manual of Style, the verbiage remains exactly the same. An index was also added to the print and Adobe eBook editions. The Qalbrin Bible, 21st Century Master Edition books, all 1-11 comments, published for scholars. This edition is available in an A4 letter-sized paperback with ample margins for notes. The typesetting is easy on old eyes. Paperback edition, 8.268 x 11.693, easy on old eyes, wide margins for notes. Ebook editions, Adobe, Microsoft, Mobi Pocket, and Palm. Egyptian texts of the Bronze eBook, the first 6 books of the Qalbrin Bible books, 1-6 only comments, recommended for those with an interest in 2012 Mayan prophecies, Planet X, Nibiru, and factual alternate accounts of Noah's flood and Exodus. Paperback edition, 7.44 x 9.69, affordable, ideal for home ebook editions, Adobe, Microsoft, Mobi Pocket, and Palm. Celtic texts of the Seal Book, the last 5 books of the Qalbrin Bible books, 7-11 only comments, recommended for those with an interest in Druid/Celtic philosophy and prophecies. Also contains newly detailed biographical accounts of Jesus Christ with several first-person quotes. Paperback edition, 7.44 x 9.69, affordable, ideal for home ebook editions, Adobe, Microsoft, Mobi Pocket, and Palm. For more information about the abridged and unabridged editions of the Qalbrin Bible, 21st Century Master Edition, visit www.qalbrin.com. Languages of the Qalbrin Bible. One of the most commonly asked questions is, what was the original language of the Qalbrin Bible, and who wrote it? The answer is in multiple parts. The Qalbrin Bible, 21st Century Master Edition, Egyptian texts of the Bronze eBook, the first 6 books of the Qumran Bible: Books 1 Creation, 2 Gleanings, 3 Scrolls, 4 Sons of Fire, 5 Manuscripts, 6 Morals and Precepts. Languages: BCE 15th century Original Egyptian Hieratic, BCE 1st century Translation Phoenician script, CE 1st century Original Old Celtic, CE 18th century Translation Old English, CE 20th century Translation Continental English. The Qumran Bible, 21st century Master Edition. Celtic texts of the Sealbook, the last 5 books of the Qumran Bible: Books 7 Origins, 8 The Silver Bow, 9 Lucius, 10 Wisdom, 11 The Britain Book. Languages: CE 1st century Original Old Celtic, CE 18th century Translation Old English, CE 20th century Translation Continental English. Languages used before the Common Era: the Egyptian texts of the Bronze Book, the first 6 books of the Qumran Bible, were originally penned in hieratic as the Great Book by Egyptian academicians, following the Exodus of the Jews, ca 1500 BCE. One of several copies of this work was translated into Phoenician and eventually made its way to Britain. This is because Egypt and Phoenicia were both very powerful nations at the time, and their languages were widely used. Languages used during the Common Era: the Celtic texts of the Sealbook, the last 5 books of the Qumran Bible, were originally penned in Ancient Celtic. Work began on the earliest parts of the Sealbook in approximately 20 CE and finished in approximately 500 CE. Inspired by the scope of the Egyptian texts, the Celts wrote their own historical and philosophical anthology in a similar manner, but in their own language. Viewed as a religious work by many, the Celtic texts offer a timeless insight into Druid folklore, mysticism, and philosophy. According to some historians, the Sealbook was also inspired in part by a visit by Jesus Christ to Britain. At the time, Jesus was either in his late teens or middle 20s and traveled via a high-speed Phoenician trading ship to Britain with his great-uncle Joseph of Arimathea, who undertook the journey to inspect a tin mine he owned. These historians further maintain that Jesus studied the Egyptian texts in Britain. This is because the Celtic texts penned following his possible visit contain a never-before-published biography of Jesus. Given the detailed and highly revealing nature of this biography, the case can be made that the biographer personally met Jesus, or interviewed someone who had. Additional corroboration comes from reliable historical accounts that indicate Joseph of Arimathea founded the Glastonbury Abbey in or about 36 CE, and that it eventually became the repository for these texts during the first millennium. Stored together in the Glastonbury Abbey under the watchful eyes of Celtic priests, the texts remained safe and were actively studied until the 12th century, when the abbey was attacked and set ablaze by minions of King Henry II. After the attack, the priests fled with what remained of these ancient works to a secret location in Scotland where the Egyptian texts were transcribed to bronze sheets. At that time, the 2 books were still not joined, and the language of both remained as is: Phoenician, translated from Egyptian Hieratic, and Ancient Celtic, respectively. In the 18th century, the 2 books were combined and translated to Old English to form the first identifiable edition of the Qumran Bible. In the 20th century, the manuscripts were transferred to London and updated to Continental English. The latest edition of the Qumran Bible still uses the Continental English update, but has been edited according to modern rules of grammar and punctuation based on the Chicago Manual of Style. The 7 major editions of the Qumran Bible born of great wisdom and love, the overall creation span of the Qumran Bible is greater than that of the Holy Bible. To facilitate a historical study of the work, the publisher has divided the creation span of the Qumran Bible into 7 master editions using the criteria of publication era and country. First Master Edition, publication era/country, 15th century BCE, Egypt, first penned in hieratic after the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, ca 1500 BCE. Published as the Great Book, a 21-volume work. The surviving volumes are now published as the Egyptian texts of the Bronze Book. The genesis of this secular work was a new Egyptian interest in finding the one true God of Abraham as a consequence of their defeat at the hands of Moses. The work contains many historical accounts that parallel those of the Torah, Old Testament, and warns of a massive object called the Destroyer that is prophesied to return in this time with catastrophic results for the earth. Second Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 1st century BCE, Phoenicia, Lebanon. The first Master Edition is translated into the Phoenician language. The simple 22-letter alphabet of the Phoenicians eventually becomes the root alphabet of the Greek, Roman, and English alphabets. Before falling to the Roman Empire, they distribute the work throughout the Mediterranean area, Western Europe, and Britain. Third Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 1st century CE, Britain from approximately 20 CE to 500 CE. The last 5 books of what would eventually become the Cumbrian Bible are written. Now published as the Celtic texts of the Seal Book, this part of the work was first penned in ancient Celtic. During this time, the Egyptian texts of the Second Major Edition were studied by Celts as well as the children of wealthy and powerful Romans. Copies of the work eventually found their way to the Glastonbury Abbey. Fourth Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 12th century CE, Scotland. In 1184 English King Henry II ordered an attack on the Glastonbury Abbey, claiming its Celtic priests to be heretics. Those who survived the arson and murder fled with the surviving Egyptian texts of the Second Master Edition and later engraved them on bronze sheets. Stored for centuries in a secret location in Scotland, this edition is also known as the Bronze eBook. Fifth Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 18th century CE, Scotland. The Bronze eBook was merged with the Seal Book, and then both were translated into Old English. The new anthology was collectively titled The Cumbrian by its caretakers, the Hope Trust Borough, Scotland. 6th Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 20th century CE. England, New Zealand, and America. In the years following WWI, the 5th Major Edition was relocated to London, England, where it was updated to Continental English. This Master Edition remained unpublished until 1992, when a senior member of the Hope Trust distributed several copies of the work. One distributed copy was printed in 1994 in New Zealand by a small religious order and another in 2005 in America by Your Own World Books. The only differences between the New Zealand, 1994, and American, 2005, editions appear in the front matter, and the American edition added a new citation system and was published in both print and electronic variants. 7th Master Edition Publication Era/Country, 21st century CE, America. Your Own World Books updates the 6th Major Edition with 2 significant changes. While the Continental English language and spellings remain unchanged, the text is updated to comply with the Chicago Manual of Style. Over 1,600 typographical corrections are made. Also new to this Master Edition is a first-ever index with over 2,700 unique entries. This Master Edition is also published in 2 abridged editions, the Egyptian texts of the Bronze eBook and the Celtic texts of the Seal Book. All editions are published in print and electronic variants. Cumbrian Citation System Marshall Masters, 2005 to 2006. All Your Own World Books abridged and unabridged editions of this work use the same Cumbrian citation system. It is designed to speed collaborative studies between researchers and authors using any of the 20 print or electronic editions published since April 2005. Book Citation Schema for the Cumbrian Bible. There are 2 citation forms, long and short. The long form uses a whole word to form the book prefix. The short form uses a 3-letter acronym. The Cumbrian Bible, 21st century Master Edition. Egyptian texts of the Bronze eBook, the first 6 books of the Cumbrian Bible. Book 1 Creation Long Form, Creation Short Form, CRT. Book 2 Gleanings Long Form, Gleanings Short Form, GLN Book 3 Scrolls Long Form, Scrolls Short Form, SCL Book 4 Sons of Fire Long Form, Sons of Fire Short Form, Soft Book 5 Manuscripts Long Form, Sons of Fire Short Form, Soft Book 6 Morals and Precepts Long Form, Morals Short Form, The Colburn Bible, 21st Century Master Edition Celtic Texts of the Seal Book, the last 5 books of the Colburn Bible Book 7 Origins Long Form, Morals Short Form, MPR Book 8 The Silver Bow Long Form, Silver Bow Short Form, SVB Book 9 Lucius Long Form, Silver Bow Short Form, SVB Book 10 Wisdom Long Form, Wisdom Short Form, WSD Book 11 The Britain Book Long Form, Britain Short Form, BRT. Each book of the Colburn Bible contains multiple chapters. Following the book prefix, each citation uses a 2-part suffix to denote the chapter and paragraph numbers. The first chapter in each book is designated as number 1 and each of following chapters are numbered in ascending order. The same numbering rule applies to paragraphs within each chapter. Note, this system does not reference page numbers. Colburn Short Form Citations. This citation form is used in the text itself and is recommended for use by collaborative research groups. Short Form Syntax. Short Citation Book Acronym Chapter No. Paragraph No. Examples, CRT 3:7 In this manner, the first earth was destroyed by calamity descending from out of the skies. The vaults of heaven had opened to bring forth monsters more fearsome than any that ever haunted the uneasy dreams of men. Hi Bill, just downloaded the 21st Century Master Edition in the Mobi ebook format, and I'm delighted to learn the citation system is the same one used in your 2005 print copy. Could you give me your thoughts on CRT 3:7 In this manner, the first earth was destroyed by calamity descending from out of the skies. Many thanks, Bobby Colburn. Long form citations. This formal citation form is recommended for use with articles, essays, and books that reference this work using footnotes, etc. Long form syntax. Long citation. Book title. Chapter No. Paragraph No. Examples, The Colburn Bible, 21st Century Master Edition. Your Own World Books 2nd Edition. Creation 3:7 In this manner, the first earth was destroyed by calamity descending from out of the skies. The vaults of heaven had opened to bring forth monsters more fearsome than any that ever haunted the uneasy dreams of men. In this manner, the first earth was destroyed by calamity descending from out of the skies. Creation 3:7 For the Colburn Bible, 21st Century Master Edition, Creation 3:7, Your Own World Books 2st ed. Silver City, NV, regardless of how you format the typeface style of your short and long citations, always use the proper syntax to ensure clarity. Marshall's motto: Destiny finds those who listen, and fate finds the rest. So learn what you can learn, do what you can do, and never give up hope. Marshall Masters Book of Creation CRT 1:4 The name which is uttered cannot be that of this great being who, remaining nameless, is the beginning and the end, beyond time, beyond the reach of mortals, and we in our simplicity call it God. Table of Chapters CRT 1:1 CRT 1:23 Chapter 1 Creation CRT 2:1 CRT 2:23 Chapter 2 The Birth of Man CRT 3:1 CRT 3:15 Chapter 3 Destruction and Recreation CRT 4:1 CRT 4:19 Chapter 4 Affliction of God CRT 5:1 CRT 5:47 Chapter 5 In the Beginning CRT 6:1 CRT 6:9 Chapter 6 Dodum and Lloyd CRT 7:1 CRT 7:35 Chapter 7 Herthu, son of the first father CRT 8:1 CRT 8:24 Chapter 8 Gwynva Chapter 1 Creation CRT 1:1 Mortal knowledge is circumscribed by mortal ignorance, and mortal comprehension is circumscribed by spiritual reality. It is unwise for mortal man to attempt the understanding of that, which is beyond his conception, for there lies the road to disbelief and madness. Yet, man is man and ever fated to reach out beyond himself, striving to attain things which always just elude his grasp. So in his frustration, he replaces the dimly seen incomprehensible with things within his understanding. If these things but poorly reflect reality, then is not the reflection of reality, distorted though it may be, of greater value than no reflection at all? CRT 1:2 There are no true beginnings on earth, for here, all is effect, the ultimate cause being elsewhere. For who among men can say which came first, the seed or the plant? Yet in truth, it is neither, for something neither seed nor plant preceded both, and that thing was also preceded by something else. Always there are ancestors back to the beginning, and back beyond that, there is only God. This, then, is how these things were told in the great book of the Sons of Fire. CRT 1:3 Before the beginning, there was only one consciousness, that of the Eternal One whose nature cannot be expressed in words. It was the one sole Spirit, the self-generator, which cannot diminish, the unknown, unknowable one brooding solitary in profound pregnant silence. CRT 1:4 The name which is uttered cannot be that of this great being who, remaining nameless, is the beginning and the end, beyond time, beyond the reach of mortals, and we in our simplicity call it God. CRT 1:5 He who preceded all existed alone in his strange abode of uncreated light, which remains ever unextinguishable, and no understandable eye can ever behold it. The pulsating draughts of the eternal life light in his keeping were not yet loosed. He knew himself alone, he was uncontrasted, unable to manifest in nothingness, for all within his being was unexpressed potential. CRT 1:6 The great circles of eternity were yet to be spun out, to be thrown forth as the endless ages of existence in substance. They were to begin with God and return to Him completed in infinite variety and expression. CRT 1:7 Earth was not yet in existence, there were no winds with the sky above them, high mountains were not raised, nor was the great river in its place. All was formless, without movement, calm, silent, void and dark. No name had been named, and no destinies foreshadowed. CRT 1:8 Eternal rest is intolerable, and unmanifest potential is frustration. Into the solitude of timelessness came divine loneliness, and from this arose the desire to create, that he might know and express himself, and this generated the love of God. He took thought and brought into being within himself the universal womb of creation containing the everlasting essence of slumbering spirit. CRT 1:9 The essence was quickened by a ripple from the mind of God, and a creative thought was projected. This generated power, which produced light, and this formed a substance like unto a mist of invisible dust. It divided into two forms of energy through being impregnated with the spirit of Godand, quickening the chaos of the void within the universal womb, became spun out into whirlpools of substance. From this activity, as sparks from a fire, came an infinite variety of spirit minds, each having creative powers within itself. CRT 1:10 The activating word was spoken, its echoes vibrate still, and there was a stirring movement, which caused instability. A command was given, and this became the everlasting law. Henceforth, activity was controlled in harmonious rhythm, and the initial inertia was overcome. The law divided the materializing chaos from God and then established the boundaries of the eternal spheres. CRT 1:11 Time no longer slept on the bosom of God, for now there was change, where before all had been unchanging, and change is time. Now within the universal womb was heat, substance, and life, and encompassing it was the Word, which is the law. CRT 1:12 The command was given, let the smallest of things form the greatest and that which lives but a flash form everlastingness. Thus the universe came into being as a condensation of God's thought, and as it did so, it obscured him from all enclosed within his solidifying creation. Henceforth, God was hidden, for he has always remained dimly reflected in his creation. He became veiled from all that came forth from him. Creation does not explain itself, under the law, it cannot do so, its secrets have to be unraveled by the created. CRT 1:13 All things are by nature finite, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. An unaccomplishable purpose would be eternal frustration, and therefore, the universe being created purposefully, it must have an objective. If it ended without anything else following, then the God existing must slumber indifferent to its activities. But he has made it a living work of greatness operating under the changeless law. CRT 1:14 The creating word had been spoken, now, there was another command, and the power going forth smote the sun so its face was lit, and it shone with a great radiance, pouring warmth and light upon its sister earth. Henceforth, she would live within the protection of her brother's household, rejoicing in his benevolence and strength. CRT 1:15 The waters upon the bosom of earth were gathered together, and dry land appeared. When the covering of water was rolled back, the body of earth was unstable, damp and yielding. The face of the sun shone down kindly upon his sister, and the dry land of her body became very hard, humidity and dampness were taken away. He gave her a garment of fleece and a veil of fine linen, that she might clothe her body with modesty. CRT 1:16 From the great womb had sprung the spirit of life, and it was rampant in the heavens. It gazed upon earth and saw her fairness, was filled with desire, and came out of the heavenly spaces to possess her. It came not peacefully as a lover, but tempestuously as a ravager. Its breath howled along her corridors and raged among her mountain tops, but it did not discover the dwelling place of her spirit. She had withdrawn, as a woman withdraws before force, for modesty must not be outraged in submission. Yet, she desired its embrace, for among all the radiant company, she was honored. CRT 1:17 The sun saw her perplexity, and he wrestled with the spirit of life and overcame it. When it was subdued and the primal struggle had ceased, it was delivered by the sun to his sister. It gave quicks chastened and quietened, and in silence brooded over earth's waters, she was stirred in response. Mud eggs of life potential were formed in swamps, at the meeting places of land and two waters. The sun gave quickening heat, and life crawled forth upon the bosom of the earth. CRT 1:18 The land dust brought forth the male and the dark water mist the female, and they united and multiplied. The first brought forth the second, and the two produced the third. Earth was no longer virgin, and the spirit of life grew old and departed. Earth was left garbed in the matron's mantle of green, herbage covered the face of the land. CRT 1:19 The waters brought forth fishes and creatures, which move about and twist themselves and wriggle in the waters, the serpents and the beasts of terrible aspect, which were of yore, and reptiles which creep and crawl. There were tall walking things and dragons in hideous form clothed with terror, whose great bones may still be seen. CRT 1:20 Then came forth from the womb of the earth all the beasts of the field and forest. All the creatures of creation having blood in their bodies, and it was complete. Beasts roamed the dry land, and fishes swam in the seas. There were birds in the skies and worms within the soil. CRT 1:21 There were great land masses and high mountains, wide, barren places and heaving waters. Fertile greenness covered the land, and abundant life swarmed in the seas, for now earth throbbed with the energy of life. CRT 1:22 Metals lay hidden in her rocks and precious stones within the soil. Gold and silver were scattered and secreted. There was copper for tool, sand, forests of timber. There were swamps of reeds and stones for every purpose. CRT 1:23 Everything was prepared, everything was ready, and now earth awaited the coming of man. Chapter 2 The Birth of Man CRT 2:1 The love of God penetrated the third veil and became the seed of souls within the soul. C. The body of man, God made of water and things of the earth, breathing into him the spirit of life, that he might live. But man, when young, lived only to eat and drink and to fornicate, for, being conscious only of the earth, he knew only earthly things and earthly ways. CRT 2:2 Now the Spirit of God moved over the face of the earth, but was not of the earth. It held all things and was in all things, but on earth could not be apart from anything. Without substance, it was awake, but entering substance, it slept. CRT 2:3 Consider that, which was told by the servants of Eben, of heaven man, who once wandered the earth. He had no earthly substance and could not grasp its fruits, for he had no hands. He could not drink its waters, for he had no mouth, nor could he feel the cool winds upon his skin. They tell how the ape tribe Selok, led by heaven man, perished by flames before the valley of Lod, only one she-ape reaching the cave heights above. CRT 2:4 When heaven man was reborn of the she-ape in the cavern of woe, could he taste the fruits of the earth and drink of her waters, and feel the coolness of her wines? Did he not find life good? It is not all a tale of the courtyard. CRT 2:5 Man, created from earthly substance alone, could not know things not of earth, nor could spirit alone subdue him. Had man not been created, who would have known God's wisdom and power? As the Spirit fills the body of man, so does God fill his creation. CRT 2:6 Therefore, it was that God saw something had to be which joined earth and spirit and was both. In his wisdom and by the creative impulse which governs the earth, he prepared a body for man, for the body of man is wholly of earth. CRT 2:7 Behold, the great day came when the Spirit, which is God, was joined with the beast, which is earth. Then, earth writhed in the labor of travail. Her mountains rocked back and forth, and her seas heaved up and down. Earth groaned in her lands and shrieked in her winds. She cried in the rivers and wept in her storms. CRT 2:8 So man was born of upheaval and strife. He came wretchedly and tumultuously, the offspring of a distraught earth. All was in discord, snow fell in the hot wastelands, ice covered the fertile plains, the forests became seas. Where once it was hot, now it was cold, and where no rain had ever fallen, now there were floods. So man came forth, man the child of calamity, man the inheritor of a creative struggle, man the battleground of extremes. CRT 2:9 Earth nurtured man with cautious affection, weaning him in the recesses of her body. Then, when he was grown sufficiently to be lifted so he walked in the uprightness of God, she took him and raised him above all other creatures. She led him even into the presence of God, and she laid him on his great altar. CRT 2:10 A man imperfect, of earthly limitations, a thing unfinished, ungainly, and unlearned, but proudly was he presented to earth's creator. Not her firstborn was man, the son of earth, the grandchild of God, man the heir of tribulation and the pupil of affliction. CRT 2:11 God saw man, the offering of earth to her Lord, unconscious on the high altar, a sacrifice to him and a dedication to the spirit of fate. Then from out of the unfathomable heights and from behind the impenetrable veil, God came down above the altar, and he breathed into man the breath of eternal life. Into his sleeping body, God implanted a fragment of himself, the seed of a soul and the spark of divinity, and man the mortal became man the heir of God and the inheritor of immortality. Henceforth he would have dominion over God's earthly estate, but he also had to unravel the circles of eternity, and his destiny was to be an everlasting seeking and striving. CRT 2:12 Man slept, but God opened the great eye within him, and man saw a vision of unsurpassed glory. He heard the voice of God saying, O man, in your hand is now placed the tablet of your inheritance, and my seal is upon it. Know that all you desire within your heart may be yours, but first it is necessary that you be taught its value. Behold, the earth is filled with things of usefulness, they are prepared to your hand for a purpose, but the task is upon you to seek them out and learn their use. This is the tuition for the management of your inheritance. CRT 2:13 What you know to be good, seek for and it shall be found. You may plumb the seas and pluck the stars. You may live in everlasting glory and savor eternal delights. Above and below and all about, there is nothing beyond your reach, all, with one exception, is yours to attain. Then God laid his hand upon man, saying, Now, you are even as I, except you sleep there enclosed in matter in the kingdom of illusion, while I dwell here in the freedom of reality and truth. It is not for me to come down to you, but for you to reach out to me. CRT 2:14 Our unborn friends, whatever your circumstances of life, you are the children of the past and heirs of those who have lived and died. We trust you have no cause to reproach those who once held stewardship over your estate. But whatever you think of the heritage, you cannot put it aside, any more than you can refuse that man then saw a vision of glory encompassing even the spheres of splendor. Unbounded wisdom filled his heart, and he beheld beauty in perfection. The ultimates of truth and justice were unveiled before him. He became one with the profound peace of eternity and knew the joys of unceasing gladness. CRT 2:15 The eternal ages of time unrolled as a scroll before his eyes, and he saw written thereon all that was to become and occur. The great vaults of heaven were opened up unto him, and he saw the everlasting fires and unconsumable powers that strove therein. He felt within himself the stirring of inexpressible love, and unlimited designs of grandeur filled his thoughts. His spirit ranged unhampered through all the spheres of existence. He was then even as God himself, and he knew the secret of the 7 spheres within 3 spheres. CRT 2:16 Then, God lifted his hand from man, and man was alone. The great vision departed and he awoke, only a dim and elusive recollection, no more than the shadow of a dream remained. But deep within the sleeping soul, there was a spark of remembrance, and it generated within man a restless longing for he knew not what. Henceforth, man was destined to wander discontented, seeking something he felt he knew, but could not see, something which continually eluded him, perpetually goaded him and forever tantalized him. Deep within himself, man knew something greater than himself was always with him and part of him, spurring him on to greater deeds, greater thoughts, greater aspirations. It was something out beyond himself, scarcely realized and never found, something, which told him that the radiance seen on the horizon but dimly reflected the hidden glory beyond it. CRT 2:17 Man awoke, the revelation and vision gone, only the grim reality of Earth's untamed vastness surrounded him. But when he arose and stepped down onto the bosom of his Mother Earth, he was undaunted by the great powers that beset him or by the magnitude of the task ahead. Within his heart, he knew destiny lay beyond the squalor of his environment. He stepped out nobly, gladly accepting the challenge. CRT 2:18 He was now a new man, he was different. He looked above and saw glory in the heavens. He saw beauty about him and he knew goodness and things not of the earth. The vision of eternal values arose before his inner eye. His spirit was responding to its environment. Man was now man, truly man. CRT 2:19 The nature of man on earth was formed after the nature of things in heaven, and man had all things contained as potential within himself, except divine life. But he was as yet an untrained, undisciplined child, still nurtured simply upon the comforting bosom of earth. CRT 2:20 Man grew in stature, but earth was not indulgent, for she disciplined him firmly. She was ever strict and unyielding, chastening him often with blasts of displeasure. It was indeed the upbringing of one destined for greatness. He was made to suffer cold, that he might learn to clothe himself, sent into the barren places, that his limbs should be strengthened, and into forests, that his eye should become keen and his heart strong. He was perplexed with difficult problems and set the task of unraveling the illusions of nature. He was beset with hardships of every description. He was tested with frustrations and tempted with allurements. Never did earth relax the vigilance of her supervision. CRT 2:21 The child was raised sternly, for he needed the fortitude, courage, and cunning of a man to fit him for the task ahead. He grew wily and wiry in the hunt. He became adaptable, able to cope with any untoward happening. Overcoming the bewilderments of early days, he found explanations for the perplexities of his surroundings. Yet, the struggle for knowledge, the need for adaptation and the effort to survive were never relaxed. The Earth Child was well trained and disciplined. He was never unduly mollycoddled. He cried for bread and went hungry, he shivered and was cast out, he was sick and driven into the forest. Weary, he was lashed with storms, thirsty, he found the waters dried. When weak, his burden was increased, and in the midst of rejoicing, he was struck down with sorrow. In moments of weakness he cried, "Enough," and doubted his destiny, but always something fortified and encouraged him. Earthling never forfeited his godlikeness. CRT 2:22 For man was man, he was not cowed, nor his spirit broken, a wise God knew his limitations. As it is written in the wisdom of men, over-chastisement is as bad as no chastisement at all. But man was rarely chastised, he was tried, tested and challenged, he was led, prodded and urged, yet nothing was done unnecessarily. The seeming imperfections of earth, the hazards and inequalities of life, the cruelty, harshness, and apparent indifference to suffering and affliction are not what they seem. As it is, earth is perfect for its purpose. It is ignorance of that purpose, which makes it appear imperfect. CRT 2:23 Where is there a wiser father than the Spirit of God, or a better mother than earth? What man is now he owes to these, may he learn to be duly grateful. Above all, let him never forget the lessons learned in his upbringing. Chapter 3 Destruction and Recreation CRT 3:1 It is known, and the story comes down from ancient times, that there was not one creation but two, a creation and a recreation. It is a fact known to the wise that the earth was utterly destroyed once, then reborn on a second wheel of creation. CRT 3:2 At the time of the great destruction of earth, God caused a dragon from out of heaven to come and encompass her about. The dragon was frightful to behold, it lashed its tail, it breathed out fire and hot coals, and a great catastrophe was inflicted upon mankind. The body of the dragon was wreathed in a cold bright light and beneath, on the belly, was a ruddy-hued glow, while behind it trailed a flowing tail of smoke. It spewed out cinders and hot stones, and its breath was foul and stenchful, poisoning the nostrils of men. Its passage caused great thunderings and lightnings to rend the thick darkened sky, all heaven and earth being made hot. The seas were loosened from their cradles and rose up, pouring across the land. There was an awful, shrilling trumpeting, which outpowered even the howling of the unleashed winds. CRT 3:3 Men, stricken with terror, went mad at the awful sight in the heavens. They were loosed from their senses and dashed about, crazed, not knowing what they did. The breath was sucked from their bodies, and they were burnt with a strange ash. CRT 3:4 Then it passed, leaving earth enwrapped within a dark and glowering mantle, which was ruddily lit up inside. The bowels of the earth were torn open in great, writhing upheavals, and a howling whirlwind rent mountains apart. The wrath of the sky monster was loosed in the heavens. It lashed about in flaming fury, roaring like 1,000 thunders, it poured down fiery destruction amid a welter of thick black blood. So awesome was the fearfully aspect thing that the memory mercifully departed from man, his thoughts were smothered under a cloud of forgetfulness. CRT 3:5 The earth vomited forth great gusts of foul breath from awful mouths opening up in the midst of the land. The evil breath bit at the throat before it drove men mad and killed them. Those who did not die in this manner were smothered under a cloud of red dust and ashes, or were swallowed by the yawning mouths of earth or crushed beneath crashing rocks. CRT 3:6 The first sky monster was joined by another, which swallowed the tail of the one going before, but the two could not be seen at once. The sky monsters ravened in this and raged above the earth, doing battle to possess it, but the many-bladed sword of God cut them in pieces, and their falling bodies enlarged the land and the sea. CRT 3:7 In this manner, the first earth was destroyed by calamity descending from out of the skies. The vaults of heaven had opened to bring forth monsters more fearsome than any that ever haunted the uneasy dreams of men. CRT 3:8 Men and their dwelling places were gone, only sky boulders and red earth remained where once they were, but amidst all the desolation, a few survived, for man is not easily destroyed. They crept out from caves and came down from the mountainsides. Their eyes were wild, and their limbs trembled, their bodies shook, and their tongues lacked control. Their faces were twisted, and the skin hung loose on their bones. They were as maddened wild beasts to an enclosure before flames, they knew no law, being deprived of all the wisdom they once had, and those who had guided them were gone. CRT 3:9 The earth, only true altar of God, had offered up a sacrifice of life and sorrow to atone for the sins of mankind. Man had not sinned indeed, but in the things he had failed to do. Man suffers not only for what he does, but for what he fails to do. He is not chastised for making mistakes, but for failing to recognize and rectify them. CRT 3:10 Then the great canopy of dust and cloud, which encompassed the earth, enshrouding it in heavy darkness, was pierced by ruddy light, and the canopy swept down in great cloudbursts and raging storm waters. Cool moon tears were shed for the distress of earth and the woes of men. CRT 3:11 When the light of the sun pierced the earth's shroud, bathing the land in its revitalizing glory, the earth again knew night and day, for there were now times of light and times of darkness. The smothering canopy rolled away, and the vaults of heaven became visible to man. The foul air was purified, and new air clothed the reborn earth, shielding her from the dark hostile void of heaven. CRT 3:12 The rainstorms ceased to beat upon the faces of the land, and the waters stilled their turmoil. Earthquakes no longer tore the earth open. Nor was it burned and buried by hot rocks. The land masses were re-established in stability and solidity, standing firm in the midst of the surrounding waters. The oceans fell back to their assigned places, and the land stood steady upon its foundations. The sun shone upon land and sea, and life was renewed upon the face of the earth. Rain fell gently once more, and clouds of fleece floated across day's keys. CRT 3:13 The waters were purified, the sediment sank and life increased in abundance. Life was renewed, but it was different. Man survived, but he was not the same. The sun was not as it had been, and a moon had been taken away. Man stood in the midst of renewal and regeneration. He looked up into the heavens above in fear for the awful powers of destruction lurking there. Henceforth, the placid skies would hold a terrifying secret. CRT 3:14 Man found the new earth firm and the heavens fixed. He rejoiced, but also feared, for he lived in dread that the heavens would again bring forth monsters and crash about him. CRT 3:15 When men came forth from their hiding places and refuges, the world their fathers had known was gone forever. The face of the land was changed, and earth was littered with rocks and stones, which had fallen when the structure of heaven collapsed. One generation groped in the desolation and gloom, and as the thick darkness was dispelled, its children believed they were witnessing a new creation. Time passed, memory dimmed, and the record of events was no longer clear. Generation followed generation, and as the ages unfolded, new tongues and new tales replaced the old. Chapter 4 Affliction of God CRT 4:1 This comes from the scroll of Karabal Pak Thurman, who wrote, "The forebears of all the nations of man were once one people, and they were the elect of God who delivered all the earth over to them, all the people, the beasts of the field, the creatures of the wasteland and the things that grow." CRT 4:2 They dwelt through long ages in lands of peace and plenty. CRT 4:3 There were some who struggled harder, were more disciplined, because their forefathers had crossed the great dark void, their desires were turned Godward, and they were called the children of God. CRT 4:4 Their country was undulating and forested. It was fertile, having many rivers and marshes. There were great mountains to the east and to the west, and in the north was a vast stony plain. CRT 4:5 Then came the day when all things brightness came still and apprehensive, for God caused a sign to appear in the heavens, so that men should know the earth would be afflicted, and the sign was a strange star. CRT 4:6 The star grew and waxed to a great brightness and was awesome to behold. It put forth horns and sang, being unlike any other ever seen. So men, seeing it, said among themselves, "Surely, this is God appearing in the heavens above us." The star was not God, though it was directed by his design, but the people had not the wisdom to understand. CRT 4:7 Then, God manifested himself in the heavens, his voice was as the roll of thunders and he was clothed with smoke and fire. He carried lightnings in his hand, and his breath, falling upon the earth, brought forth brimstone and embers. His eye was a black void and his mouth containing the wines of destruction. He encircled the whole of the heavens, bearing upon his back a black robe adorned with stars. CRT 4:8 Such was the likeness and manifestation of God in those days. Awesome was his countenance, terrible his voice of wrath, the sun and moon hid themselves in fear and there was a heavy darkness over the face of the earth. CRT 4:9 God passed through the spaces of the heavens above with a mighty roar and a loud trumpeting. Then came the grim dead silence and black red lit twilight of doom. Great fires and smoke rose up from the ground and men gasped for air. The land was rent asunder and swept clean by a mighty deluge of waters. A hole opened up in the middle of the land, the waters entered, and it sank beneath the seas. CRT 4:10 The mountains of the east and west were split apart and stood up in the midst of the waterland elevers, which raged about. The northland tilted and turned over on its side. CRT 4:11 Then again, the tumult and clamor ceased, and all was silent. In the quiet stillness, madness broke out among men, frenzy and shouting filled the air. They fell upon one another in senseless, wanton bloodshed, neither did they spare woman or child, for they knew not what they did. They ran unseeing, dashing themselves to destruction. They fled to caves, and were buried and, taking refuge in trees, they were hung. There was rape, murder, and violence of every kind. CRT 4:12 The deluge of waters swept back, and the land was purged clean. Rain beat down unceasingly, and there were great winds. The surging waters overwhelmed the land, and man, ox and his gardens and all his works ceased to exist. CRT 4:13 Some of the people were saved upon the mountainsides and upon the flotsam, but they were scattered far apart over the face of the earth. They fought for survival in the lands of uncouth people. Amid coldness, they survived in caves and sheltered places. CRT 4:14 The land of the little people and the land of giants, the land of the necklace ones and the land of marshes and mists, the lands of the east and west were all inundated. The mountain land and the lands of the south, where there is gold and great beasts, were not covered by the waters. CRT 4:15 Men were distracted and in despair. They rejected the unseen God behind all things for something, which they had seen and known by its manifestation. They were less than children in those days and could not know that God had afflicted the earth in understanding and not willfully, for the sake of man and the correction of his ways. CRT 4:16 The earth is not for the pleasure of man, but is a place of instruction for his soul. A man more readily feels the stirrings of his spirit in the face of disaster than in the lap of luxury. The tuition of the soul is a long and arduous course of instruction and training. CRT 4:17 God is good, and from good, evil cannot come. He is perfect, and perfection cannot produce imperfection. Only the limited understanding of man sees imperfection in that, which is perfect for its purpose. CRT 4:18 This grievous affliction of man was another of his great tests. He failed and in so doing followed the paths of unnatural gods of his making. Man makes gods by naming them, but wherein this is the benefit to him? CRT 4:19 Evil comes into the midst of mankind spawned by the fears and ignorance of men. An evil man becomes an evil spirit, and whatever evil there is on earth comes either from the evil of spirits or the evil of men. Chapter 5 In the beginning CRT 5:1 Now, the children of God were molded by the hand of God, which is called Ayin, and it manifested according to their desires. For all things that have life are molded by Ayin. The fox, shivering in the cold lands, longs for warmth and so its cubs have coats. The owl, clumsy in the dark, longs to see its prey more clearly, and in generations of longing, the desire is granted. Ayin makes everything what it is, for all things change under its law. CRT 5:2 Men, too, are molded by their desires, but unlike the beasts and birds, their yearnings are circumscribed by the laws of fate and destiny and the law of sowing and reaping. These, the desires, modified by the laws, are called Anidvatu. Unlike the beasts and birds, this, in man, is something relating to him rather than to his offspring, though they are not untouched by it. CRT 5:3 Destiny may be likened to a man who must travel to a distant city, whether or not he wishes to make the journey, the destination being his destiny. He may choose whether to go by way of a river or by way of a plain, whether across mountains or through forests, on foot or horseback, slow or fast, and whatever befalls because of this decision is fate. If a tree falls on him because he chose the forest path, it was fated, for luck is an element of fate. Destiny leaves no choice, fate gives limited choice which may be good or bad, but it cannot be averted. What is fated must be, for at no point can there be any turning back. CRT 5:4 The circumstances, Anidvatu, of the traveler conform to the law of sowing and reaping. He may travel in comfort or pain, happily or sorrowfully, with strength or weakness, heavily burdened or lightly burdened, well prepared or ill prepared. When the destination is set according to the degrees of a former life, then the circumstances of the journey should conform with the desire. For what use is it desiring a great destination when the law of sowing and reaping decrees that an intolerable burden must be carried on the way? Far better to have lesser aspirations. The decrees of fate are many, the decrees of destiny are few. CRT 5:5 When the earth was young and the race of man still as children, there were lay at the fertile, green pastures in the lands where all is now sand and barren wasteland. In the midst of it was a gardenland, which lay against the edge of the earth, eastward towards the sun rising, and it was called Miruah, meaning the place of the garden on the plain. It lay at the foot of a mountain, which was cleft at its rising, and out of it flowed the river of Tardana, which watered the plain. From the mountain, on the other side, ran the river Kal, which watered the plain through the land of Caldan. The river Nara flowed westward and then turned back to flow around the gardenland. CRT 5-6 It was a fertile place, for out of the ground grew every kind of tree that was good for food and every tree that was pleasant to the sight. Every herb that could be eaten and every herb that flowered was there. The tree of life, which was called Glazier, having leaves of gold and copper, then the sacred enclosure. There, too, was the great tree of wisdom bearing the fruits of knowledge, granting the choice and ability to know the true from the false. It is the same tree, which can be read as men read a book. There also was the tree of trespass, beneath which grew the lotus of rapture, and in the center was the place of power, where God made his presence known. CRT 5:7 Time passed, and the children of God were grown strong and upright under the tempering hammer of God, and earth, the anvil of God, became more kindly. All was pleasant and food plentiful, but life palls in such places, for it is against the nature of man to flourish in these circumstances. Earth is not for pleasurable dallying, it is a place of teaching, trial, and testing. CRT 5:8 The children of God were not yet the heirs of God, nor inheritors of godhood, but there was one among them who had almost completed the pilgrimage of Enidvadu. He had unraveled the tangled skeins of fate and traversed the tumultuous seas of life to the many ports of destiny, and having paid the debts of sowing and reaping, was one triumphant over Enidvadu. CRT 5:9 He was Fanver, son of Amma and Adam. He was wise and knew all things, he beheld mysteries and the secret things hidden from the eyes of other men. He saw sunrise and the sunsetting in their splendor, but longed for things not realizable in the place where he lived. So because he walked with God, he was culled out from his kind and brought to Miruah, the garden place. CRT 5:10 He came to it across the mountains and wastelands, arriving after many days' journeying. Weary and close to death because of the privations he suffered, he could just reach the refreshing waters, from which he drank deeply, and filled with exhaustion, he slept. In his sleep, he dreamed, and this was the manner of his dreaming. He saw before him a being of indescribable glory and majesty, who said, I am the God above all, even above the God of your people, I am that which fulfills the aspirations of men, and I am that in which they are fulfilled. You, having traversed all the circles of Enidvadu and established your worthiness, are now made my governor on earth, and you shall rule all things here, guiding them in my ways, leading them ever upwards into glory. This will be your labor and, behold, here is your reward. CRT 5:11 A cloud mist seemed to gather about the glorious being, enfolding him so he was no longer visible. Then, the mist gradually cleared, and the man saw another form emerging. It was that of a woman, but one such as Fanver had never seen before, beautiful beyond his conception of beauty, with such perfection of form and grace that he was dumbfounded. Yet, the vision was not substantial, she was a wraith, an ethereal being. CRT 5:12 The man awoke and sought food from the fruits about him and, having refreshed himself, wandered about the garden. Wherever he went he saw the wraith, but was unafraid because she smiled encouragingly, bringing comfort to his heart. He built himself a shelter and grew strong again, but always, wherever he went, the wraith was not far distant. CRT 5:13 One day, near the edge of the garden, he fell asleep in the heat of the day and awoke to find himself surrounded by the sons of Botaz, not true men but younglings, kinsfolk to the beasts of the forest. Before they could take his strength and wisdom, he loosed himself among them, slaying some in his rage and might before the rest ran away. When it was done, he set himself down beneath a great tree, for he was wounded and blood gushed out from his side and gathered thickly beside him. He became faint, falling into a deep sleep, and while he slept, a wondrous thing happened. The wraith came and lay beside him, taking blood from his wound upon herself so it congealed about her. Thus, the spirit being became clothed with flesh, born of congealing blood, and being sundered from his side, she rose a mortal woman. CRT 5:14 In his heart, Fanver was not at rest, because of her likeness, but she was gentle, ministering to him with solicitude and, being skillful in the ways of healing, she made him made whole. Therefore, when he had grown strong again, he made her queen of the gardenland, and she was so called even by our fathers, who named her Gula, but Fanver called her Aruah, meaning helpmate. In our tongue, she is called the Lady of Lanavid. CRT 5:15 Now, God enlightened Fanver concerning the woman, saying, this woman was drawn from her compatible abode in a realm of beauty through the yearning aspirations of men. Her coming accomplishes something, which would otherwise have taken countless generations, for earth is more fitting for men to learn manly things than for women to learn womanly ones. This woman is not as other women, being in no way like yourself, every hair of her head is unlike that of a man, every drop of blood and every particle of flesh is that of a woman and quite unlike that of a man. Her thoughts and desires are different, she is neither coarse nor uncouth, being altogether of another, more refined realm. Her daughters will walk proudly, endowed with every womanly perfection and grace. Delicacy, modesty, and charm will be the lovely jewels enhancing their womanliness. Henceforth, man will be truly man, and woman will be truly woman, men being girded with manliness and women clothed with womanliness. Yet, they shall walk together, hand in hand, towards the ascending glory before them, each the helpmate and inspiration of the other. So Fanver and Aruah lived in contentment amid bounty and fruitfulness, with freedom from afflictions and sickness. They delighted in each other and, because of their differences, were drawn closer together. CRT 5:16 Aruah brought but one thing with her when she crossed the misty frontier, the treasure of Lanavid, the jewel contained in the moon chalice, the stone of inspiration fashioned by the desires of men. Never owned by any but the daughters of Aruah, this, the Lenjile, Aruah gave to Fanver as her dowry and her pledge of purity and exclusiveness. She followed the ways of the cradle land, not the ways of earth. CRT 5:17 Within the gardenland was the sacred enclosure, the domain of Fanver and Aruah, forbidden to those of the children of God who had now come to this place. It contained the chalice of fulfillment, granting any who drank from it the realization of all things to which they aspired. None might drink from this, save Fanver and Aruah. Also, there was the cauldron of immortality, containing an essence distilled from the fruits growing in the garden, and this guarded against mortal ills. CRT 5:18 Aruah brought forth a son by Fanver, and he was called Radoki, and a daughter who was called Armina. Each knew the mysteries of magic and the ways of the stars. In the fullness of time, Radoki married among the daughters of the sons of God and had two sons, Inanari and Nentoka. It was Inanari who first taught the weaving of cloth from plants, and Nentoka was a mighty hunter. Armina also married among the sons of God and brought forth a son who was called Balenki and daughters called Ananua and Mamata. Ananua knew the making of pots and things of clay, and Mamata the taming of beasts and birds. CRT 5:19 Nentoka had two sons, Namtara and Canaan. Namtara had two sons also, Nentoka and Dadam, before dying in the fullness of manhood. Balenki married Enidva and had a son called Enkijua and a daughter called Estartha, meaning maid of the morning, and she became a great teacher among the children of God. This was the Estartha who became the first moon maiden, being later called Lady of the Morning Star. Enkijua had a daughter, and her name was Mava. CRT 5:20 Outside the sacred enclosure, known as Gizar, but forming a gateway into it was a circular structure of stones called Gilgal, and within this was a shrine, wherein was kept a sacred vessel called Gwindava. This was like a goblet and was made of rainbow-hued crystal set in gold with pearls. Above the cup appeared a shimmering moon-colored mist like a thin, cold flame. At certain times, when the heavens were in a proper position, the Gwyndiva was filled with mundu and potions from the cauldron within the sacred enclosure, making a pale honey-colored liquor, and this the people drank from the goblet. However, there were different proportions in the vessel for those of the blood of Fanvar and Arua and those who were children of God, but not of their blood. It was the potion from the Gwyndiva which kept sickness and disease away from those who drank it. CRT 5:21 Dodam the first father married Letha, and they had a son called Herthu. Dodam then married Mava who had a daughter, not by him, and this was Gwynva, the cuckoo child fathered by a Briminid of Gwardhan, son of Namtnagal, whom we call Lud the Dark Father. CRT 5:22 About the land of the children of God was the wasteland where Yaslings, called the children of Zumat, which means they who inherit death, dwelt. Amongst these, Namtnagal, the wily hunter, was the most wise and cunning. He alone was unafraid of the children of God, and he alone dared enter the gardenland. CRT 5:23 In the days when Estartha was teaching, Namtnagal often came to hear her words, and the children of God were not displeased, for teaching the wild men about them was a duty with which they had been charged. Namtnagal, therefore, participated in their rites but could not partake of the elixir from the Gwyndiva, because this was forbidden. While it gave health and strength to the children of God, safeguarding them from the sicknesses of the Yaslings, if given to others, it caused a wasting away. It was also altogether forbidden for any of the children of God to mate with the Yaslings, for this was deemed to be the most unforgivable of sins. CRT 5:24 Now, the wily one learned much from Estartha and, in the fullness of time, brought his own son to her and he became as her son, living in her house and forsaking the ways of his people. Estartha called him Ludringer, for it was her intention that he should be taught the ways of those who walked in light, that he might in time enlighten his own people. CRT 5:25 Lud grew up tall and handsome, he was quick to learn and became wise. He was also a man of the chase, strong and enduring, a hunter of renown. But there were times when the call of his people was strong, then, he would go out furtively into the night to indulge in their dark rituals. Thus, he became knowledgeable in the ways of the flesh and in the carnal indulgences of the body. CRT 5:26 Dodam became a servant of the sacred enclosure, where the misty veil between the realms could be penetrated, for all those having the blood of Arua had twin sight, an ability to see wraiths and Sith folk, Ansis and spirit beings, all the things of the other world, not clearly, but as through a veil. CRT 5:27 Beside the place called Gizar was a pleasant parkland with trees of every kind and a stream, also thickets of flowering bushes and all manner of plants growing lushly. It was the custom of Mava to wander there in the sunshine, and Lud also went there, so it came about that they met among the trees. Mava knew the man but had shunned him in the past. Now, she saw he was handsome, possessed of many attractions, so her foot was stayed, and she did not run away. CRT 5:28 As the days passed they dallied longer together, and Lud talked of things Mava had not heard before. She felt a stirring in her blood, but did not respond or heed his temptations, because of the things that were forbidden. So Lud went to the Moon Mother, wise woman of the Yaslings, and telling of his desires, beseeched her to help him. The Moon Mother gave him 2 apples containing a vile substance, which they had drawn through their stalks. This Lud gave to Mava who then became helpless in his hands. CRT 5:29 They met again after this, for Mava became enamored towards Lud, but it happened that she became ill with a strange sickness and was afraid. Then Dodam became ill, and Lud also, and Lud said to the woman, "You must obtain the pure essences from within the sacred enclosure, and Satina, the Moon Mother, will prepare an elixir which will cure us." This he said because none of his kind had ever been able to obtain the sacred substances, though they had always coveted what had been denied them. Now, because of her frailty, the woman was pliable in his hands, and Lloyd seized the opportunity. CRT 5:30 To achieve his ends, Lloyd gave Maeva a potion which had been prepared by the Moon Mother, and she administered this to Dodam and those with him, by guile and deceit, so that they fell asleep. While they slept, Maeva stole from the sacred substances and took them to Lloyd, who gave them to the Moon Mother, and she made a brew. CRT 5:31 Part of this was given to Maeva, and the rest was drunk by the Younglings, from their awful Ankeetal during their night rites. When the morning came, they were all smitten with grievous pains, and before the sun set that day, all the Younglings were stricken with a sickness, such as they had not known before. CRT 5:32 Maeva took what had been given to her and, finding Dodam, laid low in his bed, gave him a draught from her vessel, though she had to use womanly wiles to get him to drink it. She drank the remainder, and they both slept. But when they awoke in the morning, both were suffering pains, and this was something they had not known before. Dodam said to the woman, "What have you done? For what has happened to us cannot be unless the things which are forbidden have been done." The woman replied, "Lord, I was tempted, and I fell. I have done that which is forbidden and unforgivable." CRT 5:33 Dodam said, "I am bound by duty to do certain things, but first let us go into the Gizar to the place called Bethkel Chris, where I will seek enlightenment." So they went there together and stood before the shrine beneath the tree of wisdom. There, they were filled with an inflowing vision, seeing themselves as they were and as they should have been, and they were ashamed. He, because he had not followed the proper path of a man, and she, because of her falsity. There, in the reflecting mist, the contamination of the woman was revealed, and the man's heart shriveled within him like a flower licked by flame. CRT 5:34 Then, they saw a great spirit being materializing in the reflecting mist, and he said to them, "Woe to you and your house, for the greatest of evils has befallen the race of the children of God, and it is defiled. The heritage of Kadam Hapa is lost. The fetid flow defiling Thuoman results from the incompatible intermingling, but it is not all, for sicknesses and diseases are also generating from the ferments of the impure implantation." CRT 5:35 Dodam said, "The fault is with the woman, wherefore should I suffer?" The spirit being replied, "Because you two are now as one, the cankerworms of disease and sickness strike both equally, but you shall not again defile this place." Henceforth, the misty veil becomes an impenetrable barrier severing our two realms from each other, so they can no longer be easily spanned. Between us, there will now be no means of communication. Henceforth, man and woman, fated to unite in love divine, shall be divided and set apart, though ever yearning reunion. They may cleave one to the other, seeking the unity, which will rekindle the flame, but unless their efforts transcend the limitations of earthly things, they will be in vain. The spirit of man is now severed from the whole and cast again into unconsciousness, and it too shall long for reunion with the whole. The spark shall seek to return to the fire, for otherwise, it becomes nothing. The web of fate is rewoven and the paths of destiny remade, the design of life is redrawn, again, the progression begins in ignorance, birth and death, pain and pleasure, joy and sorrow, success and failure, love and hate, peace and war, all the light and shade, the many hues making the splendidly intricate pattern of life on earth. This is a new beginning, but a beginning not in purity and unencumbered, but one already weighted with debts and burdens. CRT 5:36 The spirit being continued, enough wickedness has been wrought by your willfulness and disobedience, for the decrees forbidding certain things were for your own benefit. Immortality was nearly within your reach, but had you achieved this, you would have brought an even more grievous evil upon yourselves and your inheritors, for freed from servitude to change, you and they would have been unable to progress. CRT 537 The children of God were driven out of the gardenland by spirit beings, and then guardians were set at its gates so none could re-enter. Then, it was withdrawn beyond the misty veil, the waters ceased to flow, and the fertility departed, only a wilderness remained. The children of God went to dwell in the land of Ammon-Igal, which is beyond the mountains of Mashur by the sea of Dale Muna. CRT 538 From this time onward, man fashioned his own spirit-likeness. Some, who were loathsome in aspect even unto themselves, went apart and were mercifully veiled in dark depths, and they said among themselves, Let us dwell here in the darkness and prepare a place for others like ourselves, so that when they follow, they abide here and join us. Thus, were the dark regions formed and inhabited by demons who are not but the hideously fashioned spirits of evil men. CRT 539 These things have been written into the record. In Siboit, they used to say this was the manner of man's making, God sent his creating craftsman spirit down to earth, and the reflection of the one was drawn into a spiritless body, and this became the heart of man. CRT 5:40 These are the words written by Thonis of Myra in Laodicea in his day. CRT 5:41 You ask me what is man, and I answer, he is life becoming aware of itself. He is the intangible knowing the tangible, so for this spirit in matter, fire in water. When this first happened, none remembers, and only the old folktales remain. There was the beginning and then the garden, and it was in this garden man found himself. Before this he was not free, being one with everything about him. As he could not disobey, good and evil could not be, they were non-existent. CRT 5:42 Man became free through awareness of himself, and with this knowledge, denied any kinship with the beast. As he was no longer in harmonious relationship with things of the earth, he became discontented, dissatisfied and restless. He wanted to belong, but felt his place of belonging was not there. He had been reborn as a man god, and therefore, it is truly said that man was born of earth and spirit, under a tree, the symbol of life, and in a garden. T 5:43 There the eyes of the man and woman were opened and, being above the beasts, they knew they were different and set apart from all else that breathed. They separated themselves, being now ashamed of their state and strangers to each other. The carnal satisfaction of lesser creatures now no longer sufficed, they had lost contact with the source of love, but, though knowing something was lacking, knew not what. They had fallen into carnal knowledge which only man can know, for only he feels the reproach of divinity. They were removed from the garden of content by an inhalation of the divine substance and could not return because of the barrier between man and non-man. CRT 5:44 Kamelik has written, The entwined were cut apart and since that day have never known content. They wander restlessly, ever seeking to unite again and together find the jewel, which is lost to earth forever. CRT 5:45 Lupasus has written, This first woman, who came from the void, is the eternally glorified goddess, the inspirer of hearts, the ideal of womanhood honored by all men, the priestess at the shrines of delicacy and tenderness. She was the ideal woman who, because of man's nature, is always tempted by his twin shade, the beast in his form. If the beast triumphs and she falls, the ideal becomes enshrouded in winding cloths of disillusionment, and something is lost to the heart of a man. CRT 5:46 These words are also there, they did not partake of wisdom, and fruit from the tree of knowledge is bitter. Men are denied their true birthright. The fall of man was a fall from loving contact with God into material carnality. The soul that had shared the consciousness of God fell and fell to unconsciousness by becoming ensnared in matter. The fall severed man from the source of his spiritual sustenance. Thereafter, his efforts were to struggle back. In his blind groping for God, after the fall, he discovered demons and found it easier to worship them than to continue the search. CRT 5:47 God is always waiting, man has only to look up, but it is easier to go down the hill than to climb it. It is easier for man's spiritual beliefs to degenerate than to evolve. Who among men knows the truth and can write with certain knowledge? Would not this certainty be against the law? No man was there at the beginning to see and write, but of one thing alone we can be sure, the creating God knows how and why, and could the acts of one so great be without purpose? Chapter 6 Dodam and Luid CRT 6:1 Mava fled for her life, being many kinfolk went with her. But Dodam was unable to follow, being laid low with the sickness. This loosened his tongue so it became uncontrollable, making him babble like a child, and the sickness covered his body with red sores, from which came an issue. Luid also departed for a place far out in the wilderness. CRT 6:2 Those with Dodam, who looked back towards the place of the garden, saw bright tongues of light licking the sky above it, the whole being interwoven with flickering flames in many hues. Those who sought to return were repulsed with a tingling ache over their bodies, which increased into severe pain as they approached, so, they were driven away. CRT 6:3 When Dodam recovered so he could stand, only a few remained with him, and they all moved further into the wilderness to a place where there was water and pasture. There, Dodam with him came Yu, his son, and the boy's mother, with Habaris the learned, and set out to find Luid. CRT 6:4 After many days, Dodam and those with him came upon Luid and his younglings, who were full of sickness, and slew many, but Luid was not slain, though mortally wounded, and he lay against a great rock. When Dodam came near, Luid raised an arm heavily and said, "Hail to the victor and benefactor, who has come to terminate our wretchedness." While Dodam stood sternly contemplating him, Luid said, "To kill me now is your prerogative, for even we lesser beings, who are far removed from Godman, have the law of husbandly pride. What I did has been done before and will be done again, but I erred by crossing an unknown barrier which could not be discerned, for we, within ourselves, are no more contagious to each other than are your people. If I then must die, for my part in spawning the cankerworms of disease which have stricken both our peoples." CRT 6:5 Back in the dreaming time, when the great gods strove among themselves for dominion of the sky spaces, and the wide expanse of earth was rent apart by unearthly wildfire, Bemitha was cut apart by the bright arrows of Shemas. Then, this land was given to my people as their dominion, while yours was in another unearthly place far distant. Our domain was a pleasant place, and though you teach that because of this, we remained as we are, yet we were content. We know of no great design, nor of any barely attainable objectives, to which men must aspire. Such striving, as you know, is to us no more than purposeless vexation. CRT 6:6 I have my God, and you have yours, and as they strove one against the other beforetimes, so will it always be, but now, there is a new battleground with new battle chiefs. I will go to my appointed place, and you will go to yours, and from thence, as leaders of the fray, we shall wage a never-ceasing war. Such is fated and must be, but who will win the fair prize of earth for their king? We shall not strive with clubs and lances, the hurling stone and flying dart, but with more subtle weaponry. This thing is not our choice, we are but playthings of fate. That you and I should head the fray is not because of our qualities, but because we were where we were, when we were. Now we are but two precarious points of life in a hostile wilderness, but what might we be in 100 generations? CRT 6:7 Dodam said, "These things I know too, for my eyes have always been opened. I too have looked out into an endless plain without any horizon, but I shall lead those who have grown strong through seeking and striving, while those in your ranks will be weakened through indulgence in the fleshpots and pleasure places of earth. We are the disinherited, but not Thetis owned, we have the seeds of victory within us. You and yours were never more than you are, sons of the easy path, followers of the downhill road. CRT 6:8 Then, when these things had been spoken, Luid died, and Dodom and those with him burnt his body. Dodom and those with him wandered the wasteland for many days, then turned southward towards the mountain. Then it happened that one day, Dodom was seated apart, in solitude among rocks, with chin on chest, and a hunter of the Eubalites came upon him from behind. The hunter slung a smooth stone as the man turned, and it struck out his eye. Then, the Eubalite slew him by smashing in his head with a stone. CRT 6:9 This hunter was the son of Anketer, son of Ananari, king of the Eubalites, by Ercala, daughter of the Chisites. This is known because those who were with Dodom came out of the barren places and learned the ways of builders, becoming great among the Eubalites and raising cities along the rivers. Among them was Enkilgal who built Kiridar, which stands between the two great rivers, and Netar and Baalat Sheramam, who taught men the ways of writing, setting the letters upon a pillar in Harak. Chapter 7 Hurthu, son of the first father. CRT 7:1 The Book of Beginnings tells us all things began with Var-Kelpha, therein called An-Kelipha, from whom flows Gwynan, the energizer which stabilizes all things so they maintain their proper form, and An, which responds to the molding desires. This is well enough, but men concern themselves more with the beginnings of their race, and ours is rooted in Hurthu the sun-faced, son of the first father. CRT 7:2 While Hurthu was still young, he was expelled from the lush lands where he was born, and he journeyed across the harsh lands in the company and keeping of wise Habaris. After many days, they came to Crocassus, cradle land of our race, land of mountains and rivers, which is beside Ardus, and they encamped there in a valley. With them were retainers and flocks. CRT 7:3 Hurthu grew to manhood there, and always Habaris was at his side, instructing him in all the things he should know. He taught Hurthu the 9 essential disciplines of Imane and the secrets of the 3 sacred vessels. Hurthu learned that there was a place of gloom, where the air was foul, and malodorous breezes carried pestilence and pools became poisonous particles. This was the source of all maladies and ailments and of the things which cause putrefaction and decay. This place had been closed off from earth, for it existed in another realm beyond the ken of mortals, but it had been brought into attunement with earth when a forbidden act was accomplished. Thus, the bodies of mortals became susceptible to influences from the baleful place. CRT 7:4 To this and similar parts of the other world, the wicked would be drawn when they passed through the grim gates of death. But Habaris taught a different conception of wickedness, one where lack of effort, indolence, and indifference to duty and obligations, the taking of the easy path, were just as wrong as actual deeds of wickedness. He taught that men reach the true goal of life by transmuting lust-love into true love. That true victory is gained only over the defeated bodies of their vanquished baser selves. CRT 7:5 These and many other things were taught by Habaris, but many of his teachings displeased the people of Crocassus who were then as they were before Hurthu's forefather was led away. So Habaris concealed many things from them and taught, by simple tales, things within their understanding. He taught them the mysteries concerning the wheel of the year and divided the year into a summer half and a winter half, with a great year circle of 52 years, 104 of which was the circle of the destroyer. He gave them the laws of weal and woe and established the folk feasts of harvest tide and seeding tide. He taught them the ritual of Ulyssigui. CRT 7:6 But Habaris instructed Hurthu in the ways of the other world. He taught him concerning the 3 rays from the central invisible sun, which manifest all things, upholding them in stability of form. Also concerning the Oversoul, which filled everything in creation, as the soul self filled the mortal body. This soul self, he declared, would develop from mortal sensitivity and feeling transmuted into divine sensitivity and feeling, through suppression of the baser instincts within mortals. It was strengthened by development of feelings of love between man and woman and between these and their kindred by the appreciation of beauty and devotion to duty, by the development of all qualities that pertain to humans and not to animals. CRT 7:7 Herthu learned that the soul self is quickened by soul substances outflowing from the Godhead. That the strong soul is transformed and molded to the soul's desire, but the weak soul is not its own master. It is flabby, unstable, and is pulled into a state of distortion by its own vices. In the afterlife, there is unbounded joy for the entry of a noble soul. It will glow with splendor and stand out proudly. The mean soul of the wicked is dull-hued, twisted and drab, and, being drawn towards its own compatible state, it shrinks into the dark places. CRT 7:8 When Herthu had barely crossed the threshold of manhood, black-bearded spearmen began to ravish the borders of Caucasus, and Idlevar, king of that country, called his fighting men together, and when word came to Herthu, he prepared to depart. But Habariz bid him stay a while, for he was unprepared for battle. Then, Habariz prepared a strange fire with stones, unlike any fire seen before, and when it burnt low he plucked out that which is called child of the green flame and he beat it out so it became a blade. This he fitted to a horned hand grip and, when it was edged and blooded, gave it to Herthu, saying, "Behold, Dislana the bitter biter, faithful servant of he who strikes hard and true." Then, he made a shield of wicker covered with ox hide and a cap of hide which came down over the face and neck. So equipped, Herthu went to the encampment of Idlevar, taking 8 fighting men with him. CRT 7:9 In those days, men fought with hand-thrown spears and clubs, with flung stones and sticks sharpened by fire and weighted, but they did not close in the battle clash. So when Idlevar saw the battle blade of Herthu, he wondered and it passed his understanding, but when he saw Herthu close on the battle line and the foemen fall before him, he was amazed. CRT 7:10 No man about the king could understand the making of such weapons, offspring of fire and stone, but Habariz made others, and Herthu became the king's right-hand man and the first hero of the noble race. The king offered Herthu his daughter's hand in marriage, but Herthu declined, saying, "The days of my manhood are not yet fulfilled." CRT 7:11 When the war-filled days had passed, Herthu withdrew to the place where Habariz made the bright battle blade, and already he had taught the mysteries of their making to others, sealing their mouths with magic. But Herthu was less concerned with the weaponry of war than with the mysteries of life and the battles of the spirit beset by mortality. So, while his workmen drew bright blades from the thunderstones, Habariz taught Herthu and his battle brothers, and these were the things they learned from his mouth. CRT 7:12 Beyond God, there is an absolute, which no man should try to understand, for it exists and has always existed in a state beyond man's finite comprehension. It is from this absolute that God, the ultimate in all perfections, was engendered. CRT 7:13 To create, God first visualized in thought, then he produced an outflowing wave of power, which, in a manner of speaking, solidified what might be called building stones. The outflowing power also produced the celestial hymn, which brought the building stones together in harmonious forms. So it is truly said that all creation is the harp of God, and it responds to his song and manipulations. It is an everlasting unfoldment. The voice of God can also be heard in the voice of his beautiful daughter who endows all growing things with life and beauty. CRT 7:14 There is a divine purpose in creation, which may be known only to the few. This knowledge is the key to all unanswered questions. Acquiring it is like the drawing back of heavy curtains, which have kept a room in gloomy half-light, so all things suddenly become clear and distinct. He who gains this knowledge knows the grand secret, the answer to the riddle of the ages, and knows beyond a shadow of a doubt this divine purpose, and the divine secret concerning it, is called Gwenkelva. CRT 7:15. Apart from Gwenkelva, God gains nothing from his creation, except that as a being possessing infinite love and goodness, he must have something to receive the gift of love and respond to it. Even among mortal beings, who is there that could find satisfactory fulfillment in self-love? Also, he needed something wherewith he could contrast himself, some medium wherein he could perform, and this is creation. CRT 7:16. Creation is also, for mortals, the school of life, the training ground for godhood. There are 3 circles of reality, 3 realms, 3 stages of existence. They are, heaven, where perfection visualized on earth may be realized and desires and ideals materialized, where hearts driven for aspirations are attained. It is the place where all the properly developed spiritual potential latent in man reaches maturity and fulfillment. Earth, the place of training, development, and preparation, the testing ground, the battlefield where men discover their true natures when confronted by life's challenges, contests and contentions, where competition and controversy are the rule. It is here that aims and objectives are conceived out for realization later in the proper place. It is a starting point, the beginning of the journey. It is here that the proper road must be wisely chosen. Then, there is the realm of the misty horizon, the intermediate place, the place of spirits, where those above can commune with those below and where free spirits wander within their limitations. CRT 7:17. These things, which Habari's taught in those far-off days, have been rewritten in transmission to accord with our understanding, but it is unwise to voice them in these troublesome days, when words become snare-stow and trap the unwary. CRT 7:18. Now, Idlevar desired to learn the secret of the bright blade engendering thunderstones, but no man who came with Habari's or labored for him would disclose any part of it, and the king was afraid to put them to the test. So, having thought the matter, the king sent for his daughters and told them what he expected them to do, for he had devised a plan to learn the secret. Then, he sent an invitation to Herthu and Habari's. When they arrived at the king's encampment, they found a great gathering in their honor, and the king's daughters favorably inclined towards them, one smiling upon Herthu and the other upon Habari's, who was at the age of hoary-headedness. Though at first, Habari's was indifferent and wearied her, the king's daughter pandered to him, encouraging even his follies, setting out to charm him with her wit and beauty. CRT 7:19. It was no great length of time before her womanly wiles ensnared the heart of Habari's, and though he was almost ripe for the surrender of secrets, the damsel's efforts had taxed her, and the game became tiresome, so there came an evening when she could not endure his company. In the midst of the merry-making, when the ale-bowls had made many rounds and the sound of song and story was at its height, she slipped away with a young bat-lemon, who attended upon her father. Many who sat among the benches saw this and whispered to one another, nodding knowingly in the direction of Habari's, who was not unaware, though he appeared to have drunk to his capacity. CRT 7:20. Habari's had learned to love the young woman, so he was sorely heart-smitten, but within himself, he knew the tree of winter love bears only winter's fruits. Yet he made excuses to himself for her, thinking perhaps it was just some girlishness with no more weight than a floating feather, nothing of serious import, for it was true the merry-making was better suited to the natures of men than the natures of women. Maybe, he thought, it is just an innocent indiscretion. CRT 7:21. So when the day came to its fullness and those who had made merry went heavily about their tasks, Habari's approached the king and asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. He said, "Your daughter Clara has delighted me with her winsome ways, she has charmed me with her gaiety and beauty, she has displayed much pleasure in my company, surely I have not misread the signs." The king was not overpleased, for though he greatly desired to know the secret of the bright blade, he had not intended giving his daughter's hand to Habariz, but neither did he wish to offend him. Therefore, he was wary in his reply, saying, "It is the custom for any suitor for a high-born woman's hand to be himself high-born and worthily battle-blooded. Yet, such is my affection for you that I would not let even the custom become a bar to this marriage, and you may be a battle-blooded man among your own people. But let us not enter lightly into this thing, for the girl is still young and it would be well if you established yourself favorably with her. She will be a worthy wife indeed, for she is one who is ever ready to learn, one with an inquiring mind. Nothing gives her greater pleasure than the acquisition of knowledge." So the matter was left. CRT 7:22 Now, some days later Idelvar and his retinue, accompanied by Herthu and Habariz, went to the gathering place for folk feasts, some 5 days' journey away. People were accustomed to meeting here every 13 moons to celebrate the season of fruitfulness, many coming a great distance. Beside the gathering place was the compound of a far-famed seer and warlock called Gwydon, who, in the fullness of the moon on the third night, would prophesy events for the forthcoming year. CRT 7:23 Idelvar and those with him presented their gifts and took their places before the compound. Presently, Gwydon came out cloaked in the skins of wild dogs, with a horned crown and skull-headed staff. He seated himself before a small fire, into which he threw prescriptions, making a cloud of smoke, which completely enveloped him. When this had drifted away, he seemed to be asleep, but after a while, he lifted his head, then raising himself up, he started to prophesy. CRT 7:24 He talked a while of small matters, then told of dangers to the people through enemies who would bear down from the Northlands. He prophesied a great bloodletting, telling people they would be saved by a great war leader, a king knowing the secret of the bright blade, himself a war wielder of one. He exhorted the people to bestir themselves and prepare, wasting no time in finding their leader. CRT 7:25 No man among the people knew the mysteries of the bright blade except Habariz, but he was not a man of battle and Herthu was not high-born among them. So, though they talked long, they talked in tangles, failing to resolve the issue. It was then decided each should go his own way, but they should meet at the same place again at the next full moon, when Gwydon would be able to help with their decision. CRT 7:26 When Idelvar returned to his encampment, he was no longer hesitant about the marriage of his daughter, ordering that it should take place forthwith. But he stipulated that Habariz must initiate him and his sons into the mysteries of the bright blade immediately. This being agreed, arrangements for the marriage were put in hand. CRT 7:27 Habariz and Clara were married, and Idelvar and his sons partially initiated into the mysteries of the bright blade, for the king was told it would take some time for the initiation to be completed. So when they next went to the meeting place, Idelvar was proclaimed the war leader, with his sons to follow according to their ages, should he fall in battle. But Habariz had spoken to Gwydon in secret, and matters were so arranged that should the sons of Idelvar fall, then Herthu would become the battle chief. CRT 7:28 The king and those with him returned to their home compound where they were to prepare Bat-Lemon, but Herthu was to go back to the gathering place and there train fighting men in the battle tactics which brought them clashing into the foe. CRT 7:29 Now, on their wedding night, when they had retired to their bower, Clara burst into tears and fell weeping with her head on the knees of Habariz, confessing she was not a virgin and had deceived him, begging his forgiveness. Habariz raised her up and said, "Even the wisest of men becomes a fool when his heart blinds him to reason. The older the fool, the bigger the fool." He did not question her regarding love, for he knew she could not love and deceive him. She had given her heart, and with it, her virginity to another. Yet, he made an excuse for her to himself, thinking that she had not willfully deceived him but had acted out of duty to her father. Also, truly loving someone and wishing to demonstrate that love, she necessarily had to sacrifice the happiness and content, the self-respect of her husband to be, the choice had been hers to make. It is ever so. Habariz asked if her father had known how things were, and she said, he suspected, for am I not his daughter? Thus, Habariz found himself tied to an unloving wife, for he chose to disregard the custom of the people. He wondered, was she also to be an undutiful and unfaithful one? CRT 7:30 A woman reserves herself for her husband, or she does not, according to her marriage criterion. A woman reserved for marriage is one unlikely to be unfaithful. A woman easily come by before marriage is no less attainable afterwards, for if she says love is the criterion, then she measures by something unstandardized, which may figuratively vary from 1 inch to a mile. A man declaring his love may have seduction in mind or a lifetime of protective devotion. The marriage proposal determines the difference and establishes the intent. CRT 7:31 After the marriage, the king showed little concern for Habariz, for he kept Clara's young Batleman in his retinue when he should have dispatched him elsewhere. Nor did Clara maintain the restraint and decorum, which dignifies wifehood, except in their outward manifestations, which is no more than a deceptive crust disguising the polluted love beneath. Thus, Habariz bore the shame of belittlement in the eyes of men, for Clara was furtively unfaithful. CRT 7:32 Habariz visited Herthu and, on his return, told the king that he and his sons would now receive their final initiation. CRT 7:33 So, having made preparation, they set off, accompanied by Clara, to the place of the thunderstones, this being a deeply cleft mountain wherein there was a large cavern, from which flowed a river. Entering the cave, Habariz told those with him to bide where they were, for only Idelvar, his sons, and Clara were to accompany him into the place of initiation. A small cave entered through a long narrow passage closed off by a heavy door and lit by a fire already prepared, a fire which burnt tardily with a blue flame. CRT 7:34 When a length of time had passed, those who waited without grew uneasy, but it was long before they approached the door, and when they did, their throats were seized, so they were affrighted and fled, and one among them died. Then, those who knew the mysteries of the thunderstones came and cleared the way, and all within the cave were found dead. Habariz did what had to be done, for though it is well for men to conform to the laws of men, there is a superlaw, by which men who are men should live, and which sometimes decrees that they must die. CRT 7:35 Herthu married the daughter of Idelvar, and they had a son who died in his 7th year. Idelvar's daughter died in childbirth. The invaders came and were defeated with a great slaughtering, and Herthu became the first king over all the people of Caucasus. Chapter 8 Gwainva CRT 8:1 Mava, one-time wife of Dadam, found refuge among people of Artis, where she gave birth to Gwainva the cuckoo child, but as the child grew, it was seen that she had red hair. Though all knew there were fair-haired and dark-haired people, none had ever seen anyone with red hair. Also, strange maladies had manifested in Artis, for which the strangers were blamed. Therefore, because of these things, Mava and her child were driven out. CRT 8:2 They came to a pool near the border of Caucasus and built a habitation of reeds, living there for many years. However, Mava was killed by a wild beast, and Gwainva was left alone, but she learned much from familiars who came to her, and so she became a sorceress. CRT 8:3 Time went by and the half-folk called Yoslings began to gather around her habitation about her and they thought she was a goddess and worshipped her. As her fame spread, word came to Herthu concerning the strange woman, so he sent men to find out about her and report. Gwainva knew about Herthu, but he did not know who she was or that any child of Maeva lived. When Herthu heard the report, he was intrigued and sent men to escort her to him, and she came at his request. They brought her into his presence wearing a cloak of feathers and a garment of doeskin, her hair unbraided like that of other women, falling outside the cloak almost to her knees. He was amazed at the cascade of red hair, and his heart was stirred by her beauty. CRT 8:4 Herthu gave Gwainva a bower and attendance, but she preferred to be attended by younglings, whom the people about Herthu despised. They gossiped about the strange woman, for it was seen that youngling men freely entered her, yet, her bearing was modest and maidenly, the younglings showing her every form of respect. CRT 8:5 It was the season of fruitfulness, and when Herthu went to the gathering place, he took Gwainva with him, but the younglings could not be taken there. So they remained behind, but the people removed them. When they arrived at the gathering place and Gwydion saw Gwainva, he was startled, for he had seen such a woman in the darkened waters, but he welcomed her and was surprised at her wisdom and skill at sorcery. When the time came for Gwydion to prophesy and all who came to hear him were gathered about, they became apprehensive, for his coming forth was delayed, and the moon began to disappear, eaten away by the blackness of the night. Then, when they started to jostle and flee, there was a great shout, and Gwydion appeared. As he did, a great fire sprang up on either side of him. The people remained, for each was rooted to the place where he stood. CRT 8:6 Gwydion spoke at length, telling them that the Nitsky sign heralded a new era. That as the moon grew again in brightness, so should their race wax strong and virile, spreading wide across the face of the earth, driving lesser races before them. That a son of Herthu would lead their sons out of Caucasus, and his sons and their sons would continue westwardly towards Hesperus, meaning land of spirits. That there they would meet their final destiny. He told them that there would be a great bloodletting, when brother would fight with brother and father with son, but that this would be the planting of the center pole, around which the framework for the structure of their race would be woven. He said, I shall go before the vanguard in spirit. CRT 8:7 Later, Herthu asked Gwydion to cast the omen sticks and read the ashes, as he wished to know things concerning Gwainva. This Gwydion did, telling him that she was his fate mate, one destined to be his wife, that she was indeed a true maiden, and he would not be foreridden. He said, she acts as she does through innocence and not through brashness. But what Gwydion told Herthu was no more than a grain in the grain sack among all that, which he knew and saw. CRT 8:8 When Herthu returned to his homesite, he paid court to Gwainva and asked her to marry him, and this she consented to do after 1 year. The people, hearing what was intended, were displeased and murmured against the marriage, saying it was unseemly for their king to marry a sorceress and one strange in so many ways. Also, there was a custom forbidding the intermingling of blood, but there was no doubt as to what she was, some thinking she was one who could be acceptable. CRT 8:9 Gwainva was not the bloodkin of Herthu, so as the marriage would not be incestuous, Gwainva decided she would say nothing of their relationship, for she was in love with him, and love is ever ready to make excuses. Yet, despite her knowledge and wisdom, her heart was full of fears because of her background, but she displayed none of her anxieties. She did not feel at ease among the people, but never asked that the younglings be allowed back. She tried to become acceptable by ministering to the sick with simples and remedies, but the more she cured and healed, the more people feared her, and fearing they shunned her, except they were in dire need of her help. CRT 8:10 However, Herthu remained firm in his resolve to marry, though many advised that if he simply took Gwainva as a concubine or as something less than a wife, it would be more acceptable. They said, none would object if she were treated as a woman with no standing, mate, but do not marry, for marriage would grant her undue status, and is marriage so necessary? Does a wise man buy the pie, whereof he can freely eat at any time? CRT 8:11 Such sayings enraged Herthu, for he knew Gwainva to be a woman reserved for marriage, and this he tried to tell the people, but they laughed, saying, "She has bewitched you, put her to the test." But he replied, "This is unworthy, for it displays doubt and distrust. A virgin is a virgin, whether named so by horn or wand, and remains so whatever the conjectures of carnal-minded men who are more familiar with women of lesser repute." Yet, whether the marriage bar applied was still a thing of doubt in the minds of many, for none knew the lineage of Gwainva, nor did she enlighten anyone, though it was customary to recite this at the betrothal. But Herthu and Gwainva remained unbetrothed, though the forthcoming marriage was made known. CRT 8:12 Now, the nephews and kin of Idelvar nurtured seeds of discord among the people, and because it was a time of peace, when the skills of a warkif were not needed, many heeded their words. So it developed that there were those for Herthu and those against him. Then, Herthu said to the people, "Let this not be something to cut people apart, but something, which can be decided at the next folk feast." CRT 8:13 The seed sowing time had passed, but it was not yet harvest tide, and the young men held spear-throwing contests and tested each other in many manly skills. At such times, seated on a platform against the palisade, Herthu gave judgment and awarded merits. Inside the palisade was a walkway and places, from which great stones could be hurled, and from one such place came a murderous weapon which cut down through Herthu's head to pierce the shoulder of his shield arm, striking him to the ground. Immediately, there was a great tumult and confusion, fighting broke out and men died, but Herthu was carried to safety in the bower of Gwainva. There he was protected by his retainers, but within the palisade, all was taken over by those hostile to Herthu. CRT 8:14 Before the cowardly blow, those for Herthu had been more numerous and powerful, but after he was so sorely wounded, they were less, and of these, many were inclined to waver, for such is the nature of man. But to contrast with the frail reeds who wavered, those who remained loyal were resolute, for this too is the nature of man. CR 8:15 Now, when Gwainva and the wise men attended to Herthu, they saw that while the shield arm had been injured it was not unfeeling, for it grasped the hand of Gwainva, but this the sword arm could not do, though it was uninjured. Therefore, they knew the slaughter-bent weapon had been charmed, and no woman could remove such enchantment, nor could the wise men, for they were unblooded. In the days that followed, the enchantment caused demons to enter through the wound and take up their abode. So Herthu was tormented, and his body racked before subsiding into the quietness, which precedes death. The demons had abused Gwainva, called her foul names and cried out in loud voices against people, so that they should abandon their king. CRT 8:16 The place where Herthu lay was near the lakeside, and in the lake was an island called Inscrease, meaning Isle of the Dead, where those about to die were taken, as well as the dead, before being consigned to the waters. For the people believed that those given into the lake went straight into awareness in the other world, while anyone buried on land was only half aware upon arrival and remained half awake and half asleep for many years. So, those loyal to Herthu carried him down to the boats and accompanied him and Gwainva to the isle, and they were not molested, for none interfered with those mourning the dead. On the isle were priests and 9 holy maidens, who attended to the rites while other women ministered to the newly dead, but Herthu was not dead, though halfway across the threshold. CRT 8:17 When Herthu arrived, he was placed in the hospice house, where Gwainva attended to him. Gwydon opened Herthu's skull where it had been cleft and let out the demon which had taken up habitation there, and he brewed powerful potions which removed the enchantment. When, after many days, he departed, Herthu was no longer at the door of death, though weak and in many ways like a baby. CRT 8:18 While Herthu lay so sorely stricken, the kinsfolk of Idelvar were disputing among themselves, and this led to fighting and battles. But none came near the isle to harm Herthu, because it was a sacred place and gave him sanctuary. When it came to the time of the folk feast, there was a great battle at the gathering place Isle of Ace, and Gwydion was slain. There came a day when Herthu, though still not whole, could move about, and then, he and Gwynfa departed with those who remained with them. They were married before leaving their Isle of Sanctuary. CRT 8:19 They fled to a place afar off where, as the years went by, Herthu became whole again and Gwynfa gave birth to sons and daughters. It was a good place, fertile and well watered, and so they prospered. But there came a time of drought, when the waters dried up and their flocks died. So Herthu sent men to Crocassus, and these came back saying that there, too the land was stricken and the people distressed. He also sent others to the west, and they returned, saying that there, the land was not stricken, but the people would not accept them except with spears. CRT 8:. Herthu then sent men back to Crocassus to tell the people there of the plenty, which lay to the west, and they came back with a warband led by Ithelus, and many people followed. Herthu could no longer bear weapons, and his sons were as yet young and unblooded. Therefore, he gave his 2 sons, who were of sufficient age, into the keeping of Ithelus, so they might learn the art of war, and they followed him loyally, becoming men of valor in the conflict, which ensued. Many people left Crocassus and settled in the land lying to the west, and Herthu and Gwynfa also settled there. CRT 8:21 Time passed, and Herthu became renowned for his wisdom, and Ithelus king of Arania honored him with lands and servants. Herthu's 2 sons, who had followed the king and were twins, married the king's 2 eldest daughters who were also twins. Caused problems, for the king, though having 3 wives, was sonless, therefore, the twin sons of Herthu became his heirs. The king was perplexed, for the 2 men could not rule together, and both were of equal standing in his eyes. Yet, it was the king's duty to nominate his heir and proclaim him to the people so there should be no division after his death. Therefore, Ithelus consulted Herthu as to how the judgment should be made, and Herthu said, "Let fate decree who shall be king." CRT 8:22 In Arania, the people gathered 4 times a year for the folk feasts. At such times, it was customary for new laws to be proclaimed, judgments given, and all contentious issues settled. So before the next folk feast, Herthu prepared a man-made stone from sand, clay, and other things, and while it was still soft he set the hilt of his great sword, Dislana the bitter biter, into it, and when the stone was hardened Dislana was fast. The sword-implanted stone was then set down near the place where the king gave judgment. Around it was drawn a wide circle bisected across. CRT 8:23 On the day when the people were first assembled to hear his words, Ithelus told them of his perplexity over the problem concerning the twin sons of Herthu and his daughters. He said, "So the people are not divided and the kingdom rent by strife, it is well this matter be settled now. Therefore, I am setting a fair test involving no men other than these 2, whom I hold equally dear. Whichsoever of them shall remove their father's great weapon from this stone, so he frees it and grasps the hilt, shall become my lawful heir, with the other being to him as a younger brother. They will each try in turn during the duration of the fall of a feather, the first trier being he who casts his bracelet over the blade." Then, each of Herthu's sons was placed in a spot where the bisecting line joined the circle, so they stood opposite each other, and each had 3 bracelets. They threw until one encircled the blade with his bracelet. CRT 8:24 Then, this one tried to withdraw the weapon with his hand, but could not, because of the sharpness. The other tried by placing his 2 palms on each side of the blade, then pressing them together while lifting, but he could not move it either. The first one tried again, copying what had just been done more powerfully, so the stone almost lifted off the ground, but the sword did not leave the stone. Then, the other approached the stone, but this time he put his hands under the edges of the stone, so he could lift it in his arms, and he dashed it down over a rock which was nearby, so it broke asunder. He then picked Dislana up by the hilt and brandished it over his head. The people acclaimed him while his brother grasped his arms in congratulations. Thus, by wisdom was the problem overcome. Book of Gleanings GLN 1:5 Men struggle daily with the beast and wrest their living from the soil, their day being encompassed with strife and toil. So women bring forth children with suffering, and because they are frail, their husbands rule over them. Man is conceived in the womb of woman, and she brings him forth to life. Therefore, when God raised man up from among the beasts, choosing him as his heir and endowing him with an immortal spirit, he placed a veil over the portals of life. This, that woman should not forget she is unlike all other living creatures and the trustee of a divine mission. For a woman not only gives life to a mortal being, she also bears a spark of divinity to earth, and there can be no greater responsibility. Table of Chapters GLN 1:1 GLN 1:52 Chapter 1 Maya and Lila GLN 2:1 GLN 2:30 Chapter 2 Eloma GLN 3:1 GLN 3:19 Chapter 3 Flood of Atuma GLN 4:1 GLN 4:29 Chapter 4 The Deluge GLN 5:1 GLN 5:20 Chapter 5 Birth of Hermaintar GLN 6:1 GLN 6:36 Chapter 6 Companionship of Yadal GLN 7:1 GLN 7:23 Chapter 7 Death of Yadal GLN 8:1 GLN 8:38 Chapter 8 Hermaintar Journeys to the Netherworld GLN 9:1 GLN 9:16 Chapter 9 Asarua GLN 10:1 GLN 10:33 Chapter 10 Death of Hermaintar GLN 11:1 GLN 11:42 Chapter 11 Teachings of Ysera GLN 12:1 GLN 12:54 Chapter 12 Rule of Ysera GLN 13:1 GLN 13:24 Chapter 13 The Way of Ysera GLN 14:1 GLN 14:15 Chapter 14 Tribulations of Ysera GLN 15:1 GLN 15:60 Chapter 15 The Voice of God GLN 16:1 GLN 16:10 Chapter 16 The Spirit of God GLN 17:1 GLN 17:18 Chapter 17 The Song of the Soul Chapter 1 Maya and Lila GLN 1:1 This was formerly called the Book of Conception and said to be the first book of the Bronze Book. It concerns man's conception of the true God in olden days, during the struggle back towards the light. GLN 1:2 Once, all men were dark and hairy, and in those days, woman was tempted by the strength and wildness of the beast, which dwelt in the forest, and the race of man was defiled again. GLN 1:3 Therefore, the Spirit of God was wrathful against woman, for hers was the responsibility to reject the beast within and without, that she might bring forth children of the light to walk in the light, for in man, there is beast and God, and the God walks in light, and the beast walks in darkness. GLN 1:4 Now, because of the wickedness that was done, there are among men those who are the children of the beast, and they are a different people. The race of man alone was punished, for the beast acted according to its nature. In man, the beast and God strive to decide whether he shall take his place among the gods that live or the beasts that die, and woman, in her weakness, betrayed him to the beast. GLN 1:5 Men struggle daily with the beast and wrest their living from the soil, their day being encompassed with strife and toil. So women bring forth children with suffering, and because they are frail, their husbands rule over them. Man is conceived in the womb of woman, and she brings him forth to life. Therefore, when God raised man up from among the beasts, choosing him as his heir and endowing him with an immortal spirit, he placed a veil over the portals of life. This, that woman should not forget she is unlike all other living creatures and the trustee of a divine mission. For a woman not only gives life to a mortal being, she also bears a spark of divinity to earth, and there can be no greater responsibility. GLN 1:6 The eye that sees earthly things is deceitful, but the eye that sees spiritual things is true. Then, because of the things that happened, the great eye that saw truth was closed, and henceforth, man walked in falsity. Unable to perceive truth. He saw only that which deceived him, and so it shall be until his awakening. GLN 1:7 Not knowing God, man worshipped earth who mothered him and supplied his needs. God was not displeased, for such is the nature of children, but when no longer children, they must put aside childish things. Nor, having blinded them, was he wrathful that they could not see, for God is, above all else, understanding. The face of a good father is stern, and his ways are hard, for fatherly duty is no light burden, but his heart is ruled by compassion. His children walk in truth and uprightness, their feet do not wander, nor are they wilful and wayward. GLN 1:8 Man is born of mud, sun, and spirit. In the days of conception, the Spirit of God impregnated the receptive earth, and she brought forth her children. Then came man who walked like a little child, but God took him in hand and taught him to walk in the uprightness of God. GLN 1:9 A race of men came out of the cold northlands. They were under a wise father, and above them was the grand company, which later withdrew in disgust. This race was the children of God, they knew truth and lived in the midst of peace and plenty. The children of men about them were wild and savage, clothed in the skins of beasts, they lived like beasts. Even more wild were the men of Zumat who lived beyond them. Among the children of God, woman had equality with man, for her counsels were known to be wise. She heard with understanding, and her speech was considered. In those days, her words were weighed, for then her tongue did not rattle in her head like seed in a dried pod. GLN 1:10 Woman knew that, though man could subdue her with his strength, he was weak in his desire for her. In his weakness lay her power, and in those days it was used wisely, it was the foundation of the people. The race was good, but because of its goodness, it was destined to be smitten, for only the good vessel is worthy of the fire. It is burnt, that its shape may be set and its design endure. The path of peace is not the path of progress. GLN 1:11 The people were not governed by princes or by statutes, but wise men sat in council. They had only a code of conduct and a moral tradition binding each one to the others in a symmetrical web of life. Those who transgressed the code and tradition were deemed to be unworthy of life among the people and were banished into exile. GLN 1:12 Among the children of men, woman was a chattel. She was subject to man, an object for the satisfaction of his lust and the servant to supply his needs. He subdued her and kept her in servitude, for her betrayal. Man was known even among them, and it was never forgotten, nor could it be forgiven. GLN 1:13 The children of God valued woman highly and protected her from crudeness and cruelty, and her standing was such that she was awarded only to the most worthy of men. They held her in respect, for to them, she was the fountain of life within their race, the designer of its future. Yet even so, they had to restrict her, for she was inclined to be willful and unheeding of her responsibility. GLN 1:14 The people flourished and, from generation to generation, grew in stature and comeliness. They were the rising tide waters of mankind surging towards its destiny. The right of a man to a mate was decided according to his standard of thought, his uprightness, the manner in which he upheld the code and tradition and his dealings with man and woman. The fittest men could choose a mate among all women, but lesser men could seek only among the less desirable, according to a known standard. To some, having only the outward appearance of men, no mate was given, while the noblest men could take additional ones from among the ranks of lesser women. Thus, the race ever tended to improve, to accord with its design. GLN 1:15 The council of the people knew well the strength of man's desire for woman. The force of the urge was not wasted, for their forebears had harnessed it to the vehicle which carried their race to greatness above others. The race, which could properly channel the forces contained within itself, was ready to control the forces beyond itself. The greatest forces man can harness to his benefit are those lying within himself, but the underlying strength of the people lay in the morality of its women, for this was the strength that governed, because it was the safeguard for something of value. Men strive for gold, and value it because it is something not easily attained. If gold could be gathered by the handful, men would scorn it, its power is in its scarcity. GLN 1:16 Then it happened that one man became arrogant in the strength of his manhood and pride of place, his thoughts inclined towards himself rather than towards the welfare of the people. He scorned the old ways, declaring the code and tradition walked with an unnecessary burden laid on the backs of men. He said, "Why should we carry the burden of things, which have come down to us from our fathers? How do we know they walked with wisdom? How can we say that what was good for them is good for us?" Because of his unruly speech and wayward ways, the council banished him for a time, and had he remained apart, his heart would have been humbled in wisdom. But among the children of God, there was a woman, one of the most desirable and fair, who interceded for him so he might return to dwell among them, it being in their code that the wayward could always regain their place. GLN 1:17 The woman sought him out in the wilderness and, coming upon him, said, "Though, because of my heart, you appear to me as the finest of men, in the eyes of the elders you are unworthy to claim me. Therefore, I have spur you, now, come, go before them yourself, and say the wilderness has changed your ways. By so doing, you will find favor with the council and, perchance, I may become your mate. The strength and courage I admire place you high in the regard of men and in favor with the elders, but your wayward and inconsiderate spirit is unworthy of your body. Though you find favor in the eyes of the young and foolish women, who see only the outwardness of your body and thereby become more foolish, the eyes of the wise women see your naked spirit and are not deceived. Therefore, disregard the glances of foolish maidens and carry yourself well. Act in such manner that you find favor in the sight of the wise women." And, said she, "Am I not Maya, the most desirable of women, one whom all men seek? Yet will I remain reserved only for you, therefore the counter, be not unworthy of me." GLN 1:18 The man came out of the wilderness and wastelands. He went before the council of wise women and said, "What must I do that I may have this woman for a mate? For I desire her above all things, even above my own life. For her, I will become the most worthy of men among the people, her standard being high, I may not possess her otherwise." The wise women answered him, saying, "For so long shall you conduct yourself in this manner," and they set him a time and a task. That it should be well, the task was to be done with heart as well as deed, but the man accepted it gladly, his heart not in that day but in the days to come. The council and the elders said, "What the wise women have done is good, it will be well and to the people's benefit." GLN 1:19 The man rose manfully to the task, was magnificent in his manhood, his new ways gladdening the hearts of all the maidens, many of whom were disturbed by strange stirrings within their breasts. Among these was one less comely and desirable, whose heart burned hotly for him, her thoughts resting upon him continually, but she knew that in his sights she was of little account. Her name was Lila. GLN 1:20 It happened that, arising early one day, she saw the man depart into the forest by the swampland, going about his task, and she took counsel with herself and followed him. She came upon the man while he rested in a place of solitude and, approaching, spoke softly, saying, "It is your servant, Lila. O my lord, are you not weary with the task burdening your days, also that you lack companionable gladness to lighten it? Where is she who set the load upon your strong back? Where is my kinswoman who, without doubt, is more comely and very much more desirable than I and, therefore, a very fitting reward for your heavy labors? Does she rest in the shade, or is she gathering fruit back in the gardens? Without doubt, her thoughts are with you, but is she not unduly hard-hearted in that she fails to comfort you, for is it not in the nature of woman to come to man and lighten his burden with her softness? Is it not in the nature of woman to be yielding and submissive, that man may rejoice in his strength? Is it, perhaps that, despite her loveliness, the heart of this woman of your desire is not the heart of a woman? Is it like the mock orange, sweet to look at, but bitter to bite? GLN 1:21 Or is her heart in the keeping of the elders, that she prefers the ways of the old to the ways of the young? What has she done to you? Has she not humiliated your manliness by harnessing it like an ox to the customs of the people? And it be right that the decrees of old men long dead should come between living man and woman? Is it not more fitting that the customs of men submit to the law of her who gave us our natures? This desirable woman is yours, providing you toil and wait. She is yours, but not without conditions. She does not come without reservations as a woman should, but like a man who comes to an ass, bridle in hand. Alas, that I lack the loveliness, which places the yoke upon you, but beneath, I lack nothing and am as much a woman as any. My heart burns for you with a flame that comes nigh to consuming my body. Take me, accept my humble offering. I give all freely, I will be yours without any conditions. O my lord, which of us women truly offers the most? She who concedes nothing, or I who will even be accursed by God and men for your sake? I, who am nothing in your sight, require no sacrifice from you on my behalf. I ask nothing, and I offer all a woman can. Then, Lila knelt at the feet of the man and placed her head on his knee. GLN 1:22 The man was sorely troubled in his body, and he wrestled with it, but his spirit brought before his eyes the vision of the more desirable maiden, and he was strengthened. He arose and said, "Begone, and tempt me no more." GLN 1:23 Then, Lila departed and went her way, but within herself, she brooded, and in the course of days, her thoughts hatched a dark scheme. She mixed a forbidden potion from herbs and, putting it into a pitcher of water with honey, took it to the man as he toiled in the heat of the declining day. Seeing her, the man said, "Wherefore have you come again?" And she answered him, saying, "My lord, your servant brings a much lesser offering, one you need not fear as you did the greater one, a humble gift of refreshment." The day being hot and the toil arduous, the gift was not unwelcome. The man drank heavily from the pitcher and, because of the potion, his spirit slept while the beast entered his body in strength. GLN 1:24 When the fire of his passion was quenched by the waters of lust, his spirit returned, and he reviled the woman, saying, "What have you wrought? Would you destroy me in this manner?" The woman replied, "The deed is yours, my lord, for you are a man and I am a woman." Then the man became afraid, for he knew the code and custom. He became angry after the manner of frightened men and shouted, "Begone from my sight, you viper, lest I crush you." Lila answered quietly, "My lord, why be wrathful or afraid without cause? For this thing shall be a secret between us, none will ever know of it. Behold, my lord, are you not free again and the yoke removed from your neck? Now, you may know the joys a woman can give without submitting to the task, therefore, take your ease, for life is good to you." GLN 1:25 The words of the woman were not sweet to the ears of the man, for he was filled with remorse for what had been done. He said, "You are not the maiden of my tender desires, in whom my heart delighted and for whom I gladly undertook the task. What now of her, whose beauty compares with the glory of the sun, whose gentleness caresses as the sunbeam, beside whose brightness you are no more than a gloomy shadow?" Lila replied, "She is indeed as the sun, you may worship from afar, but never touch, lest you be burnt and destroyed. GLN 1:26 I am the woman of your body whom your flesh has chosen. What has this other woman done for you? Did she not sharpen the sword to turn it on which you cut yourself? If one lights a fire among reeds, knowing a man sleeps there, who is to blame for his burning? The fire, he who lit it or the reeds? It is beneath your manliness to turn on me thus, am I not shamed for your sake? And who among women would invite the wrath of gods and men, as I have done? Be content with the wrong your lust has already wrought. This is an evil deed you have committed, but because we are now united in the flesh, no harm shall befall you through me." GLN 1:27 Thenceforth, among the people they went their separate ways, but flesh called to flesh, bringing them furtively together in secret places. Each dwelt with the reproachful whispers of their spirit, and each walked in the shadow of fear because of the code and tradition. GLN 1:28 Now, the elder not without shrewdness, and they saw that the man was no longer diligent in the task and had returned to his former ways. Also, he avoided the eyes of Maya and was no longer reserved with women, having sampled forbidden fruit, he now sought other varieties. He was not a man with an end in view, towards which he strove, his bearing was not that of a free man. The glances between the man and the woman, and their uneasiness, were not difficult to interpret. GLN 1:29 The elders and wise women said among themselves, "Such is the manner of those carrying a burden in their hearts, whose shadowy love is a feeble, furtive thing blooming shamefully in dark and hidden places." Therefore, they set a watch on the pair. The watch came upon them as they lay together in nakedness upon their skins and mocked them with ribaldry, for their passion was profane and a thing for jest. It was a fungus upon the tree of love. GLN 1:30 They were brought before the High Council, which was the council of elders, and the council of wise women, which questioned them, saying, "Wherefore have you done evil unto us?" The man answered, "The woman put my spirit to sleep with an evil brew, and my body became weak because of my manhood." They replied, "Truly, you have little manhood now and are a lesser man because of this woman." GLN 1:31 The woman stood up before the High Council and answered them boldly, "Am I then the stronger of the two? And I lift the biggest stone or run the fastest race? Do not the strong always prevail against the weak, and is not this man the strongest among men? Is this even a matter for your concern? For in what way have we caused harm to any but ourselves? Shall we be punished for that which concerns us two alone and wrongs no other?" GLN 1:32 The High Council replied, "The deeds of any person affecting the lives of others are the concern of others. Though it were done in secret between yourselves, were not the effects displayed in your eyes for all to see? Does the man serve the people better because of this thing, or does he serve them less well? Has something been added to the people, or has something been taken away? Have not the people lost?" GLN 1:33 Therefore, is not that which you did the concern of the people and not of yourselves alone? The deed, of itself, was not wrong, except in the manner of its accomplishment. A woman who places no value on herself steals something from all women, for they are then less valued in the eyes of men. Would men value gold were it gathered by the wayside? Above all this, what of God-given love? Have you elevated or degraded its means of expression among men and women? Among people who value gold above all else, he who debases or adulterates it commits a wrong against them. Here, where love is valued above all else and woman honored as its custodian, those who debase it are regarded likewise. GLN 134 We dwell in a pleasant place, amid peace and plenty, an inheritance from our fathers. The children of men have inherited the wastelands. Are our fathers less wise than theirs, that the customs of our fathers should be spurned? What you have done relates to your two selves, and by your two selves shall your punishment be carried out. This is not a punishment for any wrong done to us, for we are old, and it affects us little. We punish, because we have a duty to the young, to the unborn of our race. We have an even greater duty to the hallowed things, which inspire mankind and enthrone man above the beasts. GLN 135 Your wrongdoing affects no one man or woman, yet, it affects all men and women and, if left unheeded, would not be without effect on children yet unborn. The code and tradition is the pillar of our people, and the pillar may not be struck with impunity. Though it be strong, and one blow will not damage it, many blows will bring down even the stoutest pillar. A blow left unheeded encourages another. A deed disregarded is a deed encouraged. GLN 136 A people can be judged by the things it punishes and the things it permits. The swine revels in filth and, therefore, attacks anyone who enters his pen. Were we wholly of the earth, we need only protect earthly things. GLN 137 Thus, we banish you forever from among us, unless in your old age you are permitted, in mercy, to return. GLN 138 In this manner were the man and woman banished from the tilled land to wander the wilderness beyond. They dwelled in a cavern in the wasteland, against the outer border of the tilled land, and they ate weeds and wild creatures. There, they were in a place defended from hostile men and made safe from ambushes. In the first days of their banishment, the man was wrathful against the woman and spoke to her spitefully, saying, Like a lamp that gives no light, you are a woman without womanly virtue, no longer deserving of the honored treatment accorded women of our race. You spoke truly when you said that I am strong and you are weak. So be it, henceforth, your weakness shall be my strength, no longer will the weakness of man be in his strength of woman and the backbone of a people clinging to things without substance. Henceforth, I am obligated to no one and owe a duty to none but myself. Man is weak only in his desire for woman, but the weakness of woman shall henceforth assure satisfaction of the desire. GLN 139 So the man subdued the woman after the fashion of the children of men, she was the wife who ministered unto him, saying, My lord, I am but a woman and your handmaiden. GLN 1:40 The beasts of the wastelands were the keepers of the woman and she was in bondage to the barren land, for the wilderness was beyond reach of the waters, a place of desolation yielding only weeds and thorns. The man hunted a field for wild creatures, while the woman delved for roots, seeking sustenance among the weeds. GLN 1:41 Thus, it happened that one day, become with hunger, the woman went among the reeds growing on the edge of the tilled land, for flowering plants grew there, the roots of which could be eaten. While engaged in gathering, she was seen by a husbandman tilling the fields, who, coming upon her stealthily, said, Woman, I see you, are you not the one who was banished? If so, the custom decrees you will have to die, for it is forbidden to re-enter the fertile land, having been cast out. GLN 1:42 Then the woman, being still in the water, loosened her girdle and, letting down her hair, said, Honored I may no longer be, perhaps die I must, but am I not still a woman while I live? If you see me otherwise than as a woman who can please a man by the ways of women, then I say you cannot be a man. Yes, I am the woman your brother seduced, the frail victim of his lust. Perhaps it is better that I die quickly by your hand than starve slowly in the wasteland. Death can hurt me no more than life, which has revealed me to the evil of men. Let me die now for the wrongdoing of your brother." So saying, she came out of the water. Gln 1:43 The husbandman did not slay, but instead he dallied with her until the evening. The woman said, ere he departed, "This shall be a secret between us, for there is none other nearby to see us here. Give me food, that my flesh may be firm and my heart gladdened, that I may come often to this place." Gln 1:44 Thus, in the days that followed, the woman went many times to the waters and in other places where there were other men. Therefore, she no longer had to delve for roots, nor did she toil in the wilderness. Gln 1:45 Then, the children of God banished other men into the wastelands because of the woman, and the man, seeing how this came about, said, "Is my affliction because of you never to end?" The woman answered, "My lord, this thing I did for your sake. See these others, are they not outcasts in the wilderness, men without a chief to rule over them or a hand to guide? Gather them together, that they may hunt for you and serve you, rule over them, and become powerful. What I have done for you alone. To your strength will be added their strength, and the loss of the people in fertile lands will thus become your gain. What is there that strength cannot obtain? If your desire is for other women, will not strength obtain them? Therefore, revile me not, because I have now placed in your hands the means to that which you desire." Gln 1:46 Now I say to you, and speak truly of things only a woman can know, that you are a better man than those who live bound to the tilled lands, whose women secretly despise them for their servility to the code and tradition. Gln 1:47 The man was stirred up by these words and went out and about to the others, approaching them, saying, "Behold, we have been cast out because we have followed the ways of men according to the nature of men. Our manhood is good within us, let it therefore assert itself so our strength may be greater." Gln 1:48 So it came about that the men who were outcasts entered the fertile, tilled land stealthily at night time, burning the houses and overthrowing the water towers, saying, "Let this land rejoin the wilderness." Gln 1:49 They slew menfolk and carried the women and children away. They stole sheep, goats, and cattle. Then, they withdrew to the fastnesses of the wastelands. There, they built an encampment and fortified it about with walls and ditches, and they made war upon the children of men and prevailed against them. They ruled their women sternly and made them chattels, buying and selling them like cattle. When man said come, the woman came, and when he said go, she went. On her yielding back and on her submissive head he dissipated his wrath, on her servile body he satisfied his lust. Gln 1:50 Lila was a true daughter of the woman who betrayed the first race of men. It is written of her that when her sons grew to manhood, she caused them to kill and eat their father, so they might gain lifelong strength and wisdom. Gln 1:50 One man kept woman in bondage, for he knew from his own knowledge of her ways that she was not to be trusted. Henceforth, she could not walk freely among men, for they knew that, though woman was weak and man strong, by womanly guile, she could exploit his weakness. Among the outcast people and the children of men, woman was subject to man, and he imposed his will upon her and dominated her. Gln 1:52 In this manner, woman wrought her own downfall and the destruction of those who held her in high regard. Her charms she cast at the feet of those who trampled them underfoot. Woman was not yet fitted to be the free guardian of the portals of life. She was never wise enough to choose the fathers of the race, for she was ruled by womanly waywardness, not by wisdom. Chapter 2 Eloma Gln 2:1 It came about that the sons of the children of God mated with the daughters of the children of men, who knew well the ways of men and were not reserved. The covenant had been broken and strange women were taken into the households, some even as wives, but though the daughters were lesser women, the sons were wonderfully big and mighty fighting men. Gln2:2 These new people came out of the wastelands and crossed to Kithermus, which they divided in 3 parts between them, and there were rivers on the boundaries. This was when the years of man's life were lessened because he became fully earth-sustained, but he remained full of vigor though filled with hostility, particularly towards those who loved. Gln2:3 To the east was the land of Ubal, which was mountainous, and the Ubalites were herdsmen. Westward was the land of Shazan, and it joined Ubak on the north. Southward were the land of Uto and the land of Canaan, whose peoples dwelt on the plains and tilled the soil. Some from the households of the children of God went into the land of Shazan and gave the people laws and taught them to build with brick. Neter and Baalat Sheramam, the sons of Ananari, taught them writing and set their letters on a pillar in Harak. In Kilgal, son of Nendoka, built Kiritter, which stands between 2 rivers. Gln2:4 Then came the lengthening of the years, when the time off sowing was confused and seed died in the ground. In those days, Enos came up out of Shazan and spoke for the God of the children of men. In those days, there were many having the blood of the children of God who inclined their ears towards his words, for they thought the great God of their fathers had abandoned them. Therefore, the enlightening word of God came to Eloma. Gln2:5 Eloma, daughter of Kahama, heard the voice of God and was carried into the wilderness unto a place where there was a cave and clear running waters, and she dwelt there for 7 years. Eloma had 3 sons, and they all heard the voice of God and walked with him. Her firstborn son was Hariana, and he carried the word of God to the children of God who dwelt in the northlands, for they had forgotten his ways. He married Didi, daughter of a great king, and became an even greater king. He had many sons who all became kings among men of renown. Yahima, her second-born son, carried the word of God to those who dwelt towards the sun rising, and Manam, her third-born son, carried it to those towards the sunsetting. Gln2:6 When the ear of the Spirit was opened in Eloma, she returned to her people and became the interpreter of God. In the days when some men left to dwell among the children of men, others came to Eloma and said, Behold, men leave, and we become weak, while the children of men become strong. And this be the will of our Father. Then, Eloma called upon God, and he heard her cry and said unto her, Let your spirit be at peace, for things happen as they will, it is the grain being winnowed from the chaff. It is always easier for men to follow the ways of the flesh than the ways of the Spirit, yet, the deeper man descends into the vale of earthly things, the harder the climb out to the heights of glory. A generation to go down, 10 generations to rise again. Man must struggle or degenerate, but the path of pleasure is pleasant, while the path of progress is beset with pain and strife. Gln2:7 God said to Eloma, his servant, Behold, I have been good to my children, they have been given everything that is pleasant, everything has come easily to their hand. The lot of the children of men is more harsh, and yet they prosper. Childish things are expected from a child, but when it grows up, more is anticipated, yet, still my children come to me as children. Gln2:8 God then said, Go, return to the place from whence you came and remain there for 7 years, and she did so. The 7 years passed, Eloma returned to the people and, behold, the fertile fields were unsown, the water channels were dry, and there was desolation in the midst of the waters. Eloma sought among the fields, and when she came upon the habitations, her heart was rent apart. For she saw the daughters of the children of God consorted with the sons of the children of men and were become unlike true women. Then Eloma said to them, Wherefore has this thing come about? And they answered, Behold, men came from out of the wilderness, and our men were like sheep before wolves, see, even now they labor within a pen of servitude. Eloma then went unto the men and said, Wherefore has this thing come about? They answered her, Behold, the God of the children of men is, unlike ours, a God of battles, and we were delivered into their hands. Gln 2:9 Then Eloma was heavy of heart and called upon God, saying, Behold the plight of your children, and God heard her and answered, I am not indifferent, for their sufferings are my sufferings. They are not under the whips of men but under the flail of God, the grain is being separated from the chaff. They toil not under the blows of men but under the hammer of God, they are not imprisoned, but are upon an anvil. I am not the God of battles, not the God of nations, not even the God of men. I am the God of souls, the keeper of the treasures of eternity. I have not turned away from my children have turned away from me, disobeying my laws. This cry will echo down through the generations of man, my God, why have you deserted me? And it will come from those who have deserted their God. Gln 2:10 Arise, go seek among the people, and you will find a maiden who is pure at heart, but she is mocked and degraded by being made a swine attendant. Take her with you and go to Shinnara, guard her well, for she is the daughter of a new dawning. Eloma sought among the people and found Nanua, maid of the morning, and they went into Shinnara. Gln 2:11 The voice of God came to Eloma in Shinnara, saying, This is the way things shall be with those who aspire to godhood. They must follow only the paths which I have shown through the words of my interpreters. The unfolding spirit residing in those who have the blood of the children of God, and the greatness that dwells in men shall be magnified in the blood of their children. Their wisdom shall be greatly multiplied, if the tie of blood be strong. As good wine becomes bad if diluted overmuch, so is greatness in the blood of man. There is a virtue in the blood of those whose forebears were the children of God, and if two people having this blood marry, then this virtue is increased in their children, so it is greater than either parent. There is a law of inheritance from which no man is exempt, for man is governed by the laws of earthly creatures as well as by greater laws. Is not the best ram chosen to sire the new flock? So, let women choose the best among men that they can, and let men choose the best among women, and they who heed my words will know which is the best. Let the truly great ones rule. Gln 2:12 God said, The creative words remain on this side of the veil, but their echoes resound on your my thought side. The real remains here, but its reflection is there. Creation is my mirror, though it is not without distortions. I have created in spirit and in matter, my thoughts have ranged from the unseeable smallest to the incomprehensible largest. My greatest thoughts formed substance for the spirits of the sons and daughters of earth. Gln 2:13 Truth and justice, perfection of beauty and goodness remain with me, and these you can know on earth only by their reflection. In the universe of truth, all things are free from illusion and are seen in reality, but on earth, even the reflection is distorted. I have created light and called it substance, it is illuminated within by the light of an ever-present love potential. Gln 2:14 Men call on many gods, though above all there is but one, yet whatever they call me, I will hear them, for I am the God above names, the God embracing all names. Whatever men believe, if it serves good, it serves God. But gold necklaces are not for sheep, and outward forms of worship must suffice for the spiritually undeveloped. The rituals of men may often be empty ceremonials, but they may also guard the great mysteries behind them. Gln 2:15 If a man seeks to enter my presence by prayer and says, God grant me this or give me that, the thing will be neither granted nor given, unless it be for his spiritual good or benefit another. I am no huckster bargaining blessings in exchange for worship, nothing man can give can add to what I have. Also men do me little honor when they fail to recognize that I am above concern for mere bodies, which decay and fall apart when the enlivening spirit leaves them. Yet, man is but man, know that I am a God of understanding and compassion. If man cries out to me, in genuine stress and suffering, he will not go unrelieved and uncomforted. Yet, understand that suffering and sorrow are the lot of man, that he may become man God. There is also the great law, to which man must conform. There are the intricacies of Enidvatu to be unwoven and the challenging paths of destiny and fate to be followed. Too often, the price to be paid for things done or not done is pain and suffering, sorrow and distress, but where would be the benefit to the debtor were I to wipe out such debts? Yet will I see that never, by even a single grain, will they exceed that which is absolutely necessary and just. GLN 2:16 On earth, joy and gladness will always outweigh pain and sorrow. GLN 2:17 Earth is earth, take it as you find it, do not expect to find heavenly things there. It is a place of turning to the tuition and the purpose of life is learning. All things of earth are limited and mortal, immortality will not be found there. When the things of earth have fulfilled their hidden purposes, each passes away, returning to the dust, from whence it came. GLN 2:18 Behold, in the days to come truth shall be unfolded to all peoples, revealed in a degree and manner, which will accord with their needs and capabilities. It will be passed on from generation to generation and from man to man. The purity of its flame will accord with the quality of the oil of spirituality, with which it is fed and replenished. Hence there will be many differing degrees of purity and revelation. The food, which one man enjoys, may sit heavily on the stomach of another, yet, it would be foolish to say that the food enjoyed by one should become the food of all. So it is with the spiritual things and believe. GLN 2:19 I will not send prophets, nor will I appoint spokesmen, but such will arise through their own efforts and enter into conscious union with me. They will point the way, which will be followed by the spiritually sturdy, but others less strong in spirit must take a slower path, and many will advance only by faith and service, by justice and kindliness towards others. GLN 2:20 The spark of divinity in man generates inspiring dreams, which will ever lure him onward and upward, yet, the road is long, the journey wearying and often unpleasant. Man has unnecessarily encumbered himself, he has enshrouded his spirit under a winding sheet of earthly passions. With his great eye blinded by indulgence in vice and his spirit corroded by corruption, his fallible senses only are left to him, and these deceive him into believing the mortal vehicle is his total being. Affliction and decay are now the lot of man, and he has passed into a long, dark night of ignorance. Now, only by journeying the long and painful road of earthly experience, can his soul be cleansed and awakened to the realization of the glory within him. GLN 2:21 Man may conceive me as he will and it will be well. I am not a god of pettishness. As I brought forth the creation, so shall he bring forth the revelation of his God. Unto you, Eloma, my child, I grant the keys of communion and union. GLN 2:22 Then Eloma went out among the people and taught them about their Creator in this manner, I bring you the soul-whispered words of God, the eternal tower of strength, the fathomless ocean of compassion. He has hung the earth in the void, surrounding it with nothingness, yet, by his power, it remains in its appointed place. He veils his glory behind the shield of illusion, lest it overpower the spirits of men. He is obscured by the dark cloud of mortal ignorance. He is the inspirational spirit ever entering the hearts of man, striving to arouse them to reach out towards greatness and achievement. GLN 2:23 He has molded the sky above us and bedecked it with splendor and awesome beauty. He taught the stars their song of joy and the winds their wondrous music. All the widespread earth proclaims his creativity, while the high vaults reveal his skill and handiwork. His messages go out to men, not in the speech of men but in wordless whispers to their hearts. His finger prescribes a course for the fertilizing waters which nourish the desolate sands, making tender buds burst forth from the dead soil. The soft waters caress the ground, and pastures arise to become the habitations of great flocks and herds. GLN 2:24 The rose unfolds its beauty to honor him, and the woodbine delights him with perfume delivered upon the wind. The cornfields bow in humility, then, the wheat stalks raise upwards in praise. The trees spread wide their worshipping branches, and the barley heads whisper together of his sung-even bounty. He is the fountainhead of all life, the overseer of the fertilizing waters and the captain of the stars. GLN 2:25 Men stand beneath the great dome of the night skies and are overawed by the work of their architect and by the bright mysteries displayed in such a pattern of beauty. They become dismayed at their own smallness, but are reassured by his words, which have come down to them from ancient times. GLN 2:26 God has crowned man with life and set the scepter of intellect in his hand. He has given him the flail of mastery over all other living creatures and set him on the throne of creation. He disciplines us when young and stretches out a welcoming hand when we near the end of life's journey. He accompanies men on their pilgrimage along the road of life, mitigating their misfortunes and rejoicing with them in its pleasant surprises. He balances the lives of all men, so they continually encounter conditions and situations meet for them. GLN 2:27 The widespread, mysterious heavens are his throne and bountiful earth his footstool, no structure man could build would contain him. Did he need a residence, no place built by the hands of man could compare with that, which his hands could erect. There is nothing on earth that man can give God, which could add to God's glory or increase what he has. The only acceptable sacrifice necessary can offer is service to the will of God, and God's will is that man should spiritualize himself and improve the earth. To offer goods or money as a sacrifice is an insult to God, it is shirking the needful effort, evading the necessary duty and obligation, it is the easy way and not acceptable. GLN 2:28 God is the refuge of the poor and the comforter of the needy. His compassion encompasses men when troubles weigh heavily upon them. Yet, tribulation and adversity, sorrow and suffering are not to be thought of as needless burdens imposed upon the difficulties inseparable from earthly life. They are things of value, which open the eyes to truth. Tempering the spirit, as iron is tempered in the flame. GLN 2:29 Aloma taught many things, and she forbade any man to fornicate with unwed matrons whose silver tongue beguiled and whose winsome men astray. She also decreed that men should not fornicate with any maid or another's wife, for none so doing could call himself an honorable man, and such deeds canker the spirit. GLN 2:30 It was Aloma who taught men the wisdom of the stars, which journeyed according to their destinies. She taught them to interpret the pattern of each man's life, which is woven from the threads of fate and destiny and interwoven with the many-colored strands of Enidvatu. These things were learned and written down by Ishkidjia. Chapter 3 Flood of Atuma GLN 3:1 Behold, was this not written in the days of our fathers and of their fathers before them, and given unto us that we should pass it into you, the children of days yet unborn? That, if the ability of the scribe remains with you, it could be read in your generation. GLN 3:2 Read, O children of the unborn years, and absorb the wisdom of the past, which is your heritage. The enlightening words from a past, which is to you, in days so far away and yet, in truth so near. GLN 3:3 We are taught that we live forever, and this is true, but it is equally true that no moment of life must be wasted, for each hour and day on earth is a shaping for the future. We are the inheritors of a portion of time, we can dissipate it on futile things or utilize it to our everlasting benefit. In the days of our fathers, before barren teachings clogged the thoughts of men, and vain, formal ritual built a wall which obscured understanding, men walked in the light of truth. Then, they knew there was one God alone, but because they allowed their higher abilities to fall to disuse, they saw less clearly. Because he appeared in different aspects, they thought he was many. GLN 3:4 Now, in our days, God has many varied forms in the eyes of men, and each declares he alone knows the true name and likeness of God. Here, all men fall into error, though all have spoken truly according to their understanding. But truth can never bow to the limited understanding of man, the comprehension of man must expand to grasp it. GLN 3:5 In olden times, there were spawned great monsters and beasts in fearful form, with frightful gnashing teeth and long ripping claws. An elephant was but a rat in comparison with them. Then, because of heavenly rebellion and turmoil, and the terror overwhelming the hearts of men, the Great One hardened the face of the land, which had become unstable, and the beasts were changed to stone. This was before times, when the destroyer still slumbered in the upper vaults of heaven. GLN 3:6 Thus it is written in the record of Belteshazzar, in those days the people were wicked, and though the wise men among them gave many warnings of the wrath to come, they would not listen. Such is the way of the wicked. So it came about that the hastening spirit became stirred up against them because of the odor of wickedness arising from the earth, for her nostrils abhor the smell of evil. This is a smell no man can know, for as the hounds know the smell of fear, which no man can detect, so can other beings know the smell of wickedness. GLN 3:7 The great floodgates, which are above earth, were all opened. Thus, the floodwaters rose up to cover the land, and great rainstorms lashed down. The winds could no longer discover their destinations. GLN 3:8 The people left the plain of Shinar and fled up into a great mountain rising above the flatlands below, and here, near the summit, they camped. Feeling themselves secured, the wicked mocked, saying, "No water can ever reach up here, for there is not enough of it in heaven or earth." Still, the waters rose ever higher and the mouths of the wicked were silenced. The priests of the people danced and chanted in vain, and many rituals were performed to appease the wrath above. GLN 3:9 There came a period of quietness. Then, the people built a gateway to heaven wherein the chief of interpreters might commune with the other realm. He entered into the silence and cast his spirit, and when he had done so it contacted the hastening spirit, which men call by other names. Her voice was heard within his heart and it said, "I am that which has been called forth by the odor of wickedness arising from the bodies of men, which no incense can disguise. For, as the smell of putrefaction assails the nostrils of men, so does wickedness give forth something which assails us in this realm. Wickedness is, therefore, an offense against us. If a man threw filth over the wall into your courtyard, would you not consider this an act of hostility? Could any among you live in harmony with those who were insensitive to your own sensitivity? Thus, I am awakened to happenings in the world of men and am now clothed in a performing substance." GLN 3:10 The spirit being said, "I have no desire to unduly punish men. Go out to the people, and tell them that if they will but mend their ways and walk no more in the path of wickedness, I shall depart." But when the chief of interpreters returned to the people, he found them fearful and distraught, clay in the hands of false priests, devotees of the baleful gods. The false priests were crying out for a sacrifice to their gods and had seized Anis, a young man more handsome than any other, a messenger and runner between cities. Then, though they whispered fearfully among themselves concerning the deed, the people had seized Nanua, handmaiden of Aloma, the enlightened one, whose life was dedicated to Alana, for she had cried out curses upon their heads when the young man was taken. GLN 3:11 Nanua and Anis were held by the false priests, and about them surged the great mass of the people, and, though the chief of interpreters raised his voice it went unheeded. Then the mass of the people moved down to the water's edge and there they stopped while the priests shouted prayers to the gods raging above. All the heavens were darkened with great rolling clouds and there were high winds and lightning about the mountain top. The people rent their garments, the women wailed and men struck their forearms. Anis was beaten with a club and delivered to the waters. GLN 3:12 Then, as he who wielded the club turned towards Nanua, she said to those about her, "Let be, I will deliver myself to the waters, for if I must be sacrificed, I would be a better sacrifice so given." Then she went down to the waters, but as her feet entered she drew back from the cold, dark, watery depths before her. But as the one who wielded the club moved forward, a young man, Shilue the scribe, a man of quiet ways, neither handsome nor strong in body, pushed forward and, taking her by the hand, went down into the waters with her. GLN 3:13 The waters had risen high, and men shared the place where they stood with wild beasts and with sheep and cattle, but now the tumult quietened and the waters drew back. Seeing this, the people shouted praise and forth to the baleful gods and cried out, "Great are the mighty gods and great their holy priests." GLN 3:14 The chief of interpreters went sorrowfully apart, hiding himself, for now, he was fearful for his life. When the waters had subsided, he cast his spirit and entered into communion with the hastening spirit, and he said, "Shall I also enter the falling waters as a sacrifice? For life is now futile, as I am without God or honor." The Great One answered, "Men see in events the things they wish to see, they can interpret only according to their understanding." The waters rose to their limitation and did not fall because of the needless sacrifices. The powers above may ordain events to chasten men, but more often, such events are challenges and tests. However, divine intervention is rare, indeed. GLN 3:15 These priests follow another, a longer path, but they too condemn wickedness and they too point the way to truth. Though that way may be indirect and beset with hazards. So, whether they or you reached the ears of the people, the odor of wickedness will be diminished. Divine ends are achieved by diverse means, and the eyes of few men are open to see either the means or the end. GLN 3:16 Life is never futile, but your sacrifice would be. No man can lose his God, for he is always there, but the prestige of a man because of that God, such prestige is a worldly thing of little real value. How do you know whether you have lost or gained? Events of the moment cannot be weighed in the moment, but can be assessed only by the judgment of the years. Only eternity knows whether this or that was good or bad, a gain or loss. GLN 3:17 Then, the Great One opened the eyes of the chief of interpreters, so he saw beyond the earthly border into the realm beyond. Behold, he saw Anis who had been strong and handsome on earth, and now he was something not pleasant to gaze upon. He saw also the true beauty of Nanua, who was now a being of dazzling loveliness, and beside her was Shilue, who had always loved her secretly, and he was now glowing with youth and handsome as Heleth. The chief of the interpreters then understood that evil could be transmuted into good, and that men had little knowledge of true nature of things. GLN 3:18 Upon the mountain, there is now a grove of trees and a temple built in the form of a circle of white stones, where the people remember the day of their deliverance. But what they recall and what happened are not the same, nor is the cause in their minds the true cause. They say, "We are the children of Atuma who saved us." Many who have gone often to the temple of deliverance say they have seen two shades, one radiantly beautiful and one gloriously handsome, wandering hand in hand through the trees or sitting in the sunlit glades. All about is now a place of peace. GLN 3:19 Men walk under the shadow of dread, and fear of unknown powers fills their hearts. They have fashioned images in the likeness of the things which frighten them in the gloom of their ignorance, and they spurn the real for the unreal. Did they see more clearly, they would know that the things they fear are but gentle and sturdy hands, which can lead them to fields of contentment. Chapter 4 The Deluge GLN 4:1 It is written, in the great book of the Fire Hawks, that earth was destroyed twice, once altogether by fire and once partially by water. The destruction by water was the lesser destruction and came about in this manner. Gln 4:2 The people of those times spurned all spiritual things, and men lived only for pleasure, caring little for the good of mankind or the future of the people. Lewdness and lies were upon the tongues of all men, and brother could not deal justly with brother. The princes and governors were corrupt, and proper tribute was not paid, the statutes were held up to scorn. The lives of men were ruled by their desires, and they spent their days in gluttony, drunkenness, fornication, dancing and singing to instruments of music. Gln 4:3 The land was unattended, for men dissipated their strength in unproductive lusts and pleasures. Women lacked shame, for many would cast their glances after one man. Men fought among themselves and even slew one another because of their lusts for worthless women, while the chaste women were not sought. They were even rejected, for men declined the effort of being worthy of them in the eyes of their fathers. Wives were unhonored, and only the women of pleasure commanded the attentions of men. Women were unclean and immodest, and men lay with them shamelessly in the presence of one another. Old women were more lustful than the young ones, while virgins were seduced and corrupted in their childhood. Fathers fornicated before their sons and were admired for their prowess. They made no distinction between their sons and other men, or between their wives and other women. Deceit and violence were seen on every hand. Gln 4:4 To the east and north were high mountains, upon which dwelt a tribe called the sons of Nezirah, the men of the mountains, who were hardy men and mighty hunters, skillful in the chase and valiant in battle. The men were upright, their wives were faithful and their sons noble. In their hearts were no unworthy thoughts, no envy or hate, no malice or deceitfulness. They did not smile before a man's face, uttering smooth words, then when he turned his back, reach out to stab him. In their wives and daughters there was no impure longing, and neither cursing nor lying was heard among them. The womenfolk respected their men and maintained decency and decorum. Gln 4:5 Yet they were men with men's ways, abhorring all forms of unmanliness and degeneracy. Therefore, the treasures in the cities of the plains and the weakness of the people to whom these belonged did not go unnoticed by the sons of Nezirah. So they said among themselves, Let us go down and do a good deed among these people, let us show them the ways of men who are strong, making them slaves and possessing ourselves of their goods. This talk continued among the men in the marketplaces and gatherings, until they were stirred up to deeds, and they gathered together a war band of fighting men. The mountain men chose leaders from among themselves, after their custom, and prepared to fall upon the soft-living people of the plains and become their masters. Gln 4:6 When the chiefs of the mountain men saw what was happening, they became wroth and ordered their men to return to their flocks and pastures. The chief of chiefs stood up before the gathered warband and said, It is our decree that this thing shall not be done. You must not go down from these mountains bringing the sword to these people. Leave them alone, as rotted fruit is left on the tree to wither and die. Leave them to follow their own ways a little longer, and in the fullness of time, they will destroy themselves. Make no widows among your own people. If you go down there carrying fire and sword, you may find a trap laid for you among the fleshpots. The attraction of their pleasure and the temptations of their luxury are, to strong men such as you, like the lure the flame has for the moth. Do not lay yourselves open to destruction, even though the manner of its accomplishment be pleasant. If you must destroy this people, then destroy utterly so nothing remains. They are many while we are few, and though by the keen, hard-hitting sword we may prevail in battle, yet might we not be lost under a deluge of soft feathers? Will you be wise enough to sup on milk and honey without being drowned in it? Gln 4:7 For a time, the fighting men heeded the words of their chiefs, for they were neither willful nor reckless, but there were some among them who went down to the plains in peace. They returned with tales of treasures and pleasures awaiting below, reporting that the time was ripe for an attack, the war men hired by the lowlanders having departed. For in those days the gods of Sharapik strove against the gods of Elishtar and Ladakh. Then the fighting men disregarded the commands of their chiefs and, choosing war captains from among themselves, went down and fell upon the people of the plain. Glun 4:8 The people of the plain bowed before the strength of the men of the mountains. They did not fight, for among all their possessions, they regarded their lives as the most valuable thing, that we may choose above all else. They said, "Take whatever we have, our riches and harvests, the treasured things from our dwellings, even our daughters for your amusement, but leave us enough that we may live under your shadow." The sturdy men of the mountains were sickened by these half-men who had lived for 3 generations without fighting, and they despised them. Glun 4:9 The battle-hardened men who had come down from the highlands took whatsoever they desired. The plainsmen demurred, but because their stomachs turned to water before the virility of their conquerors, their protestations were words of wind. The victors clothed themselves in plundered finery and indulged themselves in the wines and delicacies of the food tables. They slept in beds of luxury and dissipation, every want being attended to by the vanquished. They learned the ways of sensuality, which goes with soft living, and when natural pleasures some lightened their boredom with unnatural ones. The mountain men saw that the women of the cities were beautiful, but they were not modest, casting their charms before the masters, unashamed, so it followed they were taken when required and treated as chattels. The women did not complain, though hitherto they had stood equal with their menfolk, but woman's equality with half-men is not something of value. Glun 4:10 With women like this, the men placed no restraint on their lust and went from excess to excess. The women, rejoicing in the strength and vigor of the men, said among themselves, "Here are men indeed, such as we have not known before." Then, in the manner of women, they turned away from their own men and from the households of their husbands and fathers, for now, they despised them. They threw off all womanly restraint and grappled with the victors like ravening beasts, and the strong were vanquished by weakness. Always do women behave thus when their menfolk are defeated in battle, it is for this men fight. Glun 4:11 None came to do battle with the victors, for they who had fought for the gods had destroyed themselves, and in the fullness of time the victors, too, were destroyed by the fleshpots, by fornication and drunkenness, by ease and luxury. Their fighting strength and valor departed with the passing years, they grew fat and slothful. They who had come down in manly array to fight and win, who could not be challenged in battle by the lesser men of the plains, were eaten up in the mansions of pleasure, in the drinking booths, with music, wine, and fine linen. Glun 4:12 Upon the mountain and in the mountain homes, there was weeping and sadness among the women. Fields were untilled, and cattle strayed away, sheep went unplucked. The best craftsmen were gone, and few remained willing to learn their skill, the teachers of learning taught no more. The gnarled hand that had wielded the sword and terrorized the foe now plucked the strings of psaltery and lyre. The rough jerkins and corselets were cast off, and now garments were of fine linen dyed purple and crimson. Men arrayed their softening bodies in gaudy attire and bathed in scented waters. They rejected their own women for those of the cities whose hands and feet were stained with bright colors and whose faces were marked with blue. Glun 4:13 One day, from afar off came 3 men of Ardis, their country having been stricken by a mountain burst. They were worshippers of the one God whose light shines within men, and when they had lived in the 2 cities for a number of days they were stirred up in heart because of the things they saw. So they called upon their God to see these evil things. Their God sent down a curse upon the men of the cities, and there came a strange light and a smoky mist, which caught at the throats of men. All things became still and apprehensive, there were strange clouds in the skies and the nights were hung with heaviness. Many days passed before a north wind came, and the skies cleared, but then, when women conceived, they bore devils. Monstrosities came forth from their wombs, whose faces were terrible and whose limbs were unproportioned. GL 4:14 In those days men knew the art of working clay and making linen in bright colors, and also the use of eye paint. They had knowledge of herbs and magic, of enchantment, and the wisdom of the Book of Heaven, the knowledge of signs and omens, the secrets of the seasons, of the moon and the coming of the waters. GL 4:15 The remnants of the sons of Nezirah remained upon the mountains which are against Ardis, by the land about the encampment of Lamach. In Ardis, there were wise men filled with the inner wisdom, who read the Book of Heaven with understanding and knew the signs. They saw that the deeds of men in all the lands about the mountains had brought them to their hour. Then, the day came when the Lady of the Night changed her garment for one of a different hue, and her form swept more swiftly across the skies. Her tresses streamed out behind in gold and copper, and she rode in a chariot of fire. The people in those days were a great multitude, and a loud cry ascended into heaven. GL 4:16 Then, the wise men went to Sherapik, now called Sarapesh, and said to Sisida, the king, Behold, the years are shortened and the hour of trial draws nigh. The shadow of doom approaches this land because of its wickedness, yet, because you have not mingled with the wicked, you are set apart and shall not perish, so your seeds may be preserved. Then, the king sent for Hanok, son of Hagaretur, and he came out of Ardis, for there he had heard a voice among the reeds saying, Abandon your abode and possessions, for the hour of doom is at hand, neither gold nor treasure can buy a reprieve. GL 4:17 Then Hanok came into the cities and said to the governors, Behold, I would go down to the sea and would therefore build a great ship, that I may take my people upon it. With me will go those who trouble you, and they will take the things which cause you concern, therefore, you will be left in peace to your own enjoyment. The governors said, Go down to the sea, and build your ship there, and it will be well, for you go with our blessing. But in a dream Hanok answered, It has been told to me in a dream that the ship should be built against the mountains, and the sea will come up to me. When he had gone away, they declared him mad. The people mocked him, calling him commander of the sea, but they did not hinder him, seeing gain in his undertaking. Therefore, a great ship was laid down under the leadership of Hanok, son of Hagaretur, for Sisida, king of Sarapesh, from whose treasury came payment for the building of the vessel. GL 4:18 It was built on the lake of Nemos, close by the river of gold where it divides. All the household of Hanok was there and the household of his brother who directed the men at the task. Dwivan, captain of ships, from the land beyond Ardis, was overseer of the craftsmen. The women and children carried and the men built. The length of the great ship was 100 cubits, and its breadth was 50 cubits, and it was finished off above by 1 cubit. It had 3 stories, which were built without a break. GL 4:19 The lowermost was for the beasts and cattle and their provender, and it was laid over with sand from the river. The middle one was for birds and fowls, for plants of every kind that are good for man and beast, and the uppermost one was for the people. Each story was divided in twain, so that there were 6 floors below and 1 above, and they were divided across with 7 partitions. In it were cisterns for water and storehouses for food, and it was built with ascara wood, which water cannot rot or worms enter. It was pitched within and without, and the cisterns were lined. The planks were edged and the joints made fast with hair and oil. Great stones were hung from ropes of plaited leather, and the ship was without mast or oars. There were no poles and no openings, except for a hatch beneath the eaves above, whereby all things entered. The hatch was secured by great beams. GLN 4:20 Into the great ship they carried the seed of all living things, grain was laid up in baskets and many cattle and sheep were slain for meat, which was smoked by fire. They also took all kinds of beasts of the field and wild beasts, birds and fowls, all things that crawl. Also gold and silver, metals and stones. GLN 4:21 The people of the plains came up and camped about to see this wonder, even the sons of Nezirah were among them, and they daily mocked the builders of the great ship, but these were not dismayed and toiled harder at the task. They said to the mockers, "Have your hour, for ours will surely come." GLN 4:22 On the appointed day, they who were to go with the great ship departed from their homes and the encampment. They kissed the stones and embraced the trees, and they gathered up handfuls of the earth, for all this, they would see no more. They loaded the great ship with their possessions, and all their provender went with them. They set a ram's head over the hatch, pouring out blood, milk, honey, and beer. Beating upon their breasts, weeping and lamenting, the people entered the great ship and closed the hatch, making it secure within. GLN 4:23 The king had entered and with him those of his blood, in all 14, for it was forbidden that his household go into the ship. Of all the people who entered with him, 2 understood the ways of the sun and moon and the ways of the year and the seasons. 1 The quarrying of stones, 1 the making of bricks and 1 the making of axes and weapons. 1 the playing of musical instruments, 1 bread, 1 the making of pottery, 1 the care of gardens and 1 the carving of wood and stone. 1 the making of roofs, 1 the working of timbers, 1 the making of cheese and butter. 1 the growing of trees and plants, 1 the making of plows, 1 the weaving of cloth and making of dyes, and 1 the brewing of beer. 1 the felling and cutting of trees, 1 the making of chariots, 1 dancing, 1 the mysteries of the scribe, 1 the building of houses and the working of leather. There was 1 skilled in the working of cedar and willow wood, and he was a hunter, 1 who knew the cunning of games and circus, and he was a watchman. There was an inspector of water and walls, a magistrate, and a captain of men. There were 3 servants of God. There was Hanok and his brother and their households, and Dwiven, and 6 men who were strangers. GLN 4:24 Then, with the dawning, men saw an awesome sight. There, riding on a great black rolling cloud, came the destroyer, newly released from the confines of the sky vaults, and she raged about the heavens, for it was her day of judgment. The beast with her opened its mouth and belched forth fire, hot stones and a vile smoke. It covered the whole sky above and the meeting place of earth and heaven could no longer be seen. In the evening, the places of the stars were changed, they rolled across the sky to new stations, then, the flood waters came. GLN 4:25 The floodgates of heaven were opened and the foundations of earth were broken apart. The surrounding waters poured over the land and broke upon the mountains. The storehouses of the winds burst their bolts asunder, so storms and whirlwinds were loosed to hurl themselves upon the earth. In the seething waters and howling gales all buildings were destroyed, trees were uprooted and mountains cast down. There was a time of great heat, then came a time of bitter cold. The waves over the waters did not rise and fall, but seethed and swirled, there was an awful sound above. GLN 4:26 The pillars of heaven were broken and fell down to earth. The sky vault was rent and broken, the whole of creation was in chaos. The stars in the heavens were loosened from their places, so they dashed about in confusion. There was a revolt on high, a new ruler appeared there and swept across the sky in majesty. GLN 4:27 Those who had not labored at the building of the great ship and those who had mocked the builders came quickly to the place where it was lying. They climbed upon the ship and beat upon it with their hands, they raged and pleaded, but could not enter inside, nor could they break the wood. As the great ship was borne up by the waters it rolled and they were swept off, for there was no foothold for them. The ship was lifted by the mighty surge of waters and hurled among the debris, but it was not dashed upon the mountainside because of the place where it was built. All the people not saved within the ship were swallowed up in the midst of raging confusion, and their wickedness and corruption was purged away from the face of the earth. GLN 4:28 The swelling waters swept up to the mountain tops and filled the valleys. They did not rise like water poured into a bowl, but came in great surging torrents, but when the tumult quietened and the waters became still, they stood no more than 3 cubits above the earth. The destroyer passed away into the fastness of heaven, and the great flood remained 7 days, diminishing day by day as the waters drained away to their places. Then, the waters spread out calmly and the great ship drifted amid a brown scum and debris of all kinds. GLN 4:29 After many days the great ship came to rest upon Cardo, in the mountains of Ashta, against Nishim in the land of God. Chapter 5 Birth of Hermaintar GLN 5:1 Hanok had 3 brothers by his mother and 1 by Satara, 2 were with him on the great ship, and 1 was saved in Megan. Hanok ruled all the land of Baca, and his sons, Labeth and Hadana, were born at Nazirah after the great ship became fast. GLN 5:2 His brothers divided the water-washed land between them. 1 went to Tirdana and built a city there, and he ruled the western waters. 1 ruled the eastern waters and the swamps down to the waters of the sea. The other raised up Irika in the midst of them, and he was the greatest. The city of Irika stood for 1,000 years, but in the days of King Nadraza, the people made great images with faces of gold and bodies of brass. Children were offered to these demons conceived in wickedness. Then God in his wrath unleashed the winds, and they were swept through the city as a whirlwind. The gold-faced images were thrown one against another and were broken, they fell and were buried under their temples. Irika was then removed from the eyes of men. GLN 5:3 All the cities were rebuilt, and the kings were dead. The people had multiplied greatly when Lugatar, he who taught the working of metals, was born. He was the mightiest of kings and his deeds are known to all men and written in his books. GLN 5:4 Wisdom came to the land by the hand of our father Hermaintar, who was called Hankada, born at Agelmech in the land of Kalib under Irika, of Nintursu, maiden of the temple, by Jelamis Hor, builder of walls, son of Lugatar the metal worker, son of Dumath the shepherd, son of Jijitan, the tiller of the soil. GLN 5:5 In the days when the mother of Hermaintar carried him under her heart with pain, the king, his father, had a dream. He saw a woman and knew he had just lain with her, but could not see her face clearly, for whenever he almost recognized it, the likeness changed to that of another. The woman was purifying herself over a bowl of incense, and while so doing she made water. Then, a great cloud of smoke arose up from out of the bowl and filled all the room, and it went out through the doors and filled all the city and all the temples of the city. GLN 5:6 The following night the king was disturbed by the same dream therefore, knowing he told them had received an omen, upon his arising he hastened to send a messenger to the temple of the stargazers. 2 wise men came and he told them concerning his dream, requesting that they read its meaning. Having heard the words of the king, they thereupon left, going away to consult the book of heaven to discover what was written in the future concerning such a matter. In 2 days they returned, coming in unto the king as he sat within the hall of judgment, and they bowed before him saying, Woe unto us your servants for what we have to say, for thus it is written. 1 is to be born of a woman, whom you have ravished, and he will be a slayer of kings, a destroyer of temples and a contender with the gods. He is one born to be great among men, and his hand will be against you. GLN 5:7 Hearing this the king bethought himself of the women he had taken by force, but they were many and scattered, so he sent again for the wise men, requesting their aid, and the wise men received his words. GLN 5:8 Now, The wise men knew these things were written of a son to be born to Nintursu, but they were perplexed, not knowing what to do, for she was a maiden of the temple of the seven enlightened ones, which had been built in the days of Sasuda. If the blood of one thus born were shed or its breath stopped within the boundaries of the land, the corn would perish within the furrow, and the blossom would fall from the trees, so that they yielded no fruit. Yet the wise men were not loath to bring down the wrath of the king upon this temple, for it was one whose god had but small estate, yet it paid no tribute to the god of the land. Nor did they desire to deceive the king in this matter, for if by perchance the deceit were uncovered, they lost their protection. GLN 5:9 The wise men, therefore, went before the king and spoke thus: O king, light of our lives, we your servants have discovered this child, though it is yet unborn. It is to be born of a maiden bound to the temple of the seven enlightened ones, therefore, its blood may not be shed on land worked by the hand of man, nor may its breath be stopped. So now we say unto you, send those who are your most trusted servants, let them take this maiden and carry her away to a place afar off. If it be beyond the boundaries of this land, the child when born can be slain there and no evil will befall the lands of our God. Hearing these words, the king remembered the maiden he had taken for his pleasure, for while hunting he had come upon her as she bathed. Neither the temple nor its god was known to him and he had no fear of its priests. GLN 5:10 The king called his chamberlain to his side, a man most trusted, and charged him, saying, Go, take this Nintursu, this temple maiden, and carry her into the land of Kythas, entering by stealth. She is with child, and when it is born, slay it, letting its blood fall upon the soil in the land of Kythas. GLN 5:11 The chamberlain prepared and departed, taking with him men of blood and their captain. They travelled so they came upon the temple at first light in the morning. Nintursu was taken and they left ornaments of gold and silver. GLN 5:12 Now, Nintursu was not delivered of the child when they came to the boundary of the land, so they camped there, and in the days that followed, men went out to spy. The captain was a man skilled in war and courageous, a man of many battles, and Nintursu spoke often with him. But between her and the chamberlain few words were spoken. GLN 5:13 It happened that when Nintursu's time was upon her and the child to be delivered, it was the days of full moon, therefore the child could not be slain, so they bided until the dark of the moon. Then, when the order of things was right, the chamberlain called the captain and said, This is a task for a man of blood and I am not such a one, therefore, you take the child and slay it over the border. 7 men will go with you, that all these may bear witness to the deed and swear to it. GLN 5:14 Now, the men of blood were grim men of battles, strangers to soft beds and the gentle ways of women, but some among them were the companions of Nintursu during the first days of her motherhood. Also, there was one whose father had been a worshipper at the temple of the seven enlightened ones before it was abandoned by all who followed the king. There were those who murmured, saying, This is a task for those in high places, who speak with honeyed tongues and carry concealed knives that stab in the back, this is not for fighting men. GLN 5:15 It was true. This was no task for men of clashing metal, it was a deed more suited to squeamish-stomached courtiers, but, lacking backbone, these have ever needed others to do their dirty work spawned through intrigue and conspiracy. Lord, hasten the day when real men are no longer manipulated by half-men. GLN 5:16 The captain put the child into a basket prepared by Nintursu. It was placed upon an ass. Then, he and his men went over the boundary to a place, where neither tree nor grass grew, but about 10 bowshots distant, a stream ran through it to water fields and pastures in the valley below. When they stopped, the captain took down the basket and opened it, but when he gazed upon the face of the child, his heart held his hand. He was a man of battles who slew in war, a slayer of men in combat, not a weak-kneed man of intrigue and slayer of children. He closed the basket and said to those who had come with him, "We will bide our time here until nightfall. If we loose the blood of the child here it will be absorbed into dead soil and do no harm, but if we carry it further, down into the valley, it will fall on living soil." None with him answered, for they were but simple fighting men, knowing not that the blood could have been let into the waters. Or maybe they understood the heart of their captain. GLN 5:17 The captain said, "It is hot, we have time enough before those who dwell below are asleep, therefore, let us drink wine and rest a while." So they drank wine which had been brought and rested. Becoming drowsy they eventually fell asleep. Darkness fell. GLN 5:18 Now, the ass had not eaten since the morning, nor had it drunk at the stream, and the captain of men bided his time, for he had a plan and this was a place known to him. In the gathering darkness he put the basket with the child inside, back on the ass. It was a good place of concealment, under an overhanging rock, with thickets of thorn all around, while below, the ground fell away steeply, being covered with rocks and loose stones. Only the captain knew how, in the darkness, a large stone was loosed from above, bringing down many others with it, so that stones fell all about the place where the men lay under the overhang. They were heavy with wine, they shouted, they stumbled and fell, one was struck by a dart, another by a spear, there was a clash in the darkness though none was killed. The ass, loosed from its halter, fled, and none could stop it. GLN 5:19 Wrathfully the captain shouted, "What kind of men have I been given? Why have you not brought trumpets to announce our coming? Who can see the ass among the bushes or hear it among the stones?" Then, as lights appeared below and the voices of men were heard in the night, they withdrew. GLN 5:20 Coming to a place of safety, the men took counsel among themselves, for the captain of the men said, "If you would go unpunished for this night, then you must slay me now, even then, can you return without me? Also, who knows where the blood will flow? Therefore, shall we not all say, with mine own eyes I beheld the blood of this child and know it is dead? Are we men of wisdom who live, or are we foolish ones who die?" Thus, borne on the back of an ass, Hermaintar came to the land of Kythes. Chapter 6 Companionship of Yadal GLN 6:1 Concerning our father Hermaintar, these things were written in the scroll of Picamon, scribe of the Firehawks. Generation had grown out of generation, and the Lord of Light and Life had hidden himself, for he knew the nature of man, and none could find him. Time passed, and they sought him no more. GLN 6:2 Then high riding, ass-born, came one who was to reveal the light to men. Praises to the Lord of Light and Life for Hermaintar the light bringer. He wandered the hillsides among shepherds who tended their flocks with care, and he learned their ways. This was the wisest of men, and his body was filled to overflowing with manly powers. Wide striding, he measured the mountains' broad pastures. In anger, his face burned like the sun at noontide, while in benevolence, it shed the calm glow of the moon in the night quietness. In courage and skill, none could match him. He was a child like no other, before others crawled he stood upright, he learned his letters at 3 years, he could read and write at 5, he taught those who attended the temple with him when he was 7. He was 10 when his foster father joined his fathers, and the estate was divided through the women. At 12, he changed the course of the river falling down from the mountains to lead it through new pastures, and thus, his mother became rich. At 13, he was sent to the shepherd of the city and trained with spear and shield. At 17, he slew the king's right-hand man and fled to the mountains of Akama. GLN 6:3 Like a beast of prey, he wandered at will, he was the mountain dweller, firm of limb and swift-footed, taking according to his whim from those who passed his way. Mighty was his bow of Anshan wood, sinew strung, it sped swiftly his straight-shot arrows. Gln 6:4 High on the mountains wandered another, Yadal his name, one who lived on herbs and wild honey, tall and long-haired, for no knife had ever touched it. His hand tamed a wild wolf cub, and it was his companion, wherever he went, it followed. The wild beasts did not molest him, and he walked freely among them. Gln 6:5 Hermaintar was a trapper of wild beasts, he dug a pit at the place where they came down to water, and other traps were set. Yadal passed that way, the pit was filled in and the traps broken, the ensnared deer was set free. When Hermaintar returned and found the pit filled in and the traps broken, his heart was seized by a whirlwind, he raged against the skies, he swore against the trees. He sought, for days he sought but could not come upon Yadal, the evasive one, the cunning one. His traps were useless, his pits a vain labor. He hungered, and because he hungered, he became less cautious. When he lay in wait among the bushes to waylay men who passed, he was not held back by thought of their number, but loosed his arrows and leapt among them. Hermaintar attacked stormy-hearted, like a whirlwind, he attacked, but when they saw he was one alone, they stood fast. Hermaintar turned back into the bushes, but arrows sent after him found their mark. Gln 6:6 For 3 days, he lay in his place upon the mountain, his legs swelled up and he thirsted, for he could not get water. He lay in a body of pain, and his spirit prepared to depart from him. A wolf came, and his hand sought a stone, but weakness held his arm, so it could not be cast. Then lo, the wolf licked his hand and departed. Then, Yadal came, in his hand was a skin filled with fresh water, and he knelt beside Hermaintar and gave him a drink. Yadal dressed the wounds and brought herbs to eat, and so it came to pass that Hermaintar grew strong again. Gln 6:7 Thereafter, Hermaintar and Yadal dwelt together within a cave among the mountains, but Yadal would neither slay for meat nor eat of it. Yet they roamed the wide mountains together in joyous companionship, and their days sped swiftly by. But Hermaintar longed for other things and therefore was tempted to attack men who passed, for he desired fine meats and garments and ornaments for his body. Gln 6:8 These things were brought to the ears of the king, and those about the king said, Let us take men up into the mountain and slay this wild hill wanderer, this manslayer and robber. But the king bade them hold their hands, for he desired to see the man for himself, he wanted him taken alive, and he said, Should any man slay him, that man is mine. The king, therefore, took counsel of the wise men, saying, How shall we take this man, if man he be and not a spirit of the mountains? I would look upon him with my own eyes, for I know of none such as he. One such, there once was, but he is no more. Then, one among the wise men said, This man of the mountains, if man he be, will follow the ways of men, therefore, let us procure a harlot from the temple, a woman of pleasure, and let her go and take him, ensnare the hunter in the well-baited trap. The king said, This is no new thing, and perchance, it can bring the wild man of the mountains down to me in chains of silk, even into the city, therefore, go and put your words into deeds. Then, a man was sent to the temple, and he brought back Heserda, a woman of pleasure, in exchange for gold, and she was taken to the hunters who knew the ways of the mountains. Gln 6:9 They set off, journeying for some days, the hunters, the harlot, and those with her, until they came to a place where there was a waterhole, close by the way of Elamki. They passed beyond the waterhole to the spring above, sending men into the surrounding forest. The day came when one returned saying, The wild man comes. Then, the chief of the hunters said to the woman, O woman, bare your breasts and sit beside the waters, use the wiles of your calling, have no shame but welcome him boldly. When he comes up close reveal your secrets, drawing him to you, teach him the arts of the harlot that ensnares men. GLN 6:10 The woman was not loath to take him, responding well to the task, sitting by the waters, singing. However, her Maintar circled warily about the place, but discovered nothing, and no harm came to him. He drew closer, and when he did, the harlot revealed her secret charms and was well pleased by the eagerness he displayed. She instructed him in the harlot's art and they dallied there for several days, but the hunters did not come to take him, for they found no way to come upon him furtively. Then, after 7 days, her Maintar departed, passing up the incline of the mountainside without looking back. The harlot was afraid, because the hunters murmured against her, but it was not her fault, and the chief of hunters said, "Wait and see, let us bide a while yet." GLN 6:11 Her Maintar returned to the place where the wild deer grazed, but Yadal was not there, and when he crossed the wind of the deer, they fled away. GLN 6:12 He went to the cave, where they shared their rest, but Yadal was not there. The wolf alone lay close by and her Maintar called out to it, but the wolf stayed afar off, it would not come near, because her Maintar was not purified from contact with the harlot. GLN 6:13 For a day and a night, her Maintar stalked the mountainside, wide striding along its paths, but he did not find Yadal, therefore, he returned to the place where he had left the woman. She greeted him warmly, making him welcome with cooked meats, rejoicing in her heart. They remained mountainside there for 3 days, and she tamed him to the need for a woman. Then, the day came when she said, "You are wise, you are strong even as a bull, why run wild upon the mountainsides with one who deserts you at will? Come with me unto the king, for he has heard tales of your might and would close his eyes to your deeds. He will give you a house and gold, and I, Heserta, will become your servant. The temple of love will be opened for you, and I will show you the delights within. Come and dwell under the shadow of the king, for he is mighty, he is the wild bull, which roars over men." GLN 6:14 Her Maintar thought and said, "No, I will not go before the king, for he does no good in my sight. Do not the people murmur against him, saying, 'Woe for these days! The hand of the king rests heavily upon us.' His pride knows no bounds and no maiden is left virgin for her husband. Neither the daughter of a man of blood nor the wife of a prince walks freely in the city. Are not all its doors shut like the doors of prisons?" GLN 6:15 The woman thought a while, then said, "Who tells these things of the king? Are their words established? He is the great king, a mountain licked by 10,000 tongues, the king whose whisper fills the judgment hall, whose voice echoes 1,000 leagues away. He is the glorious king, a man perfect in strength and proportion, his body is one to delight the eyes of any woman. None other has his wisdom and knowledge. Therefore, men talk against him, for it is the nature of men to be jealous of those who so much excel." GLN 6:16 Let us go, let the king see you face to face and rejoice, for you are alike. Oh, come with me to where each day brings new delights, where the young women are gaily robed and the young men wonderful to look upon. Come to where breezes are filled with sweet smells, where beds are soft and rooms perfumed. Come to the place where life is enjoyed. Come, serve the king, as you are now, so was he in his youth, but youth departs, albeit slowly. He is the never-resting one, the son of the Lady of Battles. Come and do not fear, all will be made ready for you, even now the wise men tell of your coming, and men wait to escort you in peace." GLN 6:17 Her Maintar was swayed by her words and said, "So let it be, where you go, there go I." Then Heserta gave him a necklace she had brought and led him to the tents of the hunters. But when they saw him face to face, they were afraid, such was the light held in the eyes of the stalwart, wide-striding one. Yet they recognized him as a man like themselves, and their fear passed. So it was that Hermaintar went with them and with the woman, came to the city and went before the king, and the king looked upon him with favor. He gave Hermaintar wine, and he was drunk, and oil for his body, and he was anointed. He was arrayed in 3 robes, he became a man of rank, he was given a house and servants and he was given a watchman. He became captain of the guards, and none was like him. GLN 6:18 To the woman of pleasure, the harlot, the king gave bracelets of gold and sent her away, saying, Go to your proper place, for you have completed the thing required of you. There, you will be great among women, while here, you will be degraded among them. Heserta departed in sorrow, for even a harlot can feel faint stirrings of affection through the oft-soiled, winding cloth which enwraps her sordid spirit. GLN 6:19 Hermaintar learned the ways of the palace and walked as he willed, but soon he became restless, for his thoughts turned towards Heserta. He missed her ways. Yet, many women cast their glances towards him, but behind these was the threat of the sword. He was not a man of smooth and subtle ways, being unskilled in the deceit which flourishes under the shadow of kings. Though favored by the king and safe under his mantle, he was a man alone in the palace and courtyards. He set out to find Heserta, seeking her at the temple of pleasure within the temple gate, where she had served as a harlot, but the priest said, The woman is no longer here, for a harlot, given gold, thinks herself a queen, and the women have driven her out. Hermaintar sought her throughout the city, but she was nowhere to be found. Persisting, he eventually found her at a harlot's post beside the river, among wineskins and men of the waters. There was one who sat with her, and he was a man of blood, therefore, armed. So when Hermaintar came up to them seeking to talk with the woman, he drew his sword. When the man of blood saw that Hermaintar was undismayed by this and prepared to settle the issue, he mocked him, saying, Why should men fight when women are plentiful and we have half a measure of corn? GLN 6:20 Hermaintar bought the woman from those who grow rich on the defiled bodies of women and established her in his house. The men about the king murmured against him, speaking poisoned words in the ear of the king. The women of the palace also turned from him. Meeting Heserta on the street, they caught her and tore her veil off her face, while men of subtle ways who served the king mocked behind their hands. The men of blood serving the king set their faces against Hermaintar, while in the city, men said, as he passed, There goes the great one who bathes in dirty water. Therefore, Hermaintar departed from the city, going to dwell without its walls among men who tilled the soil. GLN 6:21 It was not long before the day came when the woman saw that Hermaintar was downcast, and so she said to him, O man of might, when my eyes rest upon you I am raised above all women, and now my heart is cleansed of all that polluted it, my body rejoices in freedom and my life is a song of gladness. Yet, I am saddened because my heart tells me you are sorrowful and not at ease within yourself, that half your heart remains in the mountains. Therefore, hear what I say, go there once more while I remain here to await your return, perhaps this time you will find Yadal. Her words made Hermaintar sad and he said, How can I go away and leave you here? Who will protect you? What man can I place over you who will not know you? Yet go to the mountain, I must, therefore you shall come with me. GLN 6:22 They departed, crossing by way of Hamrama, and came to the mountains high-standing and steep-sided. They searched many days, but Yadal could not be found, neither would any bird or beast approach them. They wandered the mountains, they searched the valleys and they grew weary in the search. They returned to the foot of the mountains, below the place where shepherds dwelt and into the tillage, where there was a city. It was the time of Akito, and Shara, chief of the city dwellers, was to be married. Being invited to remain in the city as guests, they stayed there. When the days of feasting commenced, men came in from the mountains and tillage, and there was much dancing and singing. Hermaintar and Heserta were made welcome, taking their places among the guests and storytellers, eating and drinking their fill. There was strong drink brewed from corn and wine from the palm, and Hermaintar became overfilled with these and, drunk, he fell asleep. While he slept, a man came upon Heserta and seized her, saying, "Come, let us be together, so I may have pleasure, and you may have silver. I know you are a woman of many pleasures, a servant to the vices of men." When she denied him his desire, he sought to take her by force, but she drew a knife and slew him, for a woman cannot be taken by man, except she surrender herself to his needs. GLN 6:23 Hearing the clamor, men came and, seeing what had happened, they seized the woman. Others took Hermaintar and both were brought before the headman, who delivered them to a place of confinement. When the feasting was over they were brought before Pitosi, one who sat in judgment. Pitosi said to Hermaintar, "You have come among us as a guest and a man of good standing, therefore we know not whether you have been wronged or whether a man of this city has been slain unjustly. If you have been wronged, then also establish the standing of this woman. It is said that she is a harlot without standing, this being so, then you shall pay the price of he who is slain to his kindred and no more will be required of you." GLN 6:24 Hermaintar answered Pitosi thus, "You are one filled with the essence of wisdom, who justly occupies the seat of judgment. I ask with due humility that you give ear to my plea for this woman, who may not speak for herself. Denounce her I cannot, instead, I will claim her as wife under the law of Hudashum, for she has dwelt with me for 20 months and in that time has not known another man, nor have I cause for complaint." GLN 6:25 Hearing this, and because Hermaintar made claim to the law of Hudashum, Pitosi sent for Anilarik, priest of the great temple, that he should say whether or not Heserta stood before him as the wife of Hermaintar. When the priest came he inquired of the woman whether she were a virgin when Hermaintar took her. Had she said yes, then the passage of 3 months would have given her the standing of a wife, but she answered no. The priest asked her if she were a widow when Hermaintar took her. Had she answered yes, then the passage of 20 months would have given her the standing of a wife, but she answered no. Then the priest asked if she were a harlot when Hermaintar took her and she answered yes. Therefore, as 7 years had not yet passed since Hermaintar first took her, she could not have the standing of a wife. Nor could she claim to be a harlot of the temple, for she had left its protection. GLN 6:26 Now the mark of a harlot was upon her and Hermaintar had forfeited his standing in the place of judgment. So, Pitosi gave judgment upon them and it was decreed that when Gala came they would be led to the enclosure of death and there tied back to back. The woman would be strangled with cords, after the manner of harlots, while Hermaintar would be left to carry her as a burden within the enclosure for 7 days. Then, if the gods willed that he lived, he would be let out to wander as he willed, all he might take with him being 3 handfuls of corn and a gourd of water. The judgment was fulfilled. Hermaintar lived. He departed and went his way, and the kindred of the slain men failed to catch him. GLN 6:27 Hermaintar passed across the land, coming at last to the temple of the 7 illuminated ones, and his mother was there. She dwelt alone with only an old serving woman, for now the temple was desolate and without walls. For 2 years, Hermaintar dwelt with his mother, but then his heart went out again to the companion he had left upon the mountainside. He said to his mother, "I must depart, for my heart cries out for one who saved my life and whose ways are mine. Great is the love of man for woman, but greater the love of man for man. GLN 6:28 So Hermaintar came again to the mountains, and lo, he had entered the forest but half a day when he came upon Yidal. How warm was the greeting, how strong the embrace! Hermaintar said, Long have I sought you and found you not, yet I come again, and you are here. Yidal answered, It was because of the harlot, I was here, but you saw me not, nor could I make myself known to you. GLN 6:29 Hermaintar returned with Yidal to the place where his mother dwelt, and they remained there, none knowing what they were, for they were garbed as priests. They tilled the ground about the place, enjoying its fruitfulness, and both were nourished by the wisdom of Hermaintar's mother. GLN 6:30 Nintursa was the last of the line of Sisuda. 10,000 generations had passed since the beginning and 1,000 generations since the recreation. The children of God and the children of men had passed into dust, and only men remained. 100 generations had passed since the overwhelming deluge and 10 generations since the destroyer last appeared. Once man lived for less than 20 years, now his years were 70. Once, God had walked with men, and men knew only God. Now, he was hidden behind many veils, and few saw him, and then but dimly and with great distortion. Where once there was one God, now gods were as numbered as the stars. Yet the great key remained in the midst of men, and it was here, at the temple of the 7 illuminated ones, the key of life, the key which was given into the keeping of our Father, Hermaintar. It is a secret thing, something exceedingly great. It is not lost but has come down to us and is known in our times. GLN 6:31 Now, one day, as Hermaintar sat beneath a tree, enjoying its shade at the height of noon, he saw a stranger approaching. The man was weary and staggered, so Hermaintar sent his servant to bring him into the shade. The servant hastened out and brought him in. He was given refreshment and his feet washed, and when this had been done Hermaintar asked him where he was bound, and the stranger replied, I go to Tajal, for in that place, there is a mighty man and a just one who will give ear to my plea, for untoward things are happening in the great city, things which should not be, the people cry out in the place of assembly, but they cry to the wind. Gilnamner has seized the heart of the king and now rules. In 12 days I am pledged to marry, but there is no lightness of a bridegroom in my heart, for the king elects to be first with the bride. This is the custom come down to us from the gods of old, but my heart is wrung like a grape. I cannot find it within me to give her into his keeping on the wedding night. Therefore, I go to find one who can challenge him at the door of the bridal chamber, as the custom permits, for this is no low-born woman. But this is a thing none has heard of as having been done before in our times, for men fear the gods. I know of none other who may stand before the king as one sanctified. GLN 6:32 Hermaintar heard him and replied, Be of good heart, and go no further, for I am that man. Hearing this, the stranger, filled with gratitude, fell upon his knees before Hermaintar and said, How can I thank you? How can I repay you? What can I give? But Hermaintar answered, When a man does what has to be done, then payment and reward sully the deed. Then he called Yidal and said, Prepare, for we go into the city of the king, and because he was sanctified, Hermaintar claimed the protection of Irakir. Then, they offered prayers in the antechamber between heaven and earth. GLN 6:33 They dwelt with the bride brother of the bridegroom until the day of the wedding feast came, for the bridegroom was not of this city. When the feast was over, and before the guests departed, the bridal chamber was made ready with the bride within, and the young messenger of the temple went about making his call. Then the king came to the antechamber, passing by the husband who was to wait without. But there, standing before the door, was Hermaintar, his right hand on the pillar, for none might otherwise challenge the king, and in his left hand were the reeds. GLN 634 Those who were gathered there, the men and the women, drew back, and men of the king's guard came forward, each claiming the right to enter the combat on behalf of the king, for one man could precede the king, but no more. Such was the custom. The choice of whom to fight from among those who came forward lay with Hermain-Tar, and because blows were the captain of the guard, a man skilled in war, the people were amazed. But Hermain-Tar knew the man's weakness. No more than 5 blows were struck when Hermain-Tar, leaping to the left-hand side of the captain of the guard, drove up under his armpit, so that he fell to the ground and died. GLN 635 Then Hermain-Tar and the king girded themselves and fought in the high courtyard, and it was a fight such as men had not seen before. The young and the old, agility against experience, stamina against cunning, they were both equal in the fight. They slashed at each other until their weapons broke and their shields split. They grappled, they stamped, they rolled in the dust, they lashed out at each other, and the combat went on until the water ran out, and still they both stood. Then, they could not fight with weapons but stood disarmed, and this time neither might cause the death of the other. They circled each other warily, keeping away from the balustrade. Then Hermain-Tar jumped aside and with a swift movement caught the king to him, twisting him so they both fell down into the courtyard below the ground, and the king fell over his shoulder, so that his breastbone broke, and he remained on the ground. Then the king's guard gathered about him, and a man skilled with medicines came forward, though grievously hurt the king would not die. Hermain-Tar gave his seal and right to the husband and, with Yadal, parted the men who stood about in silence, for they could not harm them. So Hermain-Tar and Yadal departed from the land, for it became closed to them and, mounted on mountain asses, they set out on the way of Anhu. GLN 636 Hermain-Tar crossed the wide plains with Yadal until they came safely to the stream of bitter waters, brought there by Mamanadam, and so they came up to Machur close by the forest of cedars and dwelt there. This is the place where there was a temple to Humbanwara, the guardian. Chapter 7 Death of Yadal GLN 7:1 Hermain-Tar married Istmeth, daughter of Anukis, governor of all the western parts of Hamanaz, and the mother of Istmeth was Nephorabdama, daughter of Hahuda, prince of Kirami. In those days, Dadi, daughter of Samshu, king of all the lands to the north, even to the land of everlasting night, ruled all the eastern parts of Hamanaz, and of all women, she was the most beautiful. GLN 7:2 Now, as time passed Hermain-Tar grew rich, he built himself a great house of cedar wood and had many servants and concubines. In these, the days of his greatness, he forgot the teachings of Nintursu, and the great key lay hidden sand, for the hours of his days were filled with worldly matters. GLN 7:3 The overseer of Hermain-Tar's cornfields was Noman, a man of Loza, a man whose word was not worth an obol of sand, for he falsified the measure. Therefore, fingers were removed from him, and he was driven forth out of the lands of Hermain-Tar, and he became the servant of one Sabitar. This Sabitar dwelt on the road to Millicum, outside the city of Kythim where Dadi ruled, and Dadi was a great queen. GLN 7:4 In the days when men came to Kythim and Lodi to buy and sell, before the feast when new milled corn was offered to the bull of Yahana, Hermain-Tar went up into the city of Kythim to pay his tribute. GLN 7:5 Now, Jalamis-Hor, the king, had died because of the thing hidden in an earthenware box, and the new king, wishing to he stood with the gods, sent for wise men who threw bundles of cedar wood before him. They saw he was destined to reign in greatness and prosperity, providing that he never quarrelled with a queen or killed a child. Therefore, the king deemed it wise to strengthen his peace with Dadi and sent his son to her with many gifts. GLN 7:6 The prince journeyed some days, then, stopped at an inn a day's journey from Kythim, and supped there, and while he ate, word was brought to him that someone wished to speak with him. It was Noman, and he spoke poisoned words regarding Hermaintar, so these should be brought to the ear of the queen. Thus, when Hermaintar entered the city of Kythum, he was seized and brought before the queen. But when she saw him and spoke with him, Dadi found no fault with him and looked upon him with favour. Therefore, though the prince departed, Hermaintar dallied at the court of Queen Dadi. Gln 7:7 time passed, and Hermaintar came frequently to the court and he was well favoured, but it came about that strife arose in the lands about, for the mother of the gods strove with the father of the gods. It was a time of turmoil, when the hand of brother was against brother, and all the while Hermaintar rose in the esteem of the queen. So it came about that a son was born to Hermaintar and Dadi. While the lands about had been ravaged by war, there was peace in Kythum, but when the son of Hermaintar and Dadi was scarce 1 year old, men came bearing tidings of war, the hosts of the king had gathered and voices were crying in the market-place. Prepare to die, for those who are mightier than the Humbala are upon us. None shall be spared from the fire of the pit, neither old men, nor women, and children. For those who came were the children of Githzad the serpent, the cunning one, whose mother was one of those who brought defilement into the race of men. These people knew neither justice nor mercy. Gln 7:8 The priests and the people went up into the mountain to gather before the cave of Yahanna. They cried out to be delivered, they were overpowered with weakness and their teeth shook, their knees became weak. But Dadi remained in the city, and she appointed Hermaintar captain of her war hosts, and he gave the orders. The arms makers bent to the task, making spears of willow wood and casting axes. Hermaintar freed Turton, because he had renounced his father, had become a slave, and gave him command of the bowmen. For Turton was a man of might and a bowman of renown. Gln 7:9 In the days when men feared because of the bull of heaven, the war hosts of the children, the men of Githzad gathered on the plain, and the fires of their encampment were, at night, numbered like stars. The men of Hermaintar encamped against them, and when he led the war hosts of Queen Dadi out in the morning light the men of blood faced one another. Turton, the bowman, had been made a war captain and he went out before the host of Dadi to see how those who stood against them were arrayed. When he returned, he spoke thus to Hermaintar, Behold my lord, great is the host of the children of Githzad and well set in their order of battle. Behold the long-limbed spearman, Kami the mighty, far famed among men, leads them. See the powerful bowman, whose wide-ranging arrows speed from behind tall shields, which stand before them. What has Holmes failed to teach these people? Behold the hosts of the Husajan who are with them, led by Akneem of the firm stander. See to their left the spearmen of ever-mighty Mardukha, they stand firm in line, they are like the point of a nail, ready to thrust inward. See, already the horns of the bull spread out for the encircling clash. Slingers already harass our foreguard, while bowmen sting us on either side. Gln 7:10 Still let us take heart. Have we not, ourselves, many mighty men ready to give their life's blood for you? Are they not all armed with every kind of weapon and masters of war? There are far-throwing slingers and keen-eyed bowmen, there is tall Lugal with the flashing weapons of fire. Yet, we can number our host, while the numbers of those who stand against us seem countless as the sands. Gln 7:11 Then Hermaintar raised his voice, calling upon his men to stand firm-footed in line to await the clash and bear up before it. He said, Think of your duty, and do not waver before the thrusts. To step back in battle is to step back from manhood. To take flight would cause men to tell of your dishonor now and in the days to come, and to an honorable man the disgrace of dishonor is worse than death itself. If any of you run, the staunch ones who stood firm will say you have fled the battle through fear, and your comrades who expected your support will treat your name with scorn. Those who stand against us on the field of blood will speak of you with contempt and derision. They will mock your courage, and for a true man there can be no more shameful fate. GLN 7:12 Then, to encourage those who were faint-hearted, Hermain-Tar sounded the loud, thunderous war cry. It resounded like the roar of 10 bulls. Then he caused his companion of the shield to blow the far-sounding war horn. After this came a rolling boom of war drums, the ringing sound of clashing cymbals, the loud shrilling of trumpets, and even louder trumpets filled the sky above with thunder. GLN 7:13 Turton, of the powerful bow, and Lugal, of the bright weapons, prepared their men to meet the clash. The war hosts drew closer, and the flight of arrows and sling stones began, followed by the hurling of flight spears. Heaven and earth trembled under the fearful sound of war cries and the clamor of war horns, even the hearts of stout fighting men shook before they commanded themselves. Yet, those with Hermain-Tar stood firm, eager for the clash and saying, "Let us smite those who come full of fight and fury to do the evil will of their dark king." GLN 7:14 Now I, Ankiti, stood behind the slinger's wall, my limbs trembled and my mouth was dry, my tongue craved for water. My scalp moved in fear and my hands loosened their grip through moisture. My heart thumped in confusion and I saw a mist of redness before my eyes, for these was my first battle, and I was but a youth. Beside me stood Yadal, the wild tender man, and he said, "I see no gladness in victory, if victory be granted. I crave no kingdom that I may rule over other men. What would be its pleasures to one such as I? For what do men slay one another? Which man seeks spoil and its pleasure and which man the joys of life? Against us stand men of living flesh and blood, men who have mothers and wives, men who have children, men who are good, even if those who lead them are evil. These good men, I have no wish to slay, better would it be, were I to be slain myself. Not a man will I slay with these hands, not even for the kingdom of the 3 spheres would I do it, much less an earthly kingdom. Were those who stand against us all men of evil, it would perhaps be a good deed to slay them, but in the clash of war, the good slay the good and the evil ones live safely behind the shields. GLN 7:15 And we slay men made in our own likeness, brother beings? What peace shall we henceforth enjoy in our hearts? Will not the memory make our hearts heavy, so that life becomes an unbearable burden? Even if there are others among these great war hosts who are so overcome with greed for spoil that they see no evil in the slaying of men, shall we not withhold our blows from this awful deed of blood? GLN 7:16 O doom of darkness, O day of sorrows, what evil has moved the hearts of rulers that men be slain in thousands for the gain of treasure and the rule of an earthly kingdom? What do we here on this field of blood, we who are men of peace and goodwill? Better by far that I stood unarmed, my breast bared, unresisting, and let them slay me, that I might lay in my own innocent blood. Thus spoke Yadal as the clash drew nigh, but only I, Ankiti, heard him. GLN 7:17 Then the lunge and thrust was upon us, and I heard another voice beside me, that of my uncle, Hermain-Tar, who was there, red sword in hand. The press of the foe drew back, and in the lull, Hermain-Tar stood beside Yadal, the companion of his wanderings, and placed a hand on his shoulder in compassion, for Yadal was a man without fear, a man of more courage than Ankiti. On the field of blood, the craven-hearted are truly separated from the men of peace and goodwill. GLN 7:18 The foe swept upon the thinning ranks again, they came like waves breaking upon a beach. They swept in, then sullenly, tardily, they rolled back, only to reform and crash again. As they came, I heard Hermain-Tar open his mouth and cry out, "They come yet again, they are upon us, arise and greet them, arise above this field of blood like men, for this is the day of heroes. This is the final test, this is the last trial of strength, the last effort to cast back." Why this lifeless rejection of all that is manly? Strong men cannot despair in their hearts when facing conflict and death, this gains neither victory on earth, nor peace in heaven. Stand as you have done, firm-footed, rising to the battle clash like the whirlwind that carries all before it. We are but men who know nothing of the causes of gods and their ways. I fight for the cause of loyalty and honor, I know not whether their victory or ours be best for the true cause of God, but I fight. Come, rise to the clash. GLN 7:19 Then, the remnants of the war hosts came together in the clash of arms. The cruel weapons struck one against the other, blow and counter blow. There were dull cries of death, the shrieks of pain and the shrill shout of victory, the last efforts of weary bodies, the last cries of dry-throated voices. The men of Hermaintar stood firm in the line, and the war hosts of those who sought to overwhelm them broke like a wave upon the seashore, they came no more. Hermaintar stood blooded and proud in the exultation of victory, but it passed in a moment when he saw Yadal lying among the dead and dying, wounded to death, but not yet dead. He had taken upon Great One and himself the spear thrust meant for Enkidu. GLN 7:20 Hermaintar lifted him up, his knee under his head, and Yadal opened his mouth and said, "The Great One has given you the victory, and for you, behind and beyond the victory, I see a great destiny, and therefore a difficult one. Be not heavy-hearted, nor let your spirit grieve, heavy laden with sorrow because of me. Weep not, for this I know, he who thinks he can slay another or be slain by him is devoid of enlightening truth. The spirit of man cannot perish by the sword or be overwhelmed by death." GLN 7:21 The sharp weapons of war cannot harm the spirit, nor can fire burn it. Waters cannot drown it and soil cannot bury it. My spirit departs to its abode beyond the power of sharp sword, beyond the reach of thrusting spear, beyond range of swift arrow. Now, face to face with what must be and cannot be altered, face to face with the ultimatum of destiny, cease from sorrow. GLN 7:22 What is this passing thing called life? This fragile flower so tenderly cherished, seen in its true frailty here on the field of blood. Does it have any real meaning? Here on the field of blood the dead sleep to awake to glory. To the victorious ones remaining alive there is glory on earth. So, do not dally here with the dying. Arise, go to your proper reward and lay me down to mine. Fear not for me, already I see the welcoming light beyond the veil. We shall meet again. GLN 7:23 Thus, Yadal departed from earth, and he was laid to rest in glory. He sleeps among the hills and trees, among the wild birds and beasts, which were his friends. These words are cut on his tomb, he was a man of peace and died because other men were not as he. Chapter 8 Hermaintar journeys to the netherworld GLN 8:1 Perhaps no man of his day properly honored Yadal, for he was beyond their understanding, but Hermaintar loved him and Enkidu never forgot him. Long days, the thoughts of Hermaintar rested upon Yadal, his friend, the companion in the joyous hunting on the mountains. Long he thought, what manner of sleep is this, if sleep it be, that fell upon Yadal? Has he decayed into dust to become nothing, as my eyes declare? Or does he live in some strange way? Did not the worm fasten onto his body before it was laid to rest? Yet he knew it not. Long hours had Hermaintar sat at the feet of Nintursa the wise, yet faced with the blank stare and deaf ears of his companion he had begun to fear the certainty of death. Like many before him he sought to penetrate the veil. GLN 8:2 Therefore, having claimed audience, Hermaintar came before the queen to state his intention. Dadi, having been victorious, was exalted in her own eyes and cared little that the battle had been won for her by Hermaintar and others. Now that the danger was past, she dallied with new favorites, not knowing the day of retribution would come, as come it surely did, for she was carried off captive in chains, to become the plaything of a cruel king. Gln 8:3 Having come before the queen, her Main-Tar spoke thus, O great queen, exalted above all others, great lady of battles, though dwelling here under your great shadow, I am as a cat among pigeons, as a wild boar among a docile herd. Therefore, I would spread my wings, going to a distant place to communicate with my God. I would seek entry into the place of the dead. My heart is consumed with sorrow because of the uncertainty that grasps my heart, my spirit is restless. I shall seek to discover if my friend and companion yet lives in the land of shadows, or whether he is no more than mere dust, the plaything of the winds. Gln 8:4 Queen Dadi answered, Wherefore must you go to some distant place to communicate with your God? Is he some little god to be found only in one place? Her Main-Tar replied, O great queen, no little god is this, but the greatest God of all. It is not because of his littleness that I seek him out but because of his greatness. The handmaiden goes to the dressmaker, but the dressmaker comes to the queen. Then, Dadi inquired from her Main-Tar as to the nature of this god, for she was curious, he not having previously discussed such things with her. She asked him for which god he fought, but her Main-Tar said he had fought only for her. Gln 8:5 Her Main-Tar said, We have a god, you and you have a god and I have a god. The people have their gods and the strangers within your gates have their gods, but hidden behind all these is another god. These lesser gods are no more than his members. It is this God, whom I seek. How can I, a mere mortal, describe him? Only this do I know, as I learned it in a remote temple. This God came into existence before all else. He ever was, so none could know him in the beginning, and none knows his mysterious nature. No God came into existence before him. How can I even name one who had no mother after whom his name might have been made? He had no father who could have named him and said, This is I, your father. None can display his likeness in writing, nor can it be cut with knife in wood or stone. He is too great, that men should even inquire about him. With what words could he be described to their understanding? No other god knows how to call him by name, even the greatest of them being less than a servant before him. Yet this I have been told, that the spirit of man can know this great God and can even know his nature, therefore, perchance the spirit of man is greater than any of the gods. Gln 8:6 At this those who stood about Queen Dadi murmured against her Main-Tar, but she gave no heed to them, gazing long upon him. Then she spoke, Perchance, too, this great God does not exist. Who besides you knows of him? If he be so great, is it not more likely that he would be worshipped by gods rather than by men? Is it not more likely that lesser gods stand intermediate between him and men? If a shepherd or husbandman comes to the palace seeking justice or grace, does he see me or an official under me? You say your God is approachable by anyone. Does this enhance his stature? Which is greater, the ruler who judges disputes between swineherds and listens to their complaints, or the ruler who appoints effective officials to deal with swineherds? Surely the former rules amid chaos while the latter rules with efficiency. Do not both of us believe, as all men believe that there is one great God above all gods, but we believe that being so great, this being is beyond approach by mere mortals. Only in this do we differ, you and I. Gln 8:7 Her Main-Tar answered her, saying, I know him not as he is, all I know is that he exists. Look about you, you who are enthroned so mightily high that your eyes are bedazzled by your surroundings, so you cannot see the truth lesser beings discover for themselves. Why, even the lowly worm crawling beneath your palace proclaims that nothing less than an almighty God could have created it. Gln 8:8 Wise were our fathers in olden times, and wiser our fathers' fathers. Whence came their wisdom? Did it not come from the great God, who holds the key to the meeting place of the two kingdoms, which now stand apart? Who lifted the lofty vaults of heaven and spread earth out in wide expanse? Gln 8:9 AD said, does it matter, whether it was this God or that? Your God or mine? Suffice it was some God, named or unnamed. These are labyrinthine arguments unsuited to those to whom time is precious. Gln 8:10 Then, those who stood about the queen set a snare for her Main-Tar, asking him whether the great being of whom he spoke was the mother of all or the father of all. But her Main-Tar answered, let he who has examined the great being answer, for I am but a mere mortal man, one not even claiming to be wise. Let the wise among you answer for me. Gln 8:11 Then her Main-Tar departed from the presence of Queen Dadi. In a few days, he left her land, driven by the God-given restlessness that marks the true seeker after light. With him went the youth, Ankiti. Tame goats guided them to the border of the land, and from thence they followed the way of the chariot until they came to the land of Mikan, where they rested. In this place dwelt Formana, the strong-limbed, who gave them shelter. Gln 8:12 Formana asked her Main-Tar whither he went, and her Main-Tar replied, I go to seek the abode of Hamarat, which is set atop a mountain in the midst of this great forest, just beyond the river. There is a door therein, which I would open, to which I hold a key. Formana said, this is an enterprise doomed for failure, for none may pass that way and return. I, who have dwelt here for many long years, know the truth of this, nor do I understand this talk of a key, this is a thing new to my ears. So her Main-Tar drew forth the great key, shaped like a sword, but like no other sword, for it could not be gazed upon for more than a moment without blindness striking the beholder. Yet within its strange scabbard, it harmed none. Gln 8:13 Formana said, this many-hued weapon is a strange thing, indeed, and I have no knowledge of its like or its power. But this I do know, it is an unequal struggle when men alone, however weaponed, have to face dread Achaman, the terrible one. This is not all, for first they must pass the fearsome watchman at the gate, and he never sleeps. Her Main-Tar said, I have set my heart on this enterprise because of my friend, also, if there is an evil thing lurking within the forest it must be destroyed. I am one whose destiny is already written, I must die that men might live. What a man cannot escape he must face manfully. Gln 8:14 Then her Main-Tar left Formana to go apart into a place of solitude where he prayed, O Father of the Gods, hear me. Hear me, O Father of the Gods, for there is evil abroad in the land and men die of despair. Even the tallest of men cannot reach the heights of heaven, or the swiftest of them encompass the earth. Yet, men must struggle against things beyond their reach and overcome evils, which overshadow the whole land contained within the bitter waters. My destiny is decreed, I alone will enter the gate at the abode of Achaman. O Father of the Gods, when I return I will set up your name where now the name of other gods are written, little gods of no standing before you. I will raise a great straight monument to your sacred name, if I could but know it. Gln 8:15 Why did you move me, Father of the Gods, to embark on this enterprise unless I were destined to accomplish it? Why fill me with the restless desire to perform it? How can I, a mere mortal, succeed without aid? I sought no more than to know the lot of my friend, yet, a greater burden has been allotted to me. If I die, it may be without fear, but if I return may that return be glorified by the knowledge of truth. O Father of the Gods, stand by my side, help me overcome the lurking thing and show it the strength of a son of Sisida. Gln 8:16 When her Main-Tar returned he felt strengthened, but Formana tried to turn him away from his intention, saying, desist from this thing, put this enterprise from your thoughts. You have courage, and it carries you far, but does it not also sweep you along, as one caught in the swift river current is swept to destruction? You cannot know what this means. The guardian at the gate alone is like nothing on earth, his weapons are like no others, for they are invisible and strike down from afar. Why strive to do this thing? It is no equal struggle. Hermain-Tar replied, My heart is set on this matter. Though I must journey along an unknown road, perhaps a road of no return, and fight a strange battle, go, I will. I fear not the terror at the gate, nor that, which dwells within the abode of Achaman. GLN 8:17 Formanna said, If go you must, then I who have seen many pass this way will go with you to the gate. Even through the forest, I will accompany you, for am I not one who has been purified before the sacred flame? But is it wise that any other should go with such as we? Surely, this youth, your attendant, this young man of few years, inexperienced in things such as we must face, should not accompany us. Is it not more fitting that he remain here to protect my daughters? Is it not better to exchange his inexperience for my experience, his youthful strength for my wisdom and cunning, his endurance for my steadfastness? GLN 8:18 Though Ankiti protested, it was agreed that he should remain behind at the dwelling place of Formanna. GLN 8:19 So, making things ready, Hermain-Tar and Formanna departed in the morning light, while Ankiti remained behind, a guardian of young women, and his heart was sore. He raised his voice to heaven, saying, O Father of the gods, whom Hermain-Tar knows, why did you give him this restless heart? Why did you bestow it upon him? You have stirred his spirit, so now he goes into unimaginable danger. O Father of the gods, of whom I am ignorant, overlook my shortcomings and hear my voice, from this day until he overcomes the evil thing and returns, let him ever rest in your thoughts. Stand by him when he faces the watchman at the gate. Strengthen his arm when he strikes at the things that lurk to devour. What these might be or their nature is beyond my imagination. I know them only from the talk of men, each of whom sees them from a different stance. Yet, have any truly seen and lived to return? I know not, but I pray sincerely for him, whom I serve. GLN 8:20 When Hermain-Tar and Formanna came to the edge of the forest, they were attacked by lions, but they slew the beasts. Then they entered the forest and saw great trees, such as they had not seen before. They went sleepless, for dread things lurked in the murky light of the forest. They pressed on, coming to the foot of the mountain where they camped and slept, for it was an open place. GLN 8:21 Then, as the sun rose next day, they climbed the mountain until they came to a cleared place before the cave known as the Portal of the Dead. Here Hermain-Tar took leave of Formanna, who remained in a hut just beyond the cleared place. GLN 8:22 Now, Hermain-Tar looked about, seeking the guardian, for he knew what had to be done before he could enter the cave. Then he saw, to his right and beside the cave, a stone hut, and seated before it was a very old woman. Going up to the woman he greeted her and said, I am one who would enter the dread place, the abode of death, the threshold of the other world, the door replacing the misty veil. I am one sanctified, one knowing the lesser mysteries, I am an enlightened one. GLN 8:23 The woman replied by asking the 3 questions, which all who would span the spheres must answer, and when this was done correctly, she invited Hermain-Tar into the hut. Inside, she indicated a stool, and when he was seated she spread a cord around him in a circle. Then she placed a fire pot before him, onto which she poured the contents of a small leather bag. She also gave him a pot of green water, which he drank. GLN 8:24 Some time later, after he had slept a while, Hermaintar was conducted to the cave and left there at a spot known as the Devil's Mouth, for there, an evil breath came from an opening in the ground. He remained there for a while, and again he slept. Awaking, he moved forward into a dark passage, but his movement was strange and he saw as through a narrow tunnel, while his body appeared light and airy. GLN 8:25 He came to the place where the watchman kept guard at the gate and beside him the terror squatted. Hermaintar drew his sword and faced the awful pair, he advanced cautiously towards them. Then, when they met, the air was filled with a loud clamour, great hissing noises beat at the ears, shouts and screams tore overhead. There was a howling such as no mortal has heard outside of that awful place. Hermaintar drew back a pace, then advanced again and, behold, both the watchman and the terror suddenly vanished, and the hideous clamour was stilled. GLN 8:26 Hermaintar passed through the portal and came to a wider, more open place wherein there was a pool of water. It was deep, dark, and still. He gazed into the water, and surely no mortal has ever seen such sights as he saw pictured in its stillness. He passed it by. Terrifying shadows leaped and quivered over the walls as he entered a narrowing passage, cast by some hidden ruddy light which seemed to dance as though alive. Then he saw daylight ahead. GLN 8:27 He came out into the daylight. On one hand, the mountainside reared up, on the other was a vast chasm, between the two ran a narrow path and up this he went. Great birds attacked him, eagles and birds with strange heads. He fought them off and continued upward until he came within sight of the abode of Achamen. He came to it after the long journey upward and stood before the great brazen doors, the 7 bolted doors. GLN 8:28 Hermaintar saw no guardian before the doors, but he heard its voice as it asked the 7 questions. He who had sat at the feet of Nintursur remembered well the replies to make, and as each was answered, a bolt slid back. 7 questions were asked, and 7 answers rightly given. The great doors swung apart and Hermaintar passed through, entering the courtyard of Achamen. GLN 8:29 Within the courtyard, Hermaintar fought and overcame the 4 great beast beings, which feast on the bodies of men, but the sword of Hermaintar laid them low. He passed through the hall of contest, where good and evil spirits fight an eternal battle for the souls of men, coming into the chamber of death. Now weary, he sat himself down on the stone called the seat of Makilam, for it was then in this place, and he waited. GLN 8:30 Then, Achamen the Terrible came, and Hermaintar strove with him for half a day and prevailed, and so, he entered into the place where stood the door of the spheres. This, Hermaintar opened with the great key, he passed through and entered the abode of the dead. He held fast to the great key, for without it there was no return, nor could it be held by his own powers alone, but only through the additional powers of those who might come to his aid. GLN 8:31 A mist gathered before him, gradually thickening, and as it thickened, it gave off an ever-increasing brilliant light, at the same time shaping itself into a glorious form of brightness. When the shaping was complete, a being stood there, radiant as the sunlight and lovely as the moonbeam. Hermaintar heard a voice coming out from the glorious being, which said, "Who are you that comes hither, wan of cheek and with lowered countenance, heavy-hearted and dejected in spirit, weary from a strange fray? There is lamentation in your heart, and surely none such as you has entered here before times. Brave indeed is the one who seeks entry by force of arms." Hermaintar answered, "O beautiful vision, indeed my heart is not light, for I have fought an inhuman contest. I have been assailed by hideous things unknown on earth, things, which haunt the night dreams of men and are spoken of only in whispers. I have come seeking a friend, a companion of Thehunt, the loyal one of my wanderings. His death lies heavily upon my heart, therefore, I have dared to come even unto this place. GLN 832 The form of beauty said, He whom you seek lies beyond the waters of death, but you who have passed the guardians are permitted to go thence. One thing, however, you must not do. In the midst of the waters grows the plant of eternity, the forbidden tree, of which you and all men may not eat, a fruit of which was stolen by the serpent of ancient times. Partake of it now and you will suffer everlasting changelessness, the most dreadful of all fates. Go, tarry a while, then return this way. GLN 833 Hermaintar passed over the still sullen waters to the land of waiting, where all spirits shine redly. He passed through the great doorway and came to the place of glory, the land of eternal living. He saw his friend, his companion of the hunt, the loyal one during his wanderings. Behold, there before his eyes was Yadal. Hermaintar knew him, though he stood forth in a form more glorious than can be described to the understanding of men. He was here, life was in him, he was here in a bright and flowering place, a place of trees and waters, a place such as no man can describe. GLN 834 Yadal spoke with Hermaintar, and he spoke of things long forgotten by men and revealed truths unknown since the days when men walked with their father. They spoke one with the other, they rested in pleasant places, they embraced, and they parted. Before Hermaintar left, Yadal said, As you have passed through the portal of death while yet uncalled from the embrace of the flesh, for no purpose other than gaining assurance that the dead do not pass into dust, it is decreed by the ordinance of this place that your life shall be shortened. Time enough, you will have, therefore, record the things of which we have spoken, that they may be guiding lights to men. Set them down in 2 books, one recording the sacred secrets, more precious than life itself and for the elect alone, the other recording the sacred mysteries for those who sit at the feet of the elect. One will be the book of truth unveiled and the other the book of veiled truth. The book of hidden things. GLN 835 Yadal continued, Once men could pass easily from one sphere to another, then came the misty veil. Now men must pass a grim portal to span the spheres and, as the generations pass, this, too, will be closed to men. The secret of the substances, which, compounded together, become the horse which can bear men here, will remain with those who know the mysteries, but these will become even harder to reach. As the ages roll by there will be many false mysteries, and perhaps the path will become closed or the way lost. These things Yadal said, and they talked of other things. GLN 836 Hermaintar returned. He passed over the waters of death, he was upheld by the guardians of form, by those who safeguarded the powers of the great key. He saluted the glorious being, he passed through the manifold chambers, through the courtyard and the many bolted doors, down the winding path lit by strange torches, through the cavern and out through the cave. GLN 837 At the entrance, Formanna still waited, he arose from his watch and greeted Hermaintar warmly, saying, I saw you as one dead, lying stiff between the twin flames, and I feared for you. Now, behold, you come forth with shining countenance, as one in whom life has been renewed. My heart rejoices for you, but let us not delay, let us depart from this dread place, for I have spent the whole long vigil in fear-enshrouded watchfulness. GLN 838 They departed the mountain, they passed through the forest. They fought with things that lurked in the gloom beneath the tall, overhanging trees. They came through the gate of many cubits and back to the pleasant pastures of Formanna. Chapter 9 Asarua GLN 9:1 Ankiti had been left with the daughters of Formanna, who, having just reached maidenhood, were wilful and vexed him sorely, so that he sought places of solitude, being an unbearded youth unlearned in such matters. Beyond the place where they dwelt there was a river, and from the hillside, away from the forest, a small stream flowed down to join it. Upward of the stream was a valley, in which lay a small lake fed by an unfailing stream of sweet water. Here, in a house of wattle, dwelt a maiden whose name was Asarua, and she lived with her mother, Mamuahu, who was a wise woman and blind. GLN 9:2 The young woman had barely reached maidenhood and neither hunted for food nor dug in the ground. She dwelt in a garden of trees, her implements of toil being pruning hook and knife. Her days were spent in joyful tasks, and a song was ever on her lips. She worked happily among the trees, loosening the soil about their roots, cutting away the overgrowth and pulling up the weeds. She knew the art of fostering twigs so that fruits grew on trees strange to them. She grew vines, the fruits of which were not used for wine, and these she twined around bowers and over the branches of trees. GLN 9:3 The women dwelt under the protection of Asarua's father, but the mother of Asarua was not of his household, for he was a strange king, though a mighty one. The place wherein they dwelt was fenced about and guarded by 7 fierce hounds, tawny-coated and long of body. The maiden was supple and firm-breasted, she was tall and graceful, red of cheek and light of skin. Her sole garment was plainly woven and unadorned, for she lacked all the things with which women bedeck themselves. Upon her head she wore a garland of leaves, and her only ornaments were flowers. She was shy and restrained of glance, nevertheless, she was not unobserved, for the eyes of men had fallen upon her from outside the place wherein she dwelt. They did not enter the place, for to them it was sacred ground, upon which men feared to trespass. GLN 9:4 One day, a hunter passed by and became smitten by her beauty and modesty. He thought also of what she had to offer, fine fruits and green growing herbs, a garden of plenty where, in her embrace, he could find rest from the rigors of the hunt. He came to pay his court, garbed as for the chase with bow on back and spear in hand. He brought with him 2 wild geese and a young piglet to lay at her feet, but when his steps brought him within the fence, the hounds were loosed upon him. The hunter, seeing that he was unwelcome, took counsel with himself and thought, perhaps if I am uncouth in her sight, my brother the shepherd will seem better in her eyes. GLN 9:5 Therefore, the shepherd came and sat on the grass outside the fence, paying his court with music from the pipes, but she paid no heed to him. Still he remained, until wearying of his piping, she called out, Go, for what want I with one who sits blowing wind all day? Go learn music from the flowing waters. GLN 9:6 In the days that followed, others came, among them a merchant, a rich man, a lord of grain fields and vineyards. Word of her beauty had been brought to him, and he was challenged by her inaccessibility. So he thought, if indeed it is as men say, then I will have this woman for my own. Have I not riches enough to provide all that gladdens the heart of a woman? So he came wearing a mantle of scarlet with brooches of bronze. He wore buckles of silver and ornaments of carnelian and gold. He was a man possessed of a smooth, well-oiled tongue, the owner of a storehouse of fine words. He came with attendants who drove off another who sat outside the fence. The merchant came boldly through the gate of the fence, but Asarua met him. When he paid court with bejeweled words, she said, What have you to offer but gold and treasure? Think you that such unfeeling things can capture my heart? Am I to be bought as a woman bound within her father's household? Am I to be another counted among the many women you have known? An occupant of a corner place within your heart, O man of many lovers. Then he was wrath with her, but she took no heed and the hounds drove him off, even the lordly one, for the ground here was sacred. GLN 9:7 One day, not much later, the young Ankiti came that way and in passing, he saw the maiden Asarua, but because of his unfamiliarity with women, he hesitated to speak, though he, too, was smitten by her beauty and maidenly bearing. GLN 9:8 Passing that way again, Ankiti stopped by the place, and seeing an old woman seated beneath the tree, he said to her, "Mother, may I have some water, for I am thirsty from journeying?" The woman replied, "My son, there is water in plenty below on the other side of this place, which young ears should hear, but I am blind and cannot see. I, too, thirst, and therefore I beg that you enter and bring me cool water from the pool below the waterfall." So Ankiti entered and drank, and he gave water to the woman. Though Asarua espied him from afar, she did not come near, but neither were the hounds allowed near him. GLN 9:9 Hermantar had returned from his strange journey, but was puzzled when he saw Ankiti was silent and spoke little, that his thoughts were not inside him. So Hermantar questioned him, "Wherefore are you sick? What ails you?" Then, when Ankiti spoke to him of the maiden he had seen, Hermantar said, "This is a delicate matter and one not for the heavy tactics of men. Does not the fawn take flight at the sight of the hunting hound? While the moonflower that closes its petals at the touch of a man opens them at the touch of a woman. Your heart has guided you rightly when counseling caution, for you are ill-equipped to catch this rare bird of beauty when unaided by wisdom. For a woman's errand, let us send a woman. The nightingale sings in the presence of the owl, but hides in silence when the hawk roosts nearby." GLN 9:10 Then Hermantar spoke with the maidservant of she who had mothered the daughters of Formana, and the maidservant agreed to do the things he told her. Thus, on the morrow, she went forth unaccompanied, and coming to the place where Asarua dwelt, sat down outside the gate. When the eyes of the maiden eventually fell upon her, Asarua saw the bent, old woman, weary and travel-stained from the journey, and out of kindness, for she was gentle and compassionate by nature, brought the old woman in, that she might sit under the shade of a tree to rest herself and eat some fruit. GLN 9:11 After the maidservant had rested in the shade and refreshed herself, she spoke to Asarua and said, "How lovely is your garden, how well watered, how bright and refreshing its many fruits! I have heard much of this place, but more of you and your beauty, but no words of men have done justice to what I see with my own eyes." Asarua said, "The words of men often differ from the thoughts of their hearts, while flattering words are bait above a well-set trap. Let us not talk of men and their wiles but of more pleasant things. Come, let us walk around the garden." GLN 9:12 They walked and came to a place where grew a tamarisk tree, and about the tamarisk entwined a vine holding many bunches of grapes. The old maidservant said, "Behold this tree, of what value would it be were it not for the vine? Would it have any value, except as firewood? And what of the tree to which it clings? Would it not straggle along the ground, laying in the dust, but benefit be crushed underfoot by any passer-by? It would be a helpless thing unable to raise itself up, a barren creeper bearing no fruit. So, see what benefit comes from their union, and learn wisdom. Is not the tree named as a man is named and the vine as a woman is named? We who are old see lessons in such things and, in learning from them, gain wisdom. The young are ever loath to even read to their benefit from the book which is always open before their eyes." GLN 9:13 Asarua listened, but said little, and as they walked the maidservant spoke of the young daughters of Formana whom she had nursed, and of the ways of man and woman. She spoke as such women speak, her tongue following a winding road. The speech of men comes out like an arrow, but the speech of women comes out like a puff of smoke. Men talk with the naked tongue, but words from the woman are veiled and devious. The tongue of a woman is a sword sheathed in silk. Not for naught are women called the twin-tongued. Perchance, these words were added in the days of Tholos, for not all men think thus of women. GLN 9:14 The maidservant had an inexhaustible supply of words, and Asarua was so taken aback to hear the things of which she spoke that she could find no words to answer. Thus speaking, they came to the small dwelling place, where the mother of Asarua was preparing a meal. She invited the maidservant to eat with them and to sleep there that night, and this the maidservant gladly accepted. Gln 9:15 After they had eaten, the maidservant spoke with Mamuah, the mother of Asarua, and the talk was of unfortunate women, whose daughters were fair yet refused to be married, daughters who closed their ears even to good advice on marriage, whether such women were true women or unnatural women. The words which mattered were few while the words in which they were buried were many, but the former were not lost on Mamuah, whose ears were not closed to such talk, and they entered her heart. She gave attentive ears when the other spoke of Enkidu who, though but a youth, was wise. Though he had not yet drunk deeply from the waters of wisdom, nevertheless the well from which he drew them was a never-failing one. "Be wise," said the maidservant. "Choose this young man, for surely none better will come this way. He does not wander from his place of duty, he is not slothful in manner, nor does he spend his days in futile pleasures. He does not go from woman to woman, and while it is true that this could be because of his age, yet he speaks of women only with respect, which is not the way with budding fornicators. He is manly, he is of the blood of kings, and above all, he is wise, because he has a wise instructor. He is a youth of good promise and one who would not bestow his love lightly." Gln 9:16 The mother of Asarua heard the words of the maidservant with both ears, and when the maidservant was departing said, "Come again when the moon is new, that we may speak more of these matters." Enkidu visited the place again, and when the maidservant returned at the new moon, Mamuah said, "It is well, my daughter will marry the youth, Enkidu. But first he must bide in the place where he now serves for 1 year, then, he must labor in this place for 1 year, after this he may marry Asarua with my blessing." This seemed good in the eyes of Enkidu, and so it was that he labored 2 years in order to marry Asarua. Chapter 10 Death of Hermaintar Gln 10:1 In the days when the El Shumban were gathered in war hosts, Hermaintar departed with his household and the household of Enkidu to dwell in the land between the great river of sweet waters and the bitter waters of the west, and they built an encampment there. They were in a land where some men spoke as Hermaintar spoke, and though there were men of blood with them, the people of the land let Hermaintar and those with him dwell in peace among them, because in those days men were inflicted with inahana. Gln 10:2 When the task set upon him was nigh finished, Hermaintar knew that his days in the land of the living were not to be many more, therefore, he betook himself into a place of solitude. There he fasted for many days, casting his spirit that it might commune with the Father of the gods, but the voice of God remained silent. Then, he left that place, going into a cave, where he dwelt in the half-light for many days, but again there was no response from the Father of the gods. So Hermaintar departed from the cave and returned to his people, where he was heard to say, "Woe, for truly my God has forsaken me and remains dumb against my pleadings. Yet, I have done all the things told me beforetimes and written in the great book, wherefore have I failed?" Gln 10:3 Then he went apart from the people and slept alone, for his heart was heavy. But behold, in the night he had a dream. In it, he saw the sacred symbols spread out upon a cloth of white linen, and each was displayed according to its form. As he gazed upon them and numbered them, each by its own number, an ass came and ate up the sacred symbols, and lo, the ass became a falcon. Then as he looked, the falcon became a cow, and between its horns was a crown of silver and a crown of gold, and the cow spoke to Hermaintar, saying, "Drink of my milk, and anoint your eyes with it, thus they will be opened and you will see." Hermaintar drank the milk and anointed his eyes, and then he awoke. Remembering the dream and being wise, he needed no other to interpret it for him. So then, he straightway did the things which had to be done, about which those with understanding will know, and departed from the people. GLN 10:4 Hermaintar went out towards a place of solitude, about 1 day's journey distant. Having gone about half the way, he became weary under the noonday sun, and so sat down beneath a tree to rest in its shade. Then, as he drowsed, behold, a great flash of light came down from out of heaven, and it smote the ground before him. He heard a great noise like a mighty whip crack, and he was blinded. Then, he heard a voice saying, "Behold, I am here, the God of gods and the God of men in the beginning." Hearing this, Hermaintar fell upon his face and cried, "O Great One, I am your servant." GLN 10:5 Then God said, "Wherefore would you open a door unto me? Because the race of man has been defiled, and men are no longer with me, am I not the withdrawn one, the hidden one?" GLN 10:6 Hermaintar, still on the ground, answered, "O Father of the gods, I your servant would know your will. I have a task nigh finished and seek to know whether it is well in your sight, or whether it is a thing done without your blessing." GLN 10:7 God answered Hermaintar, saying, "Is this not a sacred thing, a heritage saved and handed down from the days when men walked with me? Therefore, it is a good thing, though care must be taken to ensure it is not disclosed to the eyes of profane men. The concoctions, which, when properly compounded, will enable men to span the spheres can also, used otherwise, give men near unlimited potency and extreme pleasure with womankind. Therefore, such things must be carefully safeguarded, for in the hands of lesser men, they will certainly be abused. But let it all be as it is written, do with it as you have been instructed." GLN 10:8 You call upon me as the Father of the gods, nor do you err in this. Yet I am the hidden God, the God of secret manifestation, the wronged God, the betrayed God, the disappointed God. I am the God who sought to give love divine to men by making them my heirs, making them partakers of divinity, co-creators with me. But men spurn their birthright, not through wickedness alone, but through their weakness and love of pleasure. Therefore, the love once offered cannot now be displayed in all its glory, it cannot be revealed in its beauty, it must now be leavened with severity and chastisement. This, so that those who are the inheritors of divinity may return to it with undiminished powers, but purged of their weaknesses and love of unprofitable pleasure. This you should know, that men may know, divinity of itself is not a created thing and cannot be bestowed as a gift. It comes as the crown of achievement. I, the Almighty God who, by taking thought can create 10,000 worlds, say this. GLN 10:9 Men have said, as they will say throughout the ages, why, if God be Almighty, can He not create perfection immediately? Why does He not create beings having the knowledge of divine love forthwith? Why have earth, with all its trials and tribulations? Know this, what appears to you as ages in time is, to me, but a flash of thought in a moment of eternity. I breathed in, the hosts of earths and the spheres were not. I breathed out and the hosts of earths and spheres were. I breathe in, and they are no more. All things exist within the Eternal One, and that which men know as the span of time is the act of creation. GLN 10:10 Mark the flight of an arrow from the hands of a bowman. It flies from the bent bow, time passes, then it finds its mark. But to me, the arrow leaves the bow and strikes the mark together. Distance, time, and change are not with me. Once I, your God, was not apart from man, my offspring. Now I am veiled from his sight, not because I have willed it so, but because man has chosen to bring this about. The barrier between us grows ever more dense, as man wantonly spurns his birthright. Henceforth, it may be penetrated only by long and arduous preparations, and even then those who would do so must know the key. I come to you, not because of your preparations but because your God is ever ready to incline towards men. Though there is this barrier between us, it is not impervious to the sincere prayers of a pure heart. This, men should know. As for you, your days are numbered, you are now no more than the basket holding the seeds, which will be strewn and sown by another hand. Many things of which I have spoken are not for the ears of men, for such knowledge, freely bestowed, would not benefit them. Other things are beyond their present understanding, let these, therefore, be recorded of these third unto the generations of men yet unborn. Men are now as children and must learn again as children, being taught childish tales. GLN 10:11 Therefore, go hence, go to Enkidu, and tell him of these things. Say also that his God, I who am, chooses him as the sower of seeds. Let him know that I who am will guide his steps and will open a door in the barrier, that he may hear my voice. Let your eyes now see again and, behold, I am who I am. GLN 10:12 Then Hermantar left the place where he had seen the face of the Father of Gods, returning to the encampment of his people, which had been set up in the midst of pasture land. When he drew nigh he saw cattle lying beside the running waters, and men were moving among them. The cattle were dead and their bellies swollen. Men came up to Hermann cried, Behold, the sustenance of our children is taken from their mouths. The cattle have eaten a herb that burns as fire in their bellies, so they crave water, drinking until they become overfilled, and their bellies burst from within, therefore they die. Who is this whom you call Father of the gods? Perchance the gods do have a father, but where is the God who protects men? Where is the God who is the Father of men? While you leave us to pay homage to the Exalted One, who may concern himself with the affairs of the gods but has no concern for the welfare of men, our cattle die. Because of your words, we have neglected to build an altar to Shemakin or to pay homage to Yahanna. Truly we are men who have been deceived and led astray. We are men who have walked with their eyes turned upward and fallen into a quicksand. Tell us then, O wise one, who are the gods of men and of cattle? GLN 10:13 This filled the heart of Hermantar with ire, and he cried out to the wrathful people, Wherefore do you cry out to me and seek some god to come to your aid? There is but one God, and these that you call gods are but manifestations of his members. Why do you seek to cast blame on God for your own neglect? Has he not relinquished his hold on all creatures that serve man and given them into your hands? Behold the beasts of the forest and wilderness, do they eat of the herb that poisons? Are they not able to know the herb that is harmful and the herb that nourishes? The herb that heals in sickness and the herb that brings death? Who taught them this wisdom? There are creatures under the care of God, which know not the slothful care of man, therefore they are safe from the deadly herb and pass it by. But you, having taken these poor beasts to benefit from them, are solely responsible for their well-being. They are your responsibility. GLN 10:14 The Father of the gods made cattle as he made all creatures, and while he ruled their ways, they were protected from the deadly herbs. Then men took them unto themselves so they might serve them. They yielded milk and cheese to nourish them and firm meat to sustain them, their hides covered them warmly as they slept. These things the cattle gave, not unto God, but unto man. Therefore, who should protect and care for them, he who benefits or he who does not? Do you expect God to herd your cattle? To keep them from the deadly herb while you slumber in the shade? Is this not a just reward for your slothfulness? You know that the herb is deadly, but these cattle, the dumb servants of man, know it not, for they are delivered into your care. Would you take all they give while denying them the diligence of your protection? What kind of men are you who cry, Woe unto us, whom God has forsaken? Who wring their hands, saying, What God shall we seek to aid us in our self-wrought calamity? Arise like men, to shoulder the burden of your own slothfulness and lack of diligence. Never fear that God will fail man, for if man does the duties of man, God will do the duties of God, for it is man who falls short. It is man who seeks to take more than he gives. Surely whatever man takes for his benefit, also becomes his responsibility. God decrees that man may take whatever he will for his own use, but in so doing, he must also assume responsibility for its care and rightful use. Is this unjust? The men said no more. Gln 10:15 Hermaintar then made the men draw the cattle up out of the water, and some which had eaten of the deadly herb were saved. He then divided the pastures and sent men to seek out the places of the deadly herb and cut it from the soil. Gln 10:16 One day, Hermaintar was going about the encampment, and he came upon a man burying his newly born daughter, and Hermaintar was wrathful at the man for such a deed. It was an abomination performed by the sand wanderers and the wild men who dwelt in the wilderness. Taking the child, Hermaintar brought it to the wife of Ankiti, who saved it so it lived. It was named Maha, meaning pure of heart, but because of the sand which had filled her eyes, she was blind. Gln 10:17 The strangers about the encampment became enraged against Hermaintar because of what he had done. Also, because he had struck the father of the child so he bled, they demanded that the blood be requited. They said, "This is an unjust deed, for he who buries a daughter because he lacks sustenance for her does no wrong in our eyes. Is it not better that she be buried in the ground out of sight than kept with disgrace? Is it not for the father to decide whether a daughter should live? Has a woman a soul of her own? Is she not no more than the maker of the body, while the soul is given into her keeping by man?" Gln 10:18 The strangers about the encampment were not so many, while those with Hermaintar were many and strong, but he dealt justly with those claiming payment for the blood. They were given a piece of silver and a calf that was ready for the slaughter. Thus, Maha came into the household of Ankiti. Gln 10:19 Hermaintar was sitting with Ankiti and said to him, "I have spoken to you of the happening while I sat beneath a tree in a place of solitude, and of matters which you should know in order to be wise. Into your keeping have been given the treasures I have wrought by my own hands, and you are well instructed in the sacred things and the mysteries. You have a destiny upon you, which may not be fulfilled in this place, while the sustenance obtainable here declines day by day. Therefore, let us depart and go a long journey by way of the bitter waters, for should we go by way of the forest or through the great wilderness, we may not live. Our flocks and herds can be driven before us, for the road is wide and well watered. Let us not delay in this place, for already there is a restlessness among the people here." Gln 10:20 So they departed from that place, journeying towards the bitter waters, and when they came there they turned southward, continuing until they came to Basur. There, they encamped, for the death sickness had come upon Hermaintar. As he lay upon a couch of sheepskins, he called for Ankiti, but he did not come, for he had gone before them to spy out Thelained. However, Ankiti did come before Hermaintar passed from earth, and Hermaintar knew he was there and called him to his side. Then Hermaintar said, "My hour is at hand, but I am without fear, knowing I go not to a place where men eat dust, where all is darkness and gloom. The fears of my youth are but shadows having no substance, they flee before the pure light of truth." Gln 10:21 Upon you there is a great destiny, may you reach out and grasp that, which your heart desires, and having attained it, use it to deliver all men from the darkness of ignorance. Go forth like the sun who throws his rays down like a net over the land to enlighten it. Go to a land where the honest man will be made rich and the dishonest man impoverished, for the balances must be adjusted so that riches cease to be the reward of dishonesty and deceit. Go to a land where those holding places of power and position will stand forth as examples of goodness and honesty, where none but the worthy occupy high positions, where those who have possessions and estate use these to succor the needy and resist the strength of those who oppress the weak and unprotected. Gln 10:22 Ankiti said, "But where is this land, and how shall I find it?" Hermantar answered, "Were there such a place, what good purpose would you serve by going there? What you will have to do would have been done already by another." Gln 10:23 Hermantar died and was buried deep within the ground, and none knows his tomb. May he live forever and dwell with the Father of the gods whom he served. Gln 10:24 These things concerning Hermantar have been rewritten many times, but the copies have always been true. That which follows has been added on, but when made and by whom, it is impossible to discover. Gln 10:25 Hermantar is buried in the land of Philistia. Is this Okytia? Gln 10:26 The father of Hermantar was Nimrod of the twin bows. This, I doubt, and it is not stated. Gln 10:27 The stone of Machillim is at Bethel even now. The words on the tomb of Yadal are, "He died because he was not as other men." I, Frostonus, have seen it. Gln 10:28 Could this be when 80 generations have passed? Men of this race are unsound witnesses. The Somerites say Yadal was not mortal man. Gln 10:29 This we know in truth, the deeds of Hermantar and Yadal are more fully told in the tales of the Hittites. Gln 10:30 The shield of Ankiti was called the Big Shaker, and painted upon it was a likeness of the mud-hopping bird. It was this bird that taught men writing, for it left mud marks, which men first read as omens, later forming them into signs, which could be read. They are not as ours, though men among us can read them. Gln 10:31 Ankiti taught the mystery of metals in Okytia, a land of beer, bread, and milk. He was renowned in the twin lands of light. Gln 10:32 Maha, the blind one who remained virgin, guided Ankiti to this land while yet a child. She was filled with the inner light of wisdom and saw with the Spirit. When he knew not which way to go, her father set her on the ground and held a breast feather before her, upon which she blew. He went whichever way it inclined and was never led astray. Later, she used this method when settling disputes and giving judgments. She was greatly honored, for in the whole land, there was no wiser woman. Gln 10:33 We who make these writings indestructible have abandoned the book of Ankiti, for it has not of value to those who follow us, and this is a work of much labor. It contains laws for a people living in a land called Okytia, who must have been less than barbarians, for he forbade such things as the eating of children newly born, the mixing and drying of their blood for eating and uniting brothers, and the hanging up of women in travail. Also the cutting of a woman's private parts and the deballing of men. Chapter 11 Teachings of Yusira Gln 11:1 These are the words for the sons of the true doctrine, written in the Temple of Sacred Mysteries at Yangkeb in the days of darkness, by the unnamed Lord of the secret belief, who then lived. The true knowledge of the teachings and mysteries of Yusira concerning the spirit within the body, taken from his books and rewritten truly after the custom of writing. Gln 11:2 Yusira spoke to his sons in this manner, I am the vice-regent of the God of gods. I am the custodian of the books of power. I am the voice of heaven. I am one sent into Tamarua as a light-bearer, that a call may go thence throughout all lands. Let every man be watchful of his deeds and ways. Whosoever be watchful of himself is a man of wisdom, for he shall be saved from the terror of everlasting darkness. Gln 11:3 I am the torch-bearer running before the chair-litter of truth. I come to reveal the greatness of men, to tell them of their immortal selves, of their spirits which have to be ransomed from the doom of devouring darkness. Gln 11:4 The God of gods spoke unto me, saying, Long have you dwelt under my shadow and listened to my words. Now, arise and go hence to a land where these things, of which we have spoken, can be established. To a place whither I shall lead you, for it is not proper that those who dwell there should remain uninstructed. Behold, I have given you the secret of immortality, but know that, though all men are born into a heritage of immortality, not all enjoy it. The God of gods, in his infinite mercy, plunges many into the waters of forgetfulness. Yet even from there, they may return to be renewed, not of themselves but through the supplications of others. GLN 11:5 When Yusira came into Tamarua, he gathered his sons together on the stones beneath the place called Homtree and spoke to them in this manner, I am the dawnlighter and a torchbearer for the God of gods. These are my words, which you will do well to absorb, as the dry sands soaks up water. Though they are words of wisdom, they are useless unless accepted by men who have control over themselves. They have no value to men who are unable to feel compassion for others or who close their ears to truth. GLN 11:6 You are the few chosen ones, my sons, light of my light, who shall hand the light on down through the generations. To you, I give the true conception of God. To you, I give this standard, that it may be a rallying point for those who will accompany us, for we stand on the borders of a land, which has found favor in the eyes of our God. GLN 11:7 With us are fighting men, but they are few, while those who stand ready to repel us are many. Therefore, we will not set ourselves against them in battle array, but go among them with guile, to gather many who will fight with us. You shall be the light of the fighting men, even as I am your light and the God of gods my light. GLN 11:8 The light that is with me was kindled at the supreme source, which is the God of gods. Therefore, my light shines with such brilliance that it must be veiled in part, lest it blind you. It is even as the sun be seen through a veil of cloud, it may be gazed upon for as long as desired. Seen thus, it is a thing of beauty and mystery, not something, which burns and consumes the eyes of the beholder. GLN 11:9 Therefore, even as I light from you, so shall you veil your lights from the eyes of the uninstructed. Yet, in all matters not pertaining to the light, you shall instruct them in the fullness of truth. In all matters concerning their bodies, you shall instruct them in truth. But in all matters concerning the Lord of the body, you shall instruct them with a light that is veiled. GLN 11:10 Behold the nature of man. Within him is a spark from the divine source, and this is the Lord of the body. This alone is everlasting, this alone of man is his true self. This spark is enwrapped within a heavy mantle of matter, it is enclosed in a covering of earthly clay. This spark alone is the seat of life, it alone has understanding and thought. Such things are not with the clay of the flesh, neither are they kin to the stones from which the bones come. The life within man radiates out from the enclosed spark, and through the blood, endows the body with life and heat. Life gives forth heat, and the greater the life, the greater the heat. GLN 11:11 As the sun gives light and fire spreads heat, as the flower radiates perfume, so does the central light give forth a vaporous unseeable glow, and this our fathers called the breath of God. This breath comes forth in two manifestations, there is a heavy form and a light form, and from these, all things are compounded. From the one comes the sacred glow in its two aspects, which men call the breath of God, and from this are made all things, which are in heaven and earth. GLN 11:12 Above is the God of gods, and below him are heaven and earth. Heaven is divided in twain, there is a place of light and a place of darkness. Within the place of light dwell the spirits of good and within the place of darkness dwell the spirits of evil. Between them, the boundary is not fixed but flows back and forth according to their fluctuating strengths. But they who abide in the light shall always prevail, for light will ever dispel darkness. Therefore, those who dwell in darkness withdraw before the brilliance of those who dwell in the light. This light and darkness are not such as men can understand, for it is not the light and darkness known on earth. GLN 11:13 Before the gates of heaven is the land of the horizon, whence go all who depart from their earthly body. From here, there are two great gates, one leads to the place of light, and the other to the place of darkness, and the Lord of the body is admitted into its appointed place according to its likeness. He who is filled with the light and is AK cannot go to the place of darkness, for it would draw back before him. Neither can he who is a dark one go into the place of light, for there, he would shrivel before the light, as the white worm coming forth from the damp darkness of its hole shrivels in the light of the Sunday. GLN 11:14 Between heaven and earth, there is a great gulf across which the dwellers in heaven may not return, but earth is not wholly beyond their reach. Man receives, from the place of light, that which influences him for good, and from the place of darkness, that which affects him for evil. These things may be written, but the secret things concerning them may not be recorded in such manner that they come to the knowledge of the unenlightened men. GLN 11:15 That which comes from heaven, whether influencing for good or evil, comes forth as shades in the likeness of men, which is rare, or much more often as lucum, which are like unto motes. It may also come as waves of air, but not air such as we breathe and feel. It is something altogether different in nature. Things come forth which are not stable, and these are the formless ones. All things are held in form by the breath of God, which changes formlessness, but the formless ones can alter form into instability. GLN 11:16 There are three great spheres, and that containing the earth is held together by the great glow outflowing from the God of gods. That part of the great glow, which is light and contains life is called manna, while that which is heavy and contains the flesh of things of the earth is called menu. GLN 11:17 The one who is the God of gods is so great that he cannot be defined in the speech of men. Neither can they conceive him in their thoughts, for he is beyond their understanding. Mortal man has limitations, therefore, let men conceive him as they will. It is of no importance, providing their conception serves both his purpose and the glorification of man. GLN 11:18 Man is not yet great, and until he becomes so it is well that he worship the many God forms conceived within his thoughts, providing they be such as tend to raise him above himself. Nor do ritual and worship do harm of themselves, unless they, too, thickly overlay the truth so it is buried from sight. Ritual and outward forms of worship can be aids to purification of thought and provide a kind of sustenance for the Lord of the body. What are the lesser gods beloved by unawakened men but thought-conceived friends and guides? Yet, this is a dangerous path men tread, balanced between light and darkness. Therefore, when man wanders towards the abyss of darkness, reveal a little more light, that he may see and so return to the path. Beware, too, lest he follow gods that are false guides and would lure him into the quicksand of carnality, or into the wilderness of ignorance. GLN 11:19 Before crossing into Tamura, Usira chose captains to be over the fighting men, and they sent forth men to spy out the land. He also sent some from among his sons into the land of Tawar, that they might talk with the people there, and these came back bringing hostages from the governors of the land of Tawar. Then, Usira spoke with the sons of the governors and they gave ear to his words, they were receptive to his speech. GLN 11:20 Usira spoke to the people, these are the words of the God of the gods. Henceforth, no child shall be sold into bondage by its father or by any man who has warred over it. Such may not yet be the custom of all the people in this land, but if they become mighty, this they may do, for such is the nature of men. GLN 11:21 If a man have a woman in bondage, he shall not cause her to become a harlot unto men, for this is a great wickedness and he shall not go unpunished. If she become with child unto her master, then neither she nor the child shall be given in bondage to another. But if she be given to a freeman who takes her in marriage, then it will be well. GLN 11:22 The greatest wickedness in the eyes of the God of gods is all incest of the first degree, which is that between mother and son or father and daughter, or between the mother's mother and the son of the mother, or between the mother's father and the daughter of the mother, or between the father's father and the father's daughter, or between the father's mother and the father's son. This is a wickedness unto the God of gods, for it calls forth the strongest of the formless ones, causing it to enter into an earthly body to become an abomination before the eyes of God and man. Therefore, they who commit such an act shall perish by fire. If it be committed with a child, then, the child shall not perish, but it shall be branded with the mark of incest. GLN 11:23 Adultery is a foul and evil thing which you shall abhor, for it permits the Luckim to pollute the fountain of life. In a far-off land there lived a queen more beautiful than the dawn flower, who, because she was powerful, disregarded her heritage of womanhood. As powerful kings had many wives, she thought she could do likewise with men. The God of gods and creator of life created men and women intending that each should play a different role. They are in no wise alike, for as men have their function, so do women have theirs. What is meet for one is not meet for the other, and because the Creator made them as they are, each should follow their own path, never seeking to journey along the others. Now, while the seed of one man was yet with her, this queen took the seed of another, and the seed of one man strove with that of the other so that both perished and became a corrupt pasture. Thus, the way was cleared for Luckim to enter into the antechamber of life, and the sacred shrine of life was polluted, becoming the breeding place of foulness. So it was that when other men came unto her, the flesh of their bodies was seized upon by the Luckim and corrupted, for foul Luckim had made their abode within the woman. So the wellspring of life became a fountain of polluting evil. Adultery is an abomination to the bestower of life, therefore, let it not go unpunished. GLN 11:24 None shall sleep in the bed of another, unless the spell of his presence be first removed. For he who goes into any place or takes up anything while it is under the spell of another's presence, shall surely suffer. They who are of the same kin living under the one roof will not suffer unless sickness already be there. GLN 11:25 None shall eat from the platter of another or drink from his drinking vessel until the spell of his presence has been removed. None among those who know the God of gods shall walk in anything poured out for a libation unto strange gods, neither shall he touch any part of the libation. If it come upon him he shall go forthwith to the Master of Mysteries and be cleansed. GLN 11:26 Usira said unto the people, These are the words of the God of gods. None among you shall wash himself in water used by another and contained within anything made by the hand of man. None among those who know God shall touch a woman while the days of her heritage are upon her. No man shall go unto a woman with unwashed hands, and when man and woman have lain together, both shall purify themselves before going about their tasks. GLN 11:27 Among the Luckim none is more subtle than the Nibble, which seek sustenance among the food of men. Therefore, if you have bread within your dwelling, then it shall not be hung up, but if there be meat or fish, then it shall be suspended within the dwelling. If you have bran or meal which has been pounded, then it shall be kept in a capped container with no rita flowers, thus the Luckim will not come upon it. Neither crushed corn nor the crumbs of any repast shall be left within the sight of man or within the boundaries of the dwelling, lest the Nibble seize upon them for sustenance. All things that have held life but have not been used for food shall be buried within the ground. All vessels which have held food but hold it no longer shall be made clean with sun and sand. GLN 11:28 When the flesh of any beast or of fish or fowl becomes dark in your keeping or has the smell of rottenness upon it, then it is a sign that the Nibble have come upon it, and it shall be taken out and buried where no beast can come upon it. Thus, the noble are left without sustenance and will be forced back into their dark abode. But if you permit them to sustain themselves, then they will come in their hosts and, being fattened and strengthened, will afflict you with many terrors during night watches. GLN 11:29 If the pouring place or the spout of any pitcher or pot have a blackness upon it, then that pitcher or pot shall be broken, for it has been entered by the fiery Lookim. If any who know God eat with strangers, they shall purify themselves at the rising of the sun on the following day. If any among you eat with a hand uncleansed by water or sand, then be prepared for attack by the Lookim of the night. He who draws the blood of any beast must cleanse himself of all blood, lest he be attacked by the dark Lookim. Neither food nor drink of any kind shall be kept under a bed or against a sleeping place, lest the Lookim of the night come and take up their abode therein. These are words of the God of gods spoken through the mouth of Usira. GLN 11:30 Usira said this also, all things, which may sustain the Lookim are to be buried or burnt. Anything coming forth from the nostrils or mouth of any man or woman is rejected from within and becomes sustenance for the Lookim. Still waters that lie upon the ground are their drinking places and forbidden to men. Water shall not be used as drink unless it be drawn from within the ground, or be in a place where it is shaded by trees. GLN 11:31 Eat only food known to be wholesome and which gives contentment to the stomach. In taste, it should be soothing and refreshing, never bringing pain and discomfort. Eat not of anything that is too dry or oversalted, or which brings sickness upon you. Any food, of which men eat and has become rotten or moldy has been seized by the Lookim for sustenance, this you can see, for the rottenness and mold upon it is the excreta of Lookim. GLN 11:32 Anything that has blood in it and is dead, having died of itself, shall not be eaten, for the Lookim have made their abode in it. No man shall eat uncooked meat, even that, which the sandfarers carry shall not be eaten. GLN 11:33 The slaying of any man or punish any woman is forbidden, but it is not unlawful to slay in war or in self-defense, or to uphold the purity of the household and home. To kill deceitfully or to strike from behind is murder and shall not go unpunished. If blood be shed, it shall not cry out from the ground in vain, and unto the kinsman of each one slain shall be the order of revenge. GLN 11:34 If you swear an oath one with another, saying, Great God, bear witness, or before any strange God, to deceive another man, then consider, for only the most foolhardy turn their back on such an oath. For it is sworn on the life of the Lord of the body, and if it be broken, the Lord of your body will be everlastingly disfigured with an unremovable scar. Man has many trials to overcome in his life, and not the least of these tests is oath-keeping. Though an oath may diminish and become none the passing years according to the memories of men, it is everlastingly impressed on the Lord of the body. Wiser far is he who never makes an oath. GLN 11:35 If any man say, the whirlwind and the sandstorm, the flood waters and the burning fire, these do I fear because these I see, but the Lookim, which I see not neither do I fear, that man is a fool, for he knows not the deficiencies of his own eyes. The Lookim, he will learn to know by their manifestations, for they will seize upon his body and torment it, sometimes even unto death. It is likewise with the God of gods, none may see him, but by his manifestations is he made known unto men. GLN 11:36 Usira spoke to the captains of the fighting men and to those who were with them and said, When we come into this new land, all things that the people who dwell therein hold sacred you will neither defile nor mock. Neither shall you stir up strife with any man, for we come to them as friends, not foes. Therefore, when Usira and all those with him came up into the land of Tawar and dwelt there, peace was in the land. GLN 11:37 Then Usira taught the people of Tawar the weaving of cloth and the working of metals, and showed them how to make tools and weapons of metal cast in a mysterious manner. But the secret of the sharp-edged weapons, he revealed only to his own. GLN 1138 The people of Tawar built a habitation for Usira and a temple of brick bound with reeds. There were skins upon the walls and on the floor, and the doors were of wood. Then Usira spoke to his sons in this manner, These are the things in which the people of this place shall be instructed. The dove is the most sacred of birds and shall not be eaten, but if people say, Forbid it not to us for sacrifice to our gods, then, it shall not be forbidden them. GLN 1139 The milk of all beasts which do not have horns and part the hoof is not for the sustenance of man, but if the people say, Forbid it not, for it is our custom, then it shall not be forbidden them. GLN 11:40 The sacrifice of breast children at the burial of the dead shall be forbidden, for the blood of the young cannot provide life for the old, each man being the fashioner of his own destiny. He that has life shall bear it with him, and none can possess the body and life of a breast child except the God who gave it life. He who buries a living breast child with the dead shall himself die. GLN 11:41 All things buried with the departed one, whether they be weapons or dishes, instruments or ornaments, shall have the form released from them before they are placed within the ground. GLN 11:42 This shall be the law unto all those who work with metal, whether it be gold, silver, or copper. 1 day in 7 shall be a day of rest for the fires herewith the metals are wrought. On this day no fire will be lit and no metal touched or moved from its place. On the even of this day, all things of metal that have been made since the last day of rest shall be placed in a trough of sanctified oil, remaining there until their appointed time. Nothing shall go out from the workplace of a craftsman in metal until it has passed through the oil. Chapter 12 Rule of Usira GLN 12:1 Usira gathered his sons about him and spoke to them thus, These are the days of the dawnlight, and I am the dawnlighter from beyond Basharu. I am the torchbearer for the God of gods. These are the laws, which I made for my people in the land of Tawar, the laws of one speaking with the mouth of the God above all gods who place. GLN 12:2 He who places a spear or arrow within a dead body shall be accursed, and his hand and arm will become things of evil. They will swell up and become consumed by fire. Likewise shall be accursed who looses these weapons against another, but if it be a man of Tamura who looses the weapons, then he shall die by them himself, for he is beyond the reach of the curse. GLN 12:3 A tree that reaches up above twice the height of a man shall not be stricken for burning or to take away its land. But if it be dedicated to the adze and is then used by a craftsman in wood, then it may be stricken and cut. Trees are not things to be lightly dealt with, for they move the winds, which cross the face of the earth and generate these in great forests of the north and south. The slaughter of a tree is no less wrong than the slaughter of an ox or a sheep, for the same breath of life. Therefore, never bring them low wantonly. Are not trees held sacred by the people of this land? Is it not more reasonable to dedicate a mighty tree or a grove of trees to a god than a mute stone or object cut from wood? GLN 12:4 Therefore, when Usira moved among the people he did not forbid them their grave groves, nor did he silence the words of the women, who tended them. But Usira said, These things are for women and not for men, let the women bide, but men should follow the callings of men and their place is not among the grave groves. GLN 12:5 Now, when Usira came among the people, they dwelt away from the river, fearing the god of moving waters who molested them at night. But Usira bound the god of moving waters, so he no longer troubled the people. Then Usira bade them build their dwelling places beside the moving waters, decreeing that none should dwell beside still waters unless the still waters be filled with the life of fishes. GLN 12:6 In those days men sought to appease the formless ones and the spirits of the night with offerings and worship. GLN 12:7 But Usira forbade them this, and he surrounded the whole land with a protective wall, which no dark spirit could penetrate, while all those within were dissolved. Every dark spirit being neither male nor female, and every dark spirit, which clothed itself in the shape of a beast or bird, was bound and cast back into the place of darkness. GLN 12:8 All men who were blood kindred with the beasts of the forest, or with fowl, or with serpent, dwelt together according to their kinship, and were divided thereby. Usira forbade them not their kinship, but did forbid the rule of blood. He spoke to the people in this manner: Great are the ties of that thing lying, which binds men together and joins them with their forefathers, but greater still is each man in himself, his destiny lying within himself alone and not within his kindred. Man is not a drop of water in the stream of life, but a fish that swims within the stream. Yet insofar as these things have ever been, the 24 great kinships shall remain secured in their establishment. GLN 12:9 Before the coming of Usira, a man could not take to wife a woman of his own blood, but Usira redeemed the land with blood, safeguarding it against barrenness. So henceforth men could take wives from among their own blood kindred, and the land remained fruitful. This, the spirit of life, became strong among men, for it was not spread out to become diluted and weakened. GLN 12:10 Until Usira came, none in this land knew of Hoku, and it fills of Usira with fear and awe, but Usira revealed all its secrets to his sons, and the secrets are known even in these days. Hoku is that, which sustains the dawn dwellers. It is but thinly spread throughout the earth, and before the days of Usira, men could gather it, storing it in stones and in sacred objects. It may be drawn upon by the spirits of men, as women draw water from a well. It is Hoku, which bestows fertility, causing flocks to multiply and crops to increase. Its secrets are known by the twice-born. GLN 12:11 Though in the days of his distress, Usira called upon his father in Kanagmahu, he forbade his sons to call upon him likewise, for Usira was their father on earth and their advocate in the hall of admission. Therefore, none can call upon him with impunity, for if he dealt with them, he would his task among the dawn dwellers. Nor is any man justified in calling upon the spirit of a departed one, for they are beyond concern for the everyday affairs of men. GLN 12:12 When the sons of Usira had established their rule over the people, the leaders of the people came to Usira desiring to make him their king, so he would rule over them. But when they came before him, Usira replied to their wish in this manner: I am the mouth of the God of gods and the light of my people. I will be the father of your king and the director of his footsteps, but your king I cannot be, for I am dedicated in service to the God of gods. Saying this, Usira then took his son, who was grown to manhood, and led him forth by the hand, giving him to the people to be their king. GLN 12:13 Later, while the leaders and governors of the people still remained gathered after the anointing of their king, Usira spoke to them as the mouth of God. He said, To judge justly between man and man is one of the greatest obligations of a king and those who stand in his place. So from this day hence, judgment shall not be given by those who sit under the trees, listening to the words whispered among the leaves. However, if 3 men sit far apart and each gives a like judgment, the words from their mouths being the same, then the judgment shall be good. However, if it is a matter where a life can be forfeit or property taken away, a family divided or a man or woman enslaved, then judgment shall be given only by the king or by one who wears his mantle and bears his burden. GLN 12:14 Sacred waters are living waters filled with the power of Hoku and shall no longer be used for any purpose other than sanctification and purification. No longer shall they be used to decide whether a wife be guilty of adultery, henceforth, she shall be tested by the bitter draught alone. GLN 12:15 He who eats the flesh of swine shall be accursed, for to eat the flesh of swine is to eat something dedicated to the fathers of men and an abomination. Flesh of the ass shall not be eaten, for it diminishes the vigor of men. GLN 12:16 Henceforth, the bodies of the dead shall not be broken or burnt, for the Hoku within them departs with the Lord of the body. Therefore, nothing can be added unto a victorious one by rendering up the essence of his earthly mantle through the flames of the fire. GLN 12:17 The people shall not be denied their feasts, nor shall they be forbidden the rituals of fruitfulness. Their offerings to any god shall not be taken away. As the gods of the people are today, so shall they remain, for they serve their end. They may depict their gods after their own fashion, for the likeness of such gods is of small consequence. But the likeness of the God of gods shall not be fashioned by any man, for he is beyond the understanding of men. No man shall seek to find his likeness in water. GLN 12:18 The festival to the God who draws up the land is not to be denied the people, but no longer shall they eat the flesh of asses, for now this is forbidden. The days for the feast of the forefathers shall not be diminished, lest the gift of long life be thereby curtailed. With them alone is the distribution of the life forces, and in their keeping are the powers granting fertility and good fortune. Unto those who control the sprouting of corn, the increase of herds and the harvests of fishes, the potency of men and the fertility of women, success in hunting and victory in war shall be given, or in all due honor and worship. GLN 12:19 He who causes injury or death, sickness, or suffering by drawing the likeness of another in sand and piercing it with a fire-hardened stick, or who makes the likeness of another in wax to burn in the fire, or in clay to be pierced by stake or thorn, is henceforth accursed. He will be delivered to the lookum of disease or death. GLN 12:20 He shall be accursed who mixes living grain with fat to enslave the earth shade of another man or woman. He shall be accursed who calls up the nightshade of another, or the night frightener. All who are so accursed will be delivered to the lookum of sickness, or shall become the prey of formless ones. GLN 12:21 It is not wrong to make an image of a breast child, that a woman may conceive, but to make the likeness of a man's private organs so that a woman may conceive is wrong, and any woman making or lying with likeness shall be accursed. She who is so accursed will be delivered to the lookum of sickness and pain. GLN 12:22 When Usira came up into Harf-Anti, he found their people with strange customs, which displeased him, but he forbade them none except those which were evil in the sight of the God of gods. While there, he laid a great curse upon any who transgressed his laws. GLN 12:23 These were words spoken through the mouth of Usira, which he caused to be recorded. Henceforth, no maiden shall be enclosed in bark and kept in darkness for 7 days before marriage, but she may be kept in seclusion among women. If she has to be purified, it must be done with water and not with fire. A woman shall never be mutilated to purge her wickedness. GLN 12:24 Henceforth, the private parts of young women shall not be sewn up to preserve their maidenhood. This shall remain in their own keeping and in the keeping of the young women's kindred in good faith and trust. To sew or cut the private parts of any woman is a great wickedness, for this is the portal of life, and woman is not an unworthy guardian. It is best that women remain maidens, until their marriage day, of their own free will and choice, but if, because of the maiden's weakness, this seems doubtful, then the obligation shall be on her kindred. GLN 12:25 The custom of the Habs Hasti, whereby the legs of young women are bound together, after which young men may enter their chamber to lie with them, is a thing of wickedness and no longer permitted. Now, if any man discover the nakedness of a maiden, he shall not go unpunished. GLN 12:26 Man shall not see the nakedness of woman in childbirth, even though the woman be his wife. The hut of childbirth and all within its circle is a place forbidden unto men. Henceforth, no woman shall be suspended at childbirth. GLN 12:27 If the wife of a hunter lie with another man while her husband is absent so that he be slain or wounded during the hunt, then no wrong is done if her husband or the kindred of her husband slay her. Neither shall it be cause for blood slaying if the kindred or husband slay he who lay with her. GLN 12:28 The foreskin of a man is cut to defy the lookum of impotency. This is not forbidden to the people, but they shall not preserve the foreskin in fat and use it to endow stones with hoku. The binding of foreskins is forbidden. GLN 12:29 Usira laid the greatest of all curses upon those who captured and enslaved the lord of the body belonging to another. Since that day, none has done so and lived. He also laid a curse upon women who baked their newborn children and ate them because of the barrenness of the land. He also cursed the chief of the women's kindred. GLN 12:30 Before times, that which grew to fullness within the wombs of cattle and sheep was sustenance for men alone, but when the beast cast it forth before its day, it became sustenance appointed for women. Usira forbade this and cursed all that came forth from the womb of beast before its time. GLN 12:31 Usira had these things recorded in Yapu, no child shall be slain willfully, saying, our God has denied it proper sustenance. Above all gods is the God of gods who is the God of life, and they who proclaim these things proclaim a falsehood against him. Yet they shall not be accursed until after the day when they have heard the laws of the God of gods spoken unto them. Before then they have been led astray by those who should guide them, and on the leaders shall be the curse. GLN 12:32 Henceforth, the empty body shall not be bound tight against itself, but stretched out, for the earthly body cannot be reborn once its Lord has departed. The people shall not be forbidden the carrying of it, nor shall they be stopped from elevating it, but it shall not be hung over the living waters, lest it call forth a formless one in the darkness of the night. GLN 12:33 If the kindred of a man come up to molest him at night, the nightshade shall be bound by the power of Hoku transmitted into a hollow log filled with fire-retaining substances. The log will then be burnt in purifying fire and the ashes buried after the fashion of your fathers, but the Hoku shall not be given back. That Hoku, which comes from a man whose crops and trees yield abundantly, is best. GLN 12:34 The spirit of the life of men does not dwell in the moving waters, and therefore it cannot enter into a woman from the waters, neither does her own water bear it up from the ground. Even as a tree springs out from a single seed and the barley from a single grain, so is it with the seed of men. That which forms within the womb of woman is not built up from many outpourings of man, once will suffice. If the blood of a woman be not stopped, then she carry no child, for the life within is blood of her blood. GLN 12:35 No man shall fashion the likeness of any beast to lay with it so that his flocks and herds be increased, for henceforth he who does so, and all his beasts, shall be accursed so they sicken and perish. Nor shall any man spill his seed into an object of wood or stone and bury it. If he does so, then be he accursed, so that he is forever molested by the nightshades of terror. GLN 12:36 It is foolishness to resort to the charmers who make likenesses of beasts so their kind may be brought to the arrow and spear. Unless he who seeks the wild beasts be empowered with the Hoku gathered by the kindred of his habitation, naught can guide his steps or strengthen his arm, neither will his eye see keenly. The success of the hunter is not to be found with the charmers, but lies in the goodness and uprightness of the kindred within his habitation. GLN 12:37 If a woman take seed from a young man and deliver it to the charmers so that barrenness be removed from her, then she and the youth, and if she bear any children, they also shall be accursed. The young man will be seized by the lookum which feasts on the hearts of men, and the woman by those which tear open the bowels. GLN 12:38 It is an abomination in the sight of the God of gods for men to deball themselves, and all who do shall be accursed. Those who would deball themselves for the sake of their God may instead make an offering of their foreskin, and this will be acceptable by any god. The prayer of thankfulness that they are not born women shall be made at the time of sacrifice upon the altar. GLN 12:39 The excreta of man and woman shall never be left exposed to the eyes of anyone, nor in a place where its smell can come to the nostrils. Nor shall anyone pass water where another can smell it, for they whose nostrils the smell enters thereby gain power over the other. The smell from human waste draws up the formless lambada, which afflict men and women at night and turn their bowels to water. GLN 12:40 No offering of meat shall be eaten raw. It shall be roasted before a fire and the bones pounded into flour and eaten with meal. If the offering be consumed within a dwelling place, then the blood which has been spared must be smeared upon the door-posts, so that the dark shades of the night haunters and the death-bringers be repulsed by the power of life. GLN 12:41 It is the duty of a son to provide sustenance for a departed one who was his mother or his father, and he shall not neglect his brother or his sister or any of his kinsfolk who lack children. If he be neglectful of his duty, he shall not escape molestation by the earth shades of the departed ones, which will wander relentlessly until satisfied. If formless ones be called forth by neglect so that they reach stability on earth, they will haunt the dark watches of the night and suck life-filled blood to sustain their awful forms. No man may keep them from his dwelling, for they will slide in stealthily, even as snakes. GLN 12:42 It is wrong for charmers to call forth dark spirits. Any charmer so doing within the borders of the enlightened land shall be accursed, so he be seized by the night fiend. If such be done, and the dark spirits wander out of control, then the wicked one of the twice-born shall be called upon to return them to their dark abode. GLN 12:43 It is not sufficient for men to shun the ways of wickedness, for unless the Lord of the body be clothed in brightness, they who watch for him in the land of the dawning will wait in vain. Those who lack that, which would bring them into the place of light will fall prey to the lords of the dark places and be forever lost to those who love them. GLN 12:44 All those who are awakeners of the dead shall be accursed and delivered to the Lukim of madness. If any of my people deal with them, then they too shall be accursed so that they become prey to the terrors of the night. It is futile to consult the departed ones, for what can they do but advise on matters of little import? If they have anything of importance to impart they will come unbidden to men of understanding and make it known. GLN 12:45 When Usam with his sons and those with them into the true land of Tamarua, he strove with the people of Kanta Yamtua who followed the ways of wickedness and ignorance. He remained among the people of Tamarua during the days of Gabu, dwelling at the place where now stands the temple of the Skyseer, in an abode of reeds, by the moving waters. GLN 12:46 In those days, the people of earth united themselves with those who were in the land of morning light by the powers within the body of a woman child, seeking in this manner to preserve the Hoku of their kindred. When Usira saw the wickedness of the custom he placed a great curse upon all the land and upon those who split the body of a woman child, so that her flesh cried out from within them. Therefore, the land became stricken with a great plague. Since then never has anyone in the enlightened lands eaten the flesh of man or woman, and no woman child is violated in the great wickedness of ignorance. The people of Tamarua greatly feared the curse of Usira. GLN 12:47 Usira taught the people that the power of Hoku resided not in the flesh of the body but in the bones, and that each bone contained the essence of all the being, man and woman. Then the people began to seek union with the departed ones in the land of the morning light, by the power of the bones, and Usira forbade this not, though he knew it was futile. But where there was healing in the bones and they were able to draw it forth, Usira was not displeased, for all things pertaining to the good of the people were well in his sight. Nevertheless, he forbade to women the burden of the bones of their husbands, and since then no shades have risen to molest them. This was because of the protecting power, which he drew forth to fill all the land. It relieved the women of their burden, raising it from their backs. GLN 12:48 All the charmers who brought forth shades from the land of dawning and all the questioners of the dead and the awakeners of the dead were cursed, and this curse hovers over the land even to this day. Yet there are still some who seek to call forth a shade from the swathed body made eternal, but all they raise up is an ill-omened messenger from the place of darkness. GLN 12:49 Usira did not forbid to the people the rites of homage due to their departed kinsfolk, for in the place of morning light, these were the powers most interested in the welfare of any mortal man. Usira never forbade anything that was to the benefit of men, taking away naught but the things which were futile or harmful. In those days, there were no rites of written record, but Usira caused them to be given to the people. Not so that these should renew life in the departed ones upon earth, but so that the Lord of the body should be sustained and strengthened in the place to the people light by the link of Hoku, sacrificed by those remaining on earth. GLN 12:50 Usira spoke to the people, giving them laws which were recorded in this manner. These are words of the God of gods, who created man and beast upon the sacred island. No beast shall be mated with another not of its kind, and if this happen, then both shall be slain and their bodies burnt. If this be done with the permission of a man, that man will be accursed. Neither shall any beast be yoked together with another not of its own kind. During the first year of its life, no beast shall be made to take up the burden of man. GLN 12:51 When Usira came to Camusus, he found there a man of the Hestabwes bound and prepared for sacrifice, and he cried out against Thede, but none gave ear to his word. So, standing off, Usira played staff of power upright into the ground and danced around it, singing the song for drawing forth the spirit. When they saw this, the people were wroth against him and called upon their charmers to curse him, so he departed from the earth. Their curses were ineffective, and when one charmer approached the dance ring of Usira, Usira called forth a tongue of flame, which consumed the charmer. Then the people became afraid and fled. So Usira released the man who was bound upon the place of sacrifice, but he was not yet whole. Usira also cursed all those who offered the Hestabwes as a sacrifice to their gods, since that day no man of the Hestabwes was ever slain upon the altars. GLN 12:52 Usira did not curse the charmers of that place, instead, he called them to him and gave them dominion over the dark spirits which left their abode to wander earth, molesting men in their habitation. Thus, the charmers became greater in the eyes of the people, and from that day onward, they have cleansed the land of all dark spirits. However, Usira forbade them the calling forth of the Lord of the body from any man, so that he became the servant of another, and he placed a great curse upon any charmer who disobeyed this law. Yet, this is done even now, but those who transgress the laws of Usira do not escape the awful fate due to them, for his power is yet potent in the lands of his people. When the transgressors stand before him in awful judgment, their deeds will witness against them. GLN 12:53 Usira forbade those who sat in judgment the right to judge men by the fat of crocodiles or by the horn or skin. Instead, he revealed to them the manner of making judgment through corn and by the burning sword. He also taught them how to brew drink, which loosened the bonds from the tongues of men, so that truth was no longer restrained. GLN 12:54 The people dwelling among the trees, along the banks of the moving waters, lived in fear of tree apes. They held these sacred and would never harm them. They believed that these tree apes snatched the departing lord of the body and ate it, that they lurked in wait to catch it in a mighty, unseen net. So Usira went about cursing the food reserved for the tree apes so that it became fire in their bellies, causing the life within them to come up as foam out of their mouths. Thus the land was freed from fear of the tree apes, and henceforth the departed ones have gone in peace, no longer being molested by the tree apes. Chapter 13 The Way of Usira GLN 13:1 Usira taught that within each man resides a little man who is the lord of the body, and this is the life of men. While man sleeps, the little man wanders abroad to journey as it will, at death, departing from him forever. GLN 13:2 The Lord of the body cannot be seen by mortal eyes, but it is not hidden from all-seeing eyes of the twice-born. When departing at death, it comes out from the mortal mouth, waiting a while until it grows celestial wings. Then it flies away to the western kingdom, where the wings are shed. GLN 13:3 In the place whither it journeys, the lord of the body needs no earth-made abode, therefore, burning the earthly habitations of a departed one is futile. However, if the habitation remains and it is not purified, it becomes the gathering place for shades arising from the place of darkness, for the habitation need not be destroyed, but it must be purified by incense and water and refilled with protective hoku. GLN 13:4 If a man come upon another asleep, the sleeper must be awakened quietly and with gentleness, so the lord of the body may re-enter peacefully. For if the sleeper be awakened before it has re-entered, or if it jump back in fright, then the man will become sick. Therefore, when awakening a sleeper, it is well to call gently to the being without. GLN 13:5 When the mortal body becomes sickened without the heat of the Lukim being present, or if the man or woman be seized and tormented by the dark spirits of madness, this may be caused by the day's leaping of the lord of the body. Thus, if the lord of the body be awakened from its day's leaping, or restored from its restlessness, then the man or woman may be cured. These things, Usira permitted to be done after the fashion of charmers. GLN 13:6 Usira taught the curing of many kinds of ills within the mortal body and the use of draughts containing the life of herbs and growing things. He used fire to stop life leaving the mortal body. The manner of effecting these things is written in the Book of Medications. GLN 13:7 When Usira came with his sons into the land of Tamura, the people there dwelt in darkness, and they were ignorant of all knowledge. They were divided among themselves into many kindreds, and strife was frequent. They had no kings, and only the old men ruled. There were many charmers who ruled the people by delusions and also those called the keepers of customs and the teller of tales. GLN 13:8 One people dwelt among great trees and thick forests in the midst of swamplands. Their habitations were made of reeds and stood upon high platforms. These people were called the children of Panhetta, for he was their god in the days following those, during which men were first created in the midst of the waters. GLN 13:9 Another people dwelt beyond reach of the waters and away from the trees, and they were nameless. They dug holes for their habitations or sought abodes in caves within the hillsides. This people had no gods, but worshipped the dark spirits and the Kamawam of the forest, which seized men at night. When the men who had been seized returned to their kindred, they were without words, being dumb. They died in the midst of madness, tearing at their bodies. But there was no Kamawam in the forest, this madness being the work of charmers wishing to instill fear into the hearts of men. GLN 13:10 This is the manner, in which it was brought about, when the charmers seized men at night, they took them to a secret place, where their tongues were pierced well back with thin thorns. Thus the tongue swelled up, so they whose tongues were so pierced lost the power of speech. The charmers also pierced the victims about the waist with slivers of wood, so none could discover where they were inserted. They drove other splinters into them at the bridge between the private parts and the rear channel, and none could discover them there and know the victim was pierced with thorns and splinters. GLN 13:11 Usira cursed all the charmers who practiced this evil with a great curse, so they were driven to madness by a demon which ate away their bellies. Since then, the Kamawam has been known no more in the land. GLN 13:12 Usira taught men to beat metal out of stones and to burn stones, so that they gave up their heat. He taught men to work with clay and he taught them the weaving of cloth and the making of beer. GLN 13:13 When Usira came into the land, the people knew not about the cutting of water channels and the sowing of corn, but Usira taught them these things. It was he who brought fertility to the land, it was he who died in the midst of the waters to give them life, and his life is in them still. Therefore, it was through the Spirit of the Great One who died in the days of old that the soil became fruitful. Beyond the reach of the living waters which rise and fall like the chest of a breathing man, the land is dead. It remains barren like a woman who has not known a man. It was known even to the men of old that if the land was not refreshed with the living waters, but with other waters, then its increase would diminish from year to year until it became waste. The increase within the soil comes not from water alone but from the life within the water. Life comes forth from life, and that which has not life cannot beget life. GLN 13:14 Therefore, the good land is that, which is married to the threefold God, and land not so married remains barren. The married land is covered with the rising waters, but the land not married is ignored by them. GLN 13:15 These things were written concerning the children of Panhetta. Usira spoke with Panhetta as man speaks to man, therefore, the laws of the Inta were not changed, remaining to bind alike those of them who dwelt on the soil or dwelt on the sand. If any man went among the Inta, their laws became his laws, and if any woman left the people to dwell among the Inta, she became even as they and might not return. GLN 13:16 Even as the sun spirit journeys on a road set between the stars, so does the spirit of man journey with the movement of the waters. Therefore, when a man dies, his body shall be buried lengthwise with the great river. GLN 13:17 Land, upon which things grow belongs to the kindred whose blood is within it, so shall no man own to himself alone anything growing up from it, whether it be grass or herb or tree. But each man and woman may take of every herb and fruit as much as can be gathered in the hands and eaten before sunsetting. GLN 13:18 Of all things which are a seed and can be eaten, each one may gather for themselves as much as can be stored within a jar or suspended from the food pole. All things which are a seed and can be eaten, but which are not stored in a jar or suspended from a food pole, shall be stored in the pit of the kindred. Nothing shall be placed within the pit unless it has been heated by fire and cooled. GLN 13:19 Even as the spirit of life resides in the things, which men eat, so does it reside in the living things, from whence they came. Therefore, any tree or bush bearing the food of men shall not be cut or broken. GLN 13:20 The blood of beasts cries from the soil even as does the blood of men, therefore, if shed it must be appeased. Slay no beast unless it be needed for food, and bury the head and whatever comes out of its belly. Every other part which is taken shall be eaten or burned, except for the bones and the skin, which are to be used. GLN 13:21 Fire serves man, but it can also become his master. Consider its nature. Does it spring out of the wood unbidden or of its own volition, or does it require the agency of man? Does it reside in the wood or is there a fire spirit? Only the fools among men start something, which they cannot control. Never let a fire grow into a thing of much smoke, keep it bright, using no more wood than is needful for the purpose. Let it not stray from its proper place, which is the place where it serves without menace. GLN 13:22 When they become of an age to do so, every man and woman should take themselves a mate. Those who fail to do so are not held in the highest esteem. GLN 13:23 By the things whereby a man commits a wrong, so shall he be punished. Likewise, he shall be dealt with according to the nature of the wrong. The customs from times past are not unhelpful guides. GLN 13:24 When Usira came to the place where the Inta dwelt, they made him welcome in this manner, when we saw you, our hearts were gladdened. The life was renewed in us and though content as we were, you brought refreshment and joy. Usira called these people his unweaned children. Chapter 14 Tribulations of Usira GLN 14:1 These things were written in the book of the two roads, Usira, who is therein called Yoshira, came from beyond the realm of Athor and was the first king of Tehumet. He established the festivals of the new moon, the festival of wool drawing and the days of devotion. When first he brightened this land by his presence, the welfare of its people was in the hands of false priests who taught that man was a double-spirited being, in whom the spirit of good struggled with the spirit of evil for possession of his soul. Each deed and thought was said to strengthen one or other of the opponents. The people were not completely deceived in accepting this, it is perhaps an earthly distortion of reflected truth. But neither is it wholly true. In the days of old, men saw truth but dimly, for it could be only partially revealed in accordance with their ability to understand it. Truth is a light growing even brighter in the darkness of man's ignorance, and as the generations pass and go down into dust, men see more clearly. Each light-bearer dispels a little more darkness, and Usira was a light-bearer, the greatest of them all. GLN 14:2 Before Usira came, bearing the lamp of brilliant light, truth was but dimly perceived in this land. The false priests of those days taught that when the great God created man, he held back immortality as a special gift for those whom he favored. This is not the attitude of one who is great, and therefore such doctrine cannot be accepted. That these priests were misled themselves was not so great an evil as their misleading of others who trusted them. A true priest should approach as close as possible to the shrine of truth and interpret whatever he sees there as clearly as his ability and the understanding of his followers permit. In those olden days, no man had yet been reborn to wisdom and enlightenment. Therefore, nothing was known about the gardens of light, and men believed in the dark abode alone. This dark abode was a place where sand and dust were the sustenance of the dead, whose bodies were clothed in long hair and feathers. Men, in those olden days, knew little more than that. GLN 14:3 They also believed that souls risen to glory really consumed the food and wore the garments and ornaments provided for their use. They did not know, as we do, that as the soul is subtle, itself, so can it use naught but the subtle elements of earthly things. Even now, incense is burned before the statues of those risen to glory, so that they may receive their portion. There are those who believe that the sustenance of the soul